Dragon Age is one of the biggest fantasy franchises in gaming, yet at first glance the 4 main games in the series all seem to be very different from each other. There's a lot of different ways to understand this and a lot of different ways to explore what a Dragon Age game actually is. For some, it's how it handles its darker themes and how it doesn't shy away from showing the effects of living in such a grim and bleak world. For others, maybe it's the deep role-playing or the strategic character building and combat. Maybe it's how each of these games are very progressive for their time, featuring people who are not often represented in other games. Or maybe it's about found family and coming together with your closest friends to save the world. I think the fact that it means so many different things to so many people is the strength of Dragon Age and one of the most interesting things about the series, something I haven't really seen in any other games. I want to explore this in this video. I've been a fan since day one of Origins, but I replayed everything now and also played Veilguard twice, so I have a lot of fresh experience too. When I started working on this, things were looking much better. It was right before Veilguard came out, everyone was hyped and full of optimism, and the future looked so bright for Dragon Age. Since then, the new game left a lot of fans disappointed, sales were not the best, and most people who worked on it left BioWare or even EA altogether. There's a lot of pessimism now, but I didn't change the title of this video from my initial idea, as I'm still not a doomer about the franchise yet, and so I will try to talk about possible future paths for the series as well. The way I will handle spoilers is, I will spoil everything but not spoil forward. That means the Origins section contains spoilers for only Origins, the DA2 section for DA2 and Origins, and so on. So you can safely watch up until the game in the series you've played and come back and watch the rest when you've played the others. It would be hard to talk about Dragon Age without story spoilers, and this is the best compromise I could come up with. All the sources will be linked in a reference list Google document. Sources for things like Twitter screenshots are self-explanatory, so they are not listed, but everything that shows up in the bottom right will be linked there in order of appearance. Okay, so with all of this out of the way, the series starts with a bunch of developers moving from Neverwinter Nights to create a spiritual successor. Development on the first Dragon Age started around 2002. The studio was nearly finished with Neverwinter Nights: Hordes of the Underdark, and the new game was intended to be a spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate, so kind of a mix between these two classic RPGs. At E3 2004, there were already some early screenshots presented. They look very different from the finished product. They look more similar to Jade Empire, as early development was done in the Neverwinter Nights engine. But I specifically remember seeing this image in a gaming magazine and being completely enamored. They were already talking about the tactical camera here, how you will be able to change between the top-down and the third-person views, and for someone like me who grew up on Icewind Dale and Baldur's Gate, this was mind-blowing already. So you will be able to actually see these characters in 3D, instead of just a few pixels on the screen. I was so excited. Early on, they were still debating if it should be a multiplayer game or the classic single-player, and the naming of the game is a pretty famous anecdote too. Fantasy-sounding words were put on list, and random two-word pairings were made from them. People voted on which one they liked the best, and Dragon Age was selected as the name of the new project. The lore was retrofitted after the fact to make sense with this name, and even dragons were only added after this, since it would be pretty weird to not have dragons in a game called Dragon Age. The subtitle Origins is pretty self-explanatory. It was put in the title to highlight one of the biggest features in the game, namely the backgrounds you choose in the beginning for your character. These give you a unique tutorial and influence how others interact with you in pretty significant ways during your playthrough, but we'll talk about this a bit later. During development, a pretty big event happened at BioWare that influenced the franchise greatly. That was EA acquiring them in 2007, so a few years before release. This corporate oversight will mostly show its full effects in later games, but the signs were there unfortunately even here. This was the era of the MMO craze, where World of Warcraft was king, and companies who were doing single-player games had immense pressure to keep up with the demand for a continuous revenue stream. In the case of Origins, the looming corporation only showed itself in the style of marketing the game had. A pretty famous example is the Marilyn Manson trailer, where the game is presented as an edgy hack-and-slash game while he sings, "This is the new shit." Clearly, the marketing had a focus on an imagined mass gaming audience, and old-school fans of BioWare were pretty dumbfounded by the tone of the trailer. They knew a lot of their fans were already upset that it's not exactly like Neverwinter Nights or Baldur's Gate, and this type of communication from the marketing side did not help. People wanted a new Neverwinter Nights or Baldur's Gate, and so even before the release of the first Dragon Age game, fans were upset BioWare's new game wasn't exactly like the last one. Years later, the Ultimate Edition trailer had a 30 Seconds to Mars song, by the way, so they have not learned at all. Well, if the job was to make people talk about the game, I guess they were successful. There was a marketing event that was cool though, and I even remember it from reading about it back then. It was a competition between journalists from different countries. They had to collect points that were rewarded for certain objectives, basically just do quests, and the team who had the most won. I remember this because the Hungarian team won, and I remember reading their article about it in GameStar magazine. I've only found one mention of this whole thing on the internet, but I'll try to find the actual magazine from back then and I'll edit it here if successful. Okay, so I went to my parents' place and I found all my old gaming magazines in a big box and I found the article I was looking for. Before the game came out in November, there was a big press event called Warden's Quest at the end of October 2009 in London. A bunch of journalists from all over the world competed in a 24-hour-long Dragon Age competition, and the big prize was 50,000 USD. There were 4 players in each team, and they each played in 1 2-hour chunks, and then another player took over. Every 4 hours there was an elimination round where the last few groups left the race. And you could follow this all live. It had high production value, lead devs were there, it was great. Every team controlled one character, they got points for doing objectives, side quests, fights, etc. Essentially, they raced who could complete more of the game in the same amount of time. And as I said, I remember this because the team of the Hungarian journalists won, and they were like rock stars to me at the time, so I turned into a football fan or something. And they had to give the prize money to charity, so it landed at Hungarian children's hospitals. I think this was my first experience with a live esport broadcast, and it was for Dragon Age of all things. You might have never heard of this, and maybe even think that an Origins esport thing is insane, and you'd be correct, but watching this was a super memorable event for me. So anyway, after this, in November 2009, the game came out. That was more than 15 years ago, and that unfortunately comes with some technical difficulties if you want to play it now. The game, especially the Steam version, will crash constantly, and there are also shader and texture bugs everywhere. If you just click on play and expect it to work, it most probably is not going to. There's a million possible fixes and it will be unique to your specific system, but you will have to fiddle with it at some point for sure. There's no definitive solution, like the unofficial patch for Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. For me, lowering the graphics to medium solved some problems, selecting only a few CPU cores further improved things, capping the FPS helped too, but honestly it never really went away completely. You can try mods or try the GOG version. It's supposed to be better than the Steam version, but I haven't had any luck with these either. I'll not mention these in more detail, but I wanted to say that tech issues are definitely a big part of playing Origins now. Once you get through these though, the gameplay is incredible, and it's obvious from the start that they 100% succeeded in their original goal of building on and improving all D&D RPGs. The base of the whole thing will be familiar from those. It's the real-time with pause combat. You control all party members, you can issue commands in real time, but can also pause and queue up everyone's next action manually. You can also automate everyone's combat behavior in the tactics screen, where you can choose a specific situation and tell them what to do in that situation. It feels so good when you set up everything the way you want and the companions just do their jobs as they should, and you don't even need to control them manually. Sometimes they are very stupid and die because they just keep running into some AoE, but overall this system is great. They wanted to modernize the classics while designing the combat, and so the switching between third person and the overhead view that we saw in earlier promo images ended up being a defining characteristic of Origins. It's such a specific game feel to scroll out seamlessly during a fight, look around the battlefield, figure out the situation and plan accordingly. You can just play it in tactical mode too, like a more graphically detailed version of old Baldur's Gates, and maybe you just zoom in for the cooler moments of the combat you want to see up close. And I really like how health regens after fights too. so every fight feels like a new tactical puzzle that starts on the same footing. Another aspect of this modernization is that the game is fully voice acted, and there's some pretty famous people too.
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
Well, the Grey Warden. I must say I'm surprised Eamon would condone you invading my castle and murdering my men.
Or you will know famous voice actors from other games.
Do you think someone might be trapped there? I wonder if you could free them.
But every single one does a great job. The protagonist is not voice acted, but I think it lets the writers be more creative with the lines the players can choose from. Because they don't have to record at least 2 versions of every single thing the protagonist can say, we have a huge variety of lines to fit all types of role-playing needs. The fact that you can change your armor and weapons and it shows up on your character was also very important to me. In previous RPGs, it was either very hard to tell the difference or it was not there at all. Later there were games where you could tell, but still not the best. But in Origins, it's great. You can make choices based on fashion and put together some pretty good outfits. Something that stayed from the old school RPGs is strategizing and a large amount of builds you can come up with. As you can see from the footage, there's a lot of skills you can use. That's why the late game taskbar will look like a WoW UI. But besides these and the skill points you distribute every level, you can unlock specializations through various side activities. And these come with their own unique skill lines as well. And then there's the loot and enchantments you can put on your gear to customize your build even more. The weapons also gain cool visual effects from these. But the general gameplay is reminiscent of the older CRPGs in a lot of other ways too, like traveling around the world map and being waylaid by a random encounter, or having a specific person to disarm traps and open doors. Small ways that make this whole adventure feel like a more modern version of the big classics. And it's got some aspects from the MMOs of the time as well, like the UI I mentioned, but for example the quest design sometimes falls into the gather this, kill these and come back type of side quests, especially the tasks from the job boards. But usually the world and its stories are so interesting that you don't really mind. And even though the type of combat this game has is my favorite in the series, I'd still say what Origins is by far the best at is world building. It does this through a very unique approach, telling everything from an unreliable and uncertain in-universe point of view. Let's get into how this works, starting with the basics of the story and the world. On the surface, it might not look like the most unique or interesting. There's a world endangering calamity, and you're the only one with any chance to stop it. In the world of Dragon Age, there are creatures called the Darkspawn. The Darkspawn are tainted with an affliction called Blight that makes them lose their sense of self, and so they are twisted, ravenous monsters. Normally, they live underground in the Deep Roads, an old dwarven tunnel system overrun by these monsters who search for their gods. Basically huge dragons who slumber down here. Once they find one, they tame the old god too, who becomes an archdemon, takes charge of the horde, and attacks the surface civilization in an event known as, same as the affliction itself, as a blight. There's an organization called the Grey Wardens, whose main job is to stop these blights. They exist legally outside of any country, they recruit regardless of the aspirant's background, and through their ritual of joining, they drink the blood of Darkspawn to give themselves a version of the Blight, which is obviously very dangerous and many people die, but those who survive become uniquely equipped to fight the Darkspawn. The one in Origins is the 5th Blight, and this conflict is the conduit through which the player gets to know the world. You have to travel to all the different regions in the country and plead for the help of the people. Grey Wardens are a small order, and they do need an army backing them up against the horde. This is a masterful introduction to a new world. The type of story where you make a world and then make your characters walk all over it to experience the different factions and viewpoints is a very organic way to exposition dump without it feeling forced. Also, setting it in one country while also referencing all the others makes the world feel much larger than what's on the screen and fills the player with curiosity and motivation to explore. Because it feels like if you pry, you will find deeper layers and it's not just an empty set you walk around in. David Gaider, not to be confused with another person with a similar name, one of the main writers of Origins, said that they made the world first without any consideration to plot. And then he planted some possible stories all around the map that could be told, and they ended up choosing the Fifth Blight as an introduction to Thedas. I think this was the perfect choice. You see the dwarf society, you visit the camp of the elves, you visit human settlements, big or small, and you meet a lot of people with a lot of different worldviews. And here comes the big pillar of the world building of Dragon Age into play. There is no definitive canon, only opinions and interpretations written in character by the inhabitants of the world. A central point of this story is doubt. You just never know what really is happening and who to trust. But the world feels old and populated by real and complex individuals who are trying to make sense of it all, and who are telling their own versions of the events. Later games open up the scope of the story a lot more, but here it all feels very personal and human. This is combined with an incredibly raw depiction of terrible traumatic events, and sometimes even straight up horror. For example, the Deep Roads are full of blight-tainted monsters. They roam these dark, sunless tunnels endlessly searching for their gods, so going here should feel deeply disturbing and alien. Origins nails it perfectly and shows you in great detail how much all this messes psychologically with the victims who end up here, or how bizarre the biology of all this is. Mark Darrow, who is also an important figure in the history of the franchise, made this chart in one of his YouTube videos. It shows how, in his opinion, Origins is by far the darkest out of all of them. At the point he made this, Veilguard was not out, but I would put it somewhere here. So this type of unsettling dark fantasy is a truly unique, and I'd say defining characteristic of Origins specifically. There's very heavy themes repeatedly discussed: sexual assault, serious war PTSD, or just how soul-crushing it is to leave your family behind for war. There's slavers who treat their occupation as just a way of life, and others as a means to their own political and financial gain. There's also very strong racism, specifically towards elves. City elves live in separated districts called an alienage, and a lot of them end up being enslaved themselves. Or take the Templars versus mages conflict. In Dragon Age there is the physical realm we walk around in, and there is the Fade, a world beyond the physical where people go in their dreams and mages draw their power from. These two are separated by the veil, which also keeps the demons and spirits who live in the Fade out of the physical world. But among other things, using magic thins the veil, and mages themselves are in danger of demonic possession, upon which they become abominations. So they are put in towers where they can learn their craft under supervision of elders, and they are being guarded by the Templars so they don't endanger society. Templars are an arm of the most prominent religion of the continent, the Chantry of Andraste. They believe in the Maker and his prophet and bride, a mortal named Andraste. One of their main doctrines is that magic should exist to serve mankind, and that's why they created the towers, the Circle of Mages. Again, there's a line of interpretation here where everyone makes their own meaning of the word based on their specific circumstances, and you, the player, don't get a definitive answer. You also have to make up your own mind about who is right, and it's about something as fundamental to this world as the details of how magic works. So remember how I said the development of the world started with what we'd improve about D&D. This is one important distinction. In D&D, magic exists, but David Gaider felt like the setting itself doesn't really acknowledge it. Like charm person being a skill that anyone you talk to could have, should have huge implications on how people talk to each other and how negotiations are handled, but it really doesn't. In Dragon Age, if you're a mage, everyone will respond to that to some extent, and they will most likely fear you for your connection to the Fade and the possibility of a demonic possession. And this makes you care about the world building without any extra effort. You don't need to read up on how the lore works or how mages are treated. People in the world will act like that towards you in a natural way. There was even a cut story in Origins where the player character was a mage, a demon tries to possess them, and you get to experience what it's like to lose control and struggle against this on your own skin. In the final game though, you see this in a main quest where you visit a circle that is being overtaken. I think this works too because your mage companions will have very personal and detailed opinions and reactions to this situation, and because you care for them, you will care for the Templar mage conflict too. Like if you have both Vin and Morrigan in your party, it's very easy for them to get into a serious argument here, as their views are polar opposites. But in general, the Templars want to protect the outside world and the mages want to live their own lives, and you will encounter many sides of this argument. For example, after the things you experience in this tower, maybe now that you think about it, demonic possession doesn't sound that bad. Lots of nuance and morally grey answers, but the main thing is you can piece your own answer together as you go, and I think it makes you care about the world in a much more personal way. Origins is really good at making you do that. Another section where you learn about the ancient lore of the world through the experiences of others is when you visit the elves. The ancient elven civilization was highly advanced. Their capital was in Arlatham Forest, way up to the north. They were immortal and lived in a world where the Veil didn't exist and the physical realm and the Fade were one. Their gods were like old Greek gods, living among them, involved in politics and in fighting. There's 9 included in the main pantheon. They are called the Avenures, and the other group is the Forgotten Ones, who are gods of things like malice and pestilence. The story the elves tell goes, one of them, the Dreadwolf, a trickster god who both of these groups thought of as their own, betrayed all of them, created the Veil and trapped the gods in the Fade. It is a very interesting creation myth, not unlike real-world examples where earlier people explained their circumstances in mythological folktales. You learn all this by talking to people in the camp. Their heritage is important to them and it's a source of pride. They tell you that the Elven Empire faded after the creation of the Veil and elves lost their homeland. After many years and wars, they ended up finding a new one in the Dales, but that one too was taken away by a human empire. Many of them became city elves and slaves, and others, like the ones we are talking to right now, are Dalish, nomadic tribes wandering the lands in smaller clans. And you'll realize here that their myth is wildly different from what you might have already heard from the Chantry, where they say that the Maker created the Veil to protect people from demons. Now the elves tell a different story, and you actually have to engage with this conflict of possibilities intellectually. So who is right? Is any of these stories even remotely true? You just don't know. The devs have an internal secret document David Gader wrote that details everything that really happened, but the player only hears in-universe, unreliable interpretations of the factual events, never the objective truth. I think this is an incredibly important cornerstone of why Dragon Age works. You never really know what truly happened, but you do get to know people. You get this with the Dwarf Society too. They are on the front lines against the Darkspawn Underground, so their society is very cruel. It's based on belonging to a caste and having your place you have to fulfill. The biggest punishment a dwarf can get is to get erased from the memories of the society. And I mean literally, they erase all traces you ever existing from the archives and banish you to the surface or to the deep roads. The dwarves have no connection to the Fade, they cannot use magic, and they don't dream. Their religion is the stone itself, and surface dwarves are thought to lose their connection to the stone when they go above ground. Quite literally, as some underground dwarves are said to have a stone sense, a deeper connection to the stone where they even hear it sing to them. The dwarves also heavily rely upon the mining of lyrium, a valuable mineral that has many uses on the surface, but handling the raw material is incredibly dangerous. Only the dwarf miners are able to extract it, and most of Orzammar's trade is selling lyrium to the surface people. It is used by mages to access the Fate fully aware or enhance their spell power for a short while. It is used by Templars to better resist and fight magic. It is used in rituals or even to craft explosives. It is also used by Tranquils, mages whose connection to the Fade, and with that to their own emotions, was severed in a ritual. This is usually done as a punishment to mages who are deemed dangerous or under threat of demonic possession, because as a Tranquil they can't access the Fade and are under no threat of being overtaken by demons. So they live as a shell of themselves, without emotion, but are able to handle lyrium to magically enhance weapons, for example. You hear about this substance a lot on the surface, and here with the dwarves you get to see firsthand what effects it has on the society that produces it too. The people around the world have many opinions about it, ranging from reverence to fear, but ultimately a lot of people are reliant on it, and its mysterious nature is a very intriguing aspect of the Dragon Age world building. And there's plenty of other random mysteries in the world. You'll meet plenty of unexplainable phenomena. Like a random crazy old guy in the forest who turns out to be probably very powerful, but you can only guess what he truly is, and it's never really mentioned again. Or a tree that speaks in rhymes and gives you tasks, or there will be a Star Wars reference randomly. They are having fun with the world building, sort of like World of Warcraft lore from around the time, where they put nods to real world events everywhere. These references and unexplained random encounters make the world feel vast and also very funny and fun to explore. There's not really a bad area in Origins, or one that's boring to explore. The two notoriously hated parts of the game are the Fate section, where you travel through the domain of a demon and use transformation skills to travel. Also, there's this violin sound effect that just keeps on playing. I liked it, to be honest. It's a good way to show how weird the Fate can be and that the real-world laws of logic don't really apply here. And it's cool that the Codex mentions the Black City, the seat of the Maker that was corrupted by the Blight, is always visible in the Fate, and you can see it here too. The other infamous part is the Deep Roads, and yeah, this is my least favorite too. It just keeps on going, and there's really not much happening, but a lot of running and fighting. I love the dwarf aesthetic and lore though, so I wouldn't say I hate it, but with this one, I do see why it's not liked. BioWare put a lot of effort into each zone. They know only a small percentage of people read the Codex, even though most people appreciate the fact that there is a depth of lore available. So most of the world building is done through NPCs you meet, and the Codex entries cover a lot of the drier history, like dates or details of past wars or the background of legendary items. There are written versions of in-universe folktales or little funny entries, and sometimes you get important letters too from a companion who's very close to you. So world building is a big pillar of why Origins works, and it's done mostly through characters. This extends to those who are closest to you, and another pillar of why Origins is so great is exactly those relationships. So let's talk about the companions themselves here, because every single one is a banger. It's still to this day one of the best sets of characters BioWare has ever achieved. As I've said before, BioWare created the world without knowing what the main story was going to be. They thought depth was important, and the setting comes before the story's immediate needs. I think this was the case with the characters as well. Most of them have wildly different opinions and often hate each other. They weren't created to make the player feel good about themselves. They are their own people with their own interests and plans. Your goals might be aligned for now, but that doesn't guarantee a good relationship. For example, when you meet Stan and ask him a pretty standard RPG dialogue of "tell me about your people," he just says no.
No.
Or you ask Morgan a normal question and she tells you to get lost and you lose approval. The dialogue options you choose are written out in their entirety, so you know exactly what your character is saying, but you don't know how the other will react to it. You might be mean without intending to, or you might upset someone with a sentence you thought was nice. Sometimes they even remember what you said in a previous conversation and react based on a combination of that and the current thing you said. They feel like people, and you get to know them organically as people. The approval system is a pretty simple number-based standing. Everyone will have a number between minus and plus 100. Some dialogue options will change this based on the character's values, and you'll always know exactly where you stand with them. You can give them gifts too. Some of them have unique dialogue, but a lot just give you points depending on their interest in that gift. You can always just tell them to leave too, or choose options where they don't even get to join. If you don't like a companion, there are always a few ways for you to roleplay this too, if you wish. You can also really like them and pursue romance, but in this case too, you are not the protagonist of the universe. Every companion has their own sexuality, so even though they technically might be romanceable, they might just not be attracted to your player character. You can talk about their past experiences, flirt and joke with them, but they will reject you if you're outside of their sexual preferences. Even the companion quests are way more obscure than in more modern games, and it's gonna be pretty easy to miss them if you don't talk to the right companion in the right way at the right time. If you're a completionist, it sucks, but it does make these relationships more natural. There are gay companions in the game, and not just a mention and some vague references either. In 2009, this was very, very progressive. Personally, this was the first time I ever flirted with a man in a game, or had the chance to really. Jade Empire and Mass Effect also had gay romance options, but for me, Origins and Dragon Age 2 were the first. And Zevran is such a good character for this. He's very bisexual and he constantly flirts with everyone around him. He even sends you a flirty letter in the expansion. He was part of the Unteven Crows, an elite organization of highly skilled assassins. He was contracted to murder the protagonist, and you can just defeat him and gloat about it to Loghain, but you can recruit him and learn about his background. The vicious practices of the Crows, how they basically abduct children to train them and turn desperate people in need into contract killers. The inspiration for him was a CIA agent archetype, but he ended up being a complex individual on his own, and I think he's one of the most iconic characters in the game. The bisexual sweep continues with Liliana, whose backstory is literally she becomes a nun after a toxic lesbian situationship goes wrong. She's a bard, so you can ask her about her party days where she was living more freely, or you can ask her to tell folk tales too. Her character is great because she is involved in a lot of conflicts that define Thedas. She is a sister of the Chantry, who struggles with religion and applying its teachings to the real world. She is a former thief, part of a criminal organization involved in conflicts between nations. She is a singer of tales, interested in getting to know people and their backgrounds. She is very confident at first glance, but has a lot of doubts she opens up about when you are in a good relationship. For example, she is completely confident in her mission in the beginning. The Maker sent her to aid the hero Ferelden in fighting the Blight. But during our adventures together, she does have a crisis of faith. Maybe her religion is empty and not real. And does she really think herself equal to Andraste, the prophet and bride of the Maker? Did the Maker really personally grant her her mission? Maybe she just made up the story for attention. She has a great sense of humor about the hardship she faces, a sort of deeply traumatized coping sense of humor that is mixed with a genuine confidence in her abilities that she perfected over the years. This, in combination with doubts in other areas inside herself, is fascinating to me, and she's written incredibly well. My warden romanced her this playthrough, and I genuinely cannot speak highly enough of her. She is the certified protagonist of the Dragon Age universe for me. She shows up a lot in later games and even in books, so we will talk about her a lot in the upcoming sections too. So everyone will naturally connect to your character through their very detailed background. But the incredible thing is that your character also has an in-game background, and the companions and many NPCs as well will react to your chosen lore in deep and meaningful ways. The game is titled Origins because you get to pick your character's, origin, which comes with a unique short tutorial section in the beginning. There are 6 in the final game. There were a lot more during development, like an Avar one that could have been really interesting, but they were cut along the way. And already in these tutorials, the choices you make really matter. For example, I was playing a dwarf noble, and literally 15 minutes into the game, a pair of commoners asked my character to have sex with them so their child could be a noble descendant and have a chance at a higher caste. This is apparently a regular thing that happens in dwarven society and shows the utter dehumanization people go through in this system. And if you decide to grant this woman's wish, you will meet her in a later act when she's already had the child. You can give money to help, but also use your political power to have the child adopted into one of the ruling families, so they'll be set for life. And all of this because one choice you made in the tutorial. You will find many NPCs who react to your background or meet people from the prologue that still remember you. All the tutorials end with Duncan of the Grey Wardens recruiting you into their ranks, and what's pretty funny is there was originally a plan to allow you to refuse the call to action, so the game would just end an hour in. You can do that in the final game though. You will have to go through this adventure with your chosen companions, explore the world and its people, and go up against the big bad dragon at the end and defeat it in your chosen way. But overall, this plan to make the player care about the issues of the world because the characters care about them really worked for me. Every zone felt personal, and going into the party camp and talking with people always felt kind of like going home to your family. All the companions will be here, and even Boden and Sandal, a traveling merchant, and his son will travel with you. Sandal is able to enchant weapons despite being a dwarf. He can only repeat one word. Enchantment! But there's clearly more to him because of his abilities. He's even going to show up during the last mission in a place that should be very dangerous, but he's just chilling. His dad doesn't really know the answers either, and you'll be left wondering every time you trade with them, what the hell is going on with Sandal? So the camp is a great hub to relax and organize your inventory, and even if you dislike each other with some of your companions, they always make comments on the current events if you talk to them here. and it's always good to catch up with everyone. For example, an important antagonist is Loghain, a sort of baron who tries to usurp the throne and use the chaos of the Darkspawn attacks to his advantage. He rationalizes his actions in a twisted way to paint himself as a protector of the land who is saving the country against attacks on all fronts. He's using his previous accomplishments and fame as a war hero, and even uses his daughter to play a role in his plan. There's a big confrontation with him where you have the chance to kill him, but if you don't, he joins the Wardens and even becomes a party member in the last mission. After he joins, you can talk to him too, and the way he talks about his daughter shows that he does love her in a distorted and puzzling sort of way. He's another one of my favorites in Dragon Age. He's so interesting to me. He's not even morally grey, he is evil, but he always shows some crooked sense of humanity that makes me think he's not completely unredeemable. Maybe I'm just being manipulated too, but that's what I mean. In Origins, there never really is a clear answer to who is in the right. They always wanted to write conflicts where you could conceivably pick either side, and they absolutely succeeded. The other companions are really interesting too. I just feel like I didn't spend enough time with them to do them justice, so I'll not mention everyone, but I will mention a few others. Morrigan is kind of the face of the franchise in a lot of ways, and she was that from the very early days. You have to remember that this was 2009 gamer culture, where the concept of booth babes were a thing, so marketing saw her design and just ran with it. And in Origins marketing, she was everywhere. At first, she's incredibly mean to you, and if you're not doing the most sarcastic or mean dialogue options, she will disagree. She's unpleasant to other companions as well. They really hate each other with Alistair, for example, who, contrary to her, is super nice to mostly everyone. And she also mocks the religion of people or makes, well, unique jokes. All of this is understandable though. She just escaped from living alone in the swamp with her very controlling mother. Morrigan and Flemeth, the mysterious witch of the wild, lived together in a hut in the swamp, so she had a lot of time to build an antisocial personality. And after we take Morrigan with us, she tries to find herself in a world that's completely foreign. She wants to find out more about herself and her mother, and about the nature of their power too. She has a complex character arc, and by the end of the game is much more confident and self-assured with her own goals and a grasp of her own destiny. Stan is the only Qunari companion in the game. Qunari is a race of people separate from humans, but unfortunately they did not have time to finish the Qunari models for Origins. So he's just a guy, and all the other Qunari we meet are just people too. In the second game, they are a very different non-human group with their own design. They kinda did what Star Trek did with the Klingons, where in the early days they didn't really have the technology, so Klingon makeup was just people, and they looked very different later. In-universe, no one mentioned it in Star Trek, and no one mentions it here. It's not explained, the new designs are cool, who really cares? And so this is the two main pillars of why Origins works so well in my opinion. One is the first-person world building that leads you to engage with the world, be analytical of what you hear, and always examine every little detail. The other is characters and how unwavering they are in their own individuality. They will reject you, dislike each other, and just be people who live in this world, not just robots who act out some video game NPC behavior. Well, if you ignore the BioWare turn they do at the end of conversations. Origins had a few extra pieces of content added on top of the base game. One was the Stone Prisoner, which came as a code in the box of the original game. I still have mine too. This was a tactic to decrease second-hand sales designed by EA, so $10 worth of DLC came with new copies, but after that one-time use code was used, it was just a piece of paper. Obviously everyone disliked that, and it felt like content was cut from the main game to sell as DLC, even if this wasn't true. The public perception was soured, and Project $10, as it was called, was not very popular. But I think if you remove the weird monetization, the content of it is actually really good and meaningful. The DLC adds a companion, a golem called Shale. You can free the golem from being petrified in a small village, and from that point on, she works just as any other companion. There is a part of the main quest where you learn about the backstory of golems, and how the dwarves created them in their desperation against the Darkspawn. A golem is created by sacrificing a living dwarf and using molten lyrium to shape a fortified creature of war. Shea too was turned from a dwarf to this golem form, and this internal conflict, or at least trying to fathom becoming a different life form, is very very interesting. During the main quest, you meet the guy who originally conceived this golem idea, and you have the chance to fight him or take the technology for yourself. And if Shale is there and you decide to try to take the anvil, Shale will just straight up join the fight against you. And in general, having a golem with you while traveling the world is such a unique thing, and her inputs are always interesting. I really like this DLC. Another DLC is Return to Ostagar, where you go back to the battlefield from the beginning of the game, where Loghain betrayed you, the Grey Wardens, and the King of Ferelden. You get to see how the Darkspawn desecrated the body of the king and give it a proper burial. And you get to avenge Duncan, who recruited you into the Wardens. It's an emotional closure to the failure and loss you felt at the beginning of the game, while it shows you how much you improved in your combat abilities. You are not just a new recruit anymore. And you get to see this guy. What else you need? There is another one called the Warden's Keep, where you go to an old Grey Warden fortress and learn about the history of it. You can also unlock the Blood Mage specialization, which is a pretty good way to roleplay someone who is on the questionable side of morality. Blood Mages use, well, blood to enhance their magic, and most of the time the blood comes from someone who has not really agreed to it being used. These are the DLCs that integrate into the main quest. Usually they take around an hour to complete. There are a few others that are similar in length, but are little mini campaigns on their own. Staying on the topic of being evil, the Darkspawn Chronicles puts you into the Darkspawn army attacking Denerim at the end of the game. You gather your companions from the various types of monsters available, and at the end you wipe out the party of heroes who are trying to stop the Archdemon. It's an alternate history where the Darkspawn win. You can't really side with the Darkspawn in the main game, but you have this if this is your calling. Personally, while seeing Ogre approves is funny, this whole premise just does nothing for me. Another controversial one is the Golems of Amgarak. You can control your own warden, but you get fixed companions as you progress through. This makes the whole adventure quite challenging, as you have to plan around the encounters themselves and you only have limited abilities available to you. But I really enjoy all the stories where we learn about some sort of distorted horror creature that lurks in the depths of the deep roads. You are hired by a dwarf whose brother was lost in the tunnels during a treasure hunting expedition. You'll fight a lot, solve some puzzles, and kill Darkspawn. Especially as a dwarf warden, this was very in character for my guy, and I liked it a lot. Another one, Witch Hunt, sends your warden after Morrigan, who disappears after the main campaign is concluded. You learn about the Illuvians, elven mirrors that can be used as portals, but this is mostly just an introductory setup for later games where these play a much larger role. Finding her is more personal if you romanced her during the game, of course, and another added connection you can have is performing the Dark Ritual. One of the ways to defeat the Archdemon, Morrigan tells you this before the last battle, is to conceive a child with her. When an Archdemon dies, its soul travels to the nearest Darkspawn and the dragon resurrects, as the Darkspawns have no soul. If a Grey Warden kills the dragon though, as they are blighted, the soul travels to their body, and since they also have a soul, both the Warden and the Archdemon dies for good. Morrigan says this can be prevented by having the Archdemon's soul travel to her unborn child instead. She doesn't explain this or her plans further, and even here at the Illuvian she does not elaborate. It's also an important part of her character arc, because she knows this is a really messed up kind of rapey ritual, and it's a very hard choice to her friend, but obviously to her as well. She can also have this kid with the other Grey Wardens in the party, which is even worse. But by the end of the game, and in this DLC too, she is fully committed to her own goals. There was a cut interaction that David Gaider wrote that later got turned into a comic, and it adds some important context to this. It's a few pages, I really recommend reading it. It's titled The Revelation. It shows Morrigan talking to Alistair and shows her in great distress. In-game, it seems like she's cold and calculating about the ritual, but here she is torn on what to do. Killing the Archdemon kills the Warden. She learned this recently, and she's questioning the lengths one should go to save their friends. She is deeply conflicted about the whole thing, but is also determined to see it through. Even in these few pages, it's such a deep emotional moment that honestly stayed with me since I just randomly heard about it on Gaider's Blue Sky. I love Morrigan's character so much. But anyway, this DLC is an interesting storyline, and it's going to be important later, as it sets up and introduces a few things that will come up in the following games. For example, the concept of Illuvians themselves. In Liliana's song, you control her in the past while she was still working with her mentor and ex, Marjolaine. They are from Orlais, a country to the west, and a key part of Orlesian culture is the love of intrigue, the grand game, which they bring with themselves into Ferelden here. We get everything: a TV show intro, sneaking, breaking in, deception, toxic Yuri. I love it. This is by far my favorite, and it's a really good way of introducing another culture through a character we already know. There are DLC that only adds items and such, so they are not really interesting. But the big after-release content is the Awakening expansion pack. It was sold in a separate box, and it released pretty shortly after the base game. It was already worked on before Origins even came out, so it could release while everyone still remembered what was going on. Your Grey Warden, or Hero of Ferelden, as they are called after defeating the 5th Blight, receives command of Vigil's Keep, where they need to secure the area and set up a base of operations. It's a completely new role. You're not a band of adventurers moving around the world anymore. You have a base, you have people you're responsible for, you can even sit in judgment over them. You moved up the world, you are famous and politically powerful, and it is a new side of your character you can explore. This is a staple of big RPGs, but I was never really interested in this type of role, so I like to headcanon that my character leaves these duties mostly to his underlings, and he spends most of his time out in the world. And there are things to do, because it turns out Darkspawn have not retreated underground as they usually do after a blight. They remained and seem to be organized too. While investigating, you learn that there's a new type of Darkspawn, who are sentient and capable of coherent speech. This already throws out the soulless, mindless horde theory we had in the base game, and then we learn that they have factions too. One is led by someone called Mother, and the other is led by the Architect. There's a whole new set of companions for this adventure. Your original entourage left to live their own lives after we achieved the goal that kept us together. Well, Oghren is here for some reason, and he fires his signature brand of, let's say, problematic lines constantly.
Hey, if it isn't the recruit with a great rack.
Yes, a prize for the Wardens, to be sure.
I know. Too good to be true, right? Hey, who's the mage? Boyfriend? Should I leave you two alone?
Honestly, the fact that he's here again means to me that they thought he was a cool character. But I really can't get into the mind of a 2010 gamer. But anyway, you'll need to meet new people in the expansion. Anders is already here. He's a mage who likes to set fire to things, even in his intro. I'm sure this doesn't mean anything though, so we can safely recruit him into the team. You can also collect a stray cat as loot and give it to him as a gift, and he will be super excited. It's very cute. He's very charming and funny, but he will be mostly prominent in the next game. There's another companion I really like, Justice. He's a spirit of justice we meet in the Fade, and while we make our escape, he gets out as well and possesses a corpse nearby. There was a whole village trapped in the Fade, and he wanted to help, but ended up in the real world, so now he wants to go after injustice here. He solidifies the idea that spirits and denizens of the Fade are not necessarily bad all the time. They are just governed heavily by emotion, and that there's more to spirits than just malicious demons. And this is somewhat of a theme with the Darkspawn as well. The Architect seems well behaved and polite, and he talks to you about his motives and plans in an elegant manner. He feels bad for the Darkspawn and wants to cure their compulsion, awaken them to consciousness, so to speak. So the search for the Old Gods stops being the nature of his race, and they can move past their instincts. As Grey Wardens drink Darkspawn blood to become blighted and help them in their fight, the Architect believes he can cure Darkspawn of their compulsion by giving them Grey Warden blood. That way they can take the Warden's resistance and they start to think for themselves. The Mother was one who went through this process, but she hates being conscious. She wants to be part of the whole again. So she created her faction to stop the Architect. We saw the Archdemon talk to the Horde during the main game, and the Grey Wardens are part of this whole as well to some extent, as they hear this calling. All these creatures united under the influence of the Blight, the Mother wants this instead of individuality. We agree to kill the Mother, and he agrees to leave to continue his work, and that's it. This is a very, very interesting storyline, a lot of good ideas, good characters, the Architect and his motives, and it never really goes anywhere. I mean, we helped him win in this expansion, so this part is kind of concluded, but he never comes up again in future games, which is why this story was ultimately very disappointing for me. The journey itself is really good. The keep and the surrounding areas are interesting, the new companions all have fascinating backstories and internal conflicts, there are beautiful unique zones and cool fights, but I felt the conclusion just falls flat on its face. But other than that, the expansion being kind of a letdown after the main game, I can't really say anything bad about Origins. My biggest problem playing it now was the constant crashing. I couldn't even see the Awakening ending slides because the game just Alt F4 to desktop every time after the mother fight. And then there were the texture glitches absolutely everywhere. But there are many proposed solutions for the tech issues, and maybe I was just unlucky to not find the one that solved 100% of them on my system. Another thing that could be mentioned is that while I do think the game in general does a great job of being respectful and inclusive for its time, there are things that kind of stand out. You know that one trailer of Cyberpunk 2077 where they were like, we're gonna show you how dystopian this world is. And to illustrate it, there was a naked unconscious woman throughout the whole thing. This profound writing equals detailed depictions of violence against women type of thinking was even more prevalent in this era, so the game has a lot of it. For example, Darkspawn reproduced by capturing women and turning them through a lot of suffering into creatures whose purpose is to spawn new monsters. Depending on the race of the captured woman, the produced Darkspawn is different. There's a lot of talk of sexual assault everywhere, and even the player character can be pretty misogynistic a lot of times. Sex workers and gay people are sometimes made fun of too. These lines are crass and vulgar for no reason, and they could have been handled with more sensitivity. A lot of these issues are consciously remedied in the following games, but it was a different culture 20 years ago, and the sensibilities of the time often come through. These topics are handled with much more care in today's stories, and this old style of writing might come off to you as abrasive and overly blunt for no added benefit. But in some cases this old-timey humor works kind of, and it is funny in a way. Either way, if you don't like this, it might sour your experience if you play it now. Mark Darrah even said in one of his videos that the dialogue really shows the sensibilities of its time, and he thinks that in a future remake some of it should be reworked because it comes off as tasteless at best. I tend to agree, some things sound problematic by today's standards, but overall it's mostly fine and you feel the intention was there to be inclusive and respectful. Even in scenes with Ogrim, for example, it's nowhere near like some games from your childhood where you boot it up today and you're like, oh dear god.
I told you my name so that you would tell me yours.
I already told you, Wal Hang Lo. That I mean, honorable name, like a person who ate a baron.
But overall, the role-playing elements, the strategic combat, the companions and the world building are the most complex here. I think it has the most interesting romances. A lot of romance scenes will make you blush, they're so real. Origins is carried by its characters and its deep lore, and because of it, it became an instant classic as one of the greatest single-player RPGs ever. So it might sound unbelievable, but originally there were no plans to continue. It was just going to be a one-and-done game. David Gaider had a narrative arc in mind, but he didn't believe they would get to finish it for real. But a sequel did happen, even though its form ended up being wildly different from Origins. So at this time in 2010, we are in the height of the industry-wide MMO craze. World of Warcraft just had its most popular expansion ever, and everyone wants their own version of that type of success and the 10+ million monthly subscribers that come with it. BioWare was also developing their own MMO, Star Wars The Old Republic, a game that was going to be more focused on a narrative approach, loosely based on their single-player success with KOTOR 1. Its release was still a bit further away though, and with Origins done, BioWare had nothing to put out for a while at least. At this point, EA had already been the owner of the company for a few years, and obviously they would not allow downtime in generating value to the shareholders. So EA goes to BioWare and says you have to ship something because the Old Republic is getting delayed all the time. They had some ideas what they would do with a second Dragon Age game. It was more like Inquisition, but the need to put out something fast made that impossible to finish. There was some work done on a second Origins expansion, so they cancelled that and used the little amount of work already done as the base of Dragon Age 2. The game was originally going to be called Dragon Age Exodus, but an executive said it's gotta be called Dragon Age 2. So the devs had no real choice but to change it. All the Dragon Age games except this one are titled using the IP name and the subtitle, and I do think it would have worked better in this one as well. The name with the number sets this game up for huge expectations. People wanted a proper sequel to Origins, a large-scale, world-spanning adventure with diverse locations, many characters, and vast role-playing options. And Dragon Age 2 has very little of all that. And they knew it doesn't, they just called it because of corporate. I feel like Exodus captures the game so much better, and it also doesn't imply that it's going to have the same scope and level of story as Origins. So fans were sort of misled from the start, and then on top of that, marketing was not the best in this case either. It focused on a very different tone, targeting a wider audience, focused on cool combat, and not a lot about the RPG part. Also in Origins, the Grey Wardens were so centered that when there was no mention of them here, people were apprehensive. Before DA2, there was this feeling that Dragon Age was about the Wardens, but they were missing here. The dev time started from early January 2010 and the game was released in March next year, so the team really needed to learn how to work together effectively, and they did. It is a game about constraints, because of the limited time they had, and this combined with the exuberant marketing made the game have a very shaky landing on arrival. A lot of people, me included, hated this game on release. I was there in the store on day one. I played it as soon as possible and there was no tactical cam, the combat felt different, the art direction was different. There was only one location and even that repeated over and over. This was not the proper sequel I wanted. I was so severely disappointed I posted this GIF as a review on my Tumblr after I finished it. But now that I replayed it again and I'm not a teenager with anger problems, I think the game is not bad at all, and there's a lot here to appreciate. They didn't have time to make the levels work in both third-person and tactical views, but maybe tactical view doesn't define what a Dragon Age game is. They didn't have time to do an expansive story, but maybe a limited experience works because the lore we get is so focused and interesting. There are really great ideas in this game that are really well executed, if you can move past the fact that it's different from Origins. In DA2, everything is more streamlined. Combat is faster, questing is more clear-cut, just follow the marker, traveling around the world is trivial and superficial, loot is simpler, selling is easier, UI and icons are more universal, dialogue choices are fewer and more categorized, even character creation is more strictly defined. You will play as Hawk, you can change gender and class, but you will be a human named Hawk with the same backstory. You can customize appearance too, but honestly, why would you change perfection? I only ever played this game with the default appearance and you're gonna see it in this video too. Hawk is voiced now not like the hero of Ferelden, and it does add to the more fixed personality that your character will have. Luckily the technical problems are way less frequent here, but the EA app was added for this one, which is just a fascinating piece of software that does the opposite of what it should most of the time. You need to log in for your DLCs to work, but it can't find saves, it can't find the network. But after a while you'll get lucky spamming the login button, and for me the game crashed only once, and there were no graphical glitches either. Once you start, it's gonna be immediately obvious that the gameplay itself is way more action-oriented. The character moves and attacks faster, enemies are way more numerous, and slicing through them, Hawk looks like an action hero from the first moment. The tactics aspect, especially without the bird's eye view, is toned down, and while you can still pause, everything is more fast-paced. For example, you can't really survey the battlefield at the start and decide on your approach, because as you keep mowing down enemies, new ones will pop in out of nowhere, and there's no way of knowing how many are still left. This makes enemies and the fight themselves feel way more video gamey and not really like a real battle between opposing sides. But this was done on purpose. In Origins, the combat was completely symmetrical. Enemies have the same stats as you could theoretically make an enemy part of your team and they could work just as the companions. But this was a nightmare to balance. If you changed something on the companion side, you changed a lot of encounters as well. In DA2, they wanted to do a more asymmetrical approach where the player characters are individually way more powerful, but this way the game is easier to balance overall. This unfortunately comes with a large part of the game being just the same mindless fight in the same areas over and over again. It makes it hard to get into the world and the setting where you're just murdering 30 dudes every time you pull up to an alleyway. I get that this was a big topic in the last few years because of some recent culprits, but the fights made sense in Origins. Here, most of the time it's just Dynasty Warriors. There's even NPC banter about this being weird.
I killed a girl.
You've killed 254 by my last count. Plus about 500 men, a few dozen giant spiders, and at least 2 demons.
It's not the same.
Why? Because this one you feel bad about? Maybe that's the problem.
With the faster-paced combat and all the simplifications of the systems, the game feels like a checklist a lot of the time, like playing a gacha game or doing dailies in an MMO. Not really an epic adventure. You teleport somewhere, follow the marker, hack through the enemies, teleport back. If you get enough XP, you can auto-level up, you equip the items that have the bigger numbers, and move to the next one. And it's fun for what it is fun to play, and a lot of the fights are interesting challenges, but you are farming the same zones over and over again for slightly different objectives that very often don't offer much in terms of story. The main quest is really interesting though. It is framed as an interrogation. Varric, a famous dwarf writer, is being interrogated by Cassandra, a seeker of the Chantry. Seekers are the investigative branch of the Chantry. They want to seek apostate mages who are not part of the circle for some reason, and they search for corruption inside the Templar Order as well. They sort of work like the real-life Inquisition, even though that word will mean something else in Dragon Age. So during this interrogation, Varric is recounting the events he witnessed while being the companion of the Champion of Kirkwall, and his telling of the events is what we see in the game. All of the lore in Origins is presented in first-person retellings, personal notes, legends and interpretations, but here you actually see the unreliable narrator telling his version of the story. In Origins, this made the world feel lived in. Everything is told by a person who lives there and could be wrong, or might be deliberately lying. Here, this is more literal, as the main quest regularly cuts back to the interrogation to drive this point home, and you'll be acutely aware of the fact Varric might be just messing with Cassandra. For example, in the beginning where Varric is talking about the arrival at Kirkwall, at first he embellishes the story a lot to make them seem more heroic. We cut back to Cassandra, who doesn't believe it, and Varric tells a different version that is probably closer to the truth. Bethany's cleavage is larger in the first version, by the way, which helps you understand what type of narrator Varric is. There's companion banter that, well, probably did not happen.
I'll let you run your fingers through it if you want.
Your chest hair? My fingers? Oh, Varric, stop. You're making me quiver.
You know you want to.
Oh, I do. I can't resist you. No woman can.
I know. It's a terrible burden.
Or there's a Scarface reference scene where Varric single-handedly holds back hordes of enemies. Scenes like this and regular cutbacks to the present time of the interrogation makes you constantly pay attention to maybe find out the truth for yourself. So in a sense you're in the same boat as Cassandra herself. Hawke and their closest family is fleeing from Ferelden, the country impacted by the 5th Blight we see in Origins, and they're going north to Kirkwall to stay with relatives. In the port you see the massive number of refugees that are trying to get into the city. Exodus would have worked so much better as a title, because fleeing war, trying to find refuge against systematic mistreatment, and groups of people banding together in a foreign land to defend themselves are all central themes of DA2 from the beginning. It would have connected it directly to Origins and made you receptive to interpret the game as an examination of effects of high-level politics on individuals, instead of expecting the high-level politics themselves. DA2 is a story about building a life in an unfamiliar, complex city. There's 2 main conflicts, the Templars versus mages and the Qunari versus the locals. The first one we've seen in Origins. Mages are deemed too dangerous to walk around unsupervised, so they are segregated and highly mistreated by the Templars, who consider this necessary as mages cannot be considered fully as regular people. The Chantry and the Templars think like this.
We are all the Maker's creatures, but magic allows abuses beyond the scope of mortals.
The Qunari situation is kind of similar. In this game, they got their distinct look, so they're not only foreign in their customs, but it's obvious to the player too why their appearance is considered intimidating and alien to the humans around them. They are, as the mages, quarantined in their own encampment. Qun is not a race, but a sort of religion, so locals and other supporters who converted also live here. They arrived here in search of a relic, and they can't live without it. Hawke gets involved too, and you see how the Qun works, how the individual always comes after the Qun itself. People are called their ranks or functions, not names like humans. But they also take care of each other. It's not really just an oppressive system, it helps people who have no other hope. And talking to them, you can see logic in their way of thinking. They are ruthless, but not unreasonable. While these conflicts are going on, Hawke's main concern is mostly their family and friends and making sure they are safe.
I'm simply trying to look out for my mother.
Which is a very interesting motivation for a fantasy protagonist. They have to build up their reputation from the bottom. The family lost everything to one person's gambling addiction, and now it's up to Hawke to try to find a way to survive in Kirkwall. He meets Varric randomly and they start planning an expedition into the Deep Roads with Bertrand, Varric's brother. You have to gather money to fund the expedition, so the beginning of the game is a warm-up, where you have to talk to people, look for adventure, and just in general explore and get yourself out there. It's a very effective way to make the player and Hawke familiarize themselves with the new city they ended up in. On the expedition itself we find the Lyrium idol, and Bertrand ends up betraying us. So we have to find our way out of the Deep Roads through the Darkspawn and other horrors. Later we can confront Bertrand and he's completely gone, insane from delirium, and he can't be reasoned with anymore. But the proceeds from the expedition make Hawke rich and famous. They will be able to buy back their family mansion and even get a robe outfit that I hope is not inspired by another type of mansion. There's a jump in time in the story. 3 years have passed and the situation with the Qunari is at a boiling point. Isabella, one of her companions, steals the relic they seek and they decide to attack Kirkwall. They see the horrible society around them, the injustice and persecution, the suppression of rights of people who are already at the bottom, and they decide to change it for the better. With their own methods, of course. Hawke defeats the Arishok, their leader, and is named Champion of Kirkwall. After another 3-year jump, the escalating tensions are near the boiling point in the other big conflict as well. Knight Commander Meredith leads the City Templars, and First Enchanter Orsino, as the leader of the Circle, is organizing a resistance against her. Meredith is fanatical to the point of complete obsession. She sees blood magic in every mage, and her paranoia is a direct threat to every magic user in the city. We are trying to navigate this delicate situation when Anders, who we met in the first game and is a companion here too, decides to blow up the Chantry, killing the Grand Cleric. He deceives Hawke and you the player as well, and he only hints at his intention, and even lies to you so you'll help him place the explosives in the building. It seems like just another companion quest, but it has consequences. So Meredith invokes the Right of Annulment, an intention to purge the Circle of Magi, and declares every mage in the city a criminal to be executed, and a huge battle starts. There's a choice you have to make where you have to pick a side, but it's cosmetic and you will end up fighting both Orsino, who turns into an abomination, and Meredith as well. We learn that she acquired the relic from Bertrand, and just as with him, it poisoned her mind as well. Which means there are no clear people to blame. Anders, he was trying to protect his people. Orsino, he wanted the mages to have some freedoms and rights. Meredith, her mind was poisoned by lyrium. The idol itself, we'll get back to whose fault that one is. When I first played DA2, I hated this ending. Every big event is fixed, nothing you do really matters, and at the end you will end up fighting both of them regardless. You can't really influence the outcome either way. The ending is one of the big parts where the limitations of DA2 really reveal themselves, unfortunately. Even if the story itself is enjoyable and full of interesting events throughout. The other aspect that's noticeably lacking is the environments and the world design. Even at first glance, you can see that the art style is very different from Origins. They talked about how they felt Origins was too similar to other contemporary fantasy RPGs of the time, so they worked on something a bit more distinct in the sequel. The goal was to make the art direction more unique and identifiable. And I think that part worked. The game looks great and has a very recognizable visual identity among other RPGs, and even just in terms of the Dragon Age series as well. They introduced this card art style too, which is going to be a key visual feature of Inquisition style. Maybe it was just made to save time on making some of the cutscenes, but it's very stylish and a great addition. And Kirkwall itself is very memorable too. If for nothing else, maybe for the city planners' obsession with spikes. I mean, they're everywhere, even used as railing, which I guess showcases the city's hostile and antagonistic atmosphere. I think they found a good balance between recognizable motifs we've seen before, like the Chantry and the Templars, and completely new styles that remind you that we're not in Ferelden anymore, and that Thedas is more than just one country. Through the game, you will see the city over almost a decade, as there are multiple time skips where 3 years pass. This would be a great idea to give the city itself more depth and character, but unfortunately nothing really changes in Kirkwall. Not to sound like a parody of myself, but I'm gonna say it anyway. this is just like in Pentiment. That game takes place over multiple decades and the town of Tessing changes meaningfully, and things that change are your fault, or at least you profoundly influence the life of NPCs. But even Pentiment had a longer development than DA2, so I'll mark it up to not having enough time. Each time period, you'll have a map of Kirkwall at day or at night, and the city outskirts map, but that's it. It's mostly going to be the same areas. These areas are very limited in scale. The feeling of exploring a vast world is completely missing. Most of them are just corridors where you follow the quest marker to the other end and then walk through another corridor area. It feels claustrophobic, and the routes you'll take are very rigid and established. The bigger problem though is that a lot of these zones are just straight up copies of each other. And I don't mean reused assets here and there like Orzammar and the Deep Roads in Origins. No, it's literally the exact same cave, for example, but the quest tells you it's a different one. You get to a cave of slavers, a cave for a mine, a cave of spiders, a cave for apostates, and it's all the same thing. Sometimes even the enemies are the same, and Hawke notices it too, which is insane. There's an underground dock area where literally every shady deal in the city takes place, all the warehouses look the same, the coast repeats a lot. The mentions of the rich people are all the same. The problem again is not asset reuse, it's that it's exactly identical and they tell you that they are different. It's immediately identifiable, unlike in Origins. So here, world building had to be done mostly in writing, not in visual assets, and I think they did a great job. The companion banter is incredibly specific to the current situation sometimes, or even to the current location. You get letters addressed to your house too by random people you meet along the way, and sometimes even get spam mail. The codex is much more limited here than in Origins. A lot of basic descriptions are even copy-pasted. But the little notes you can find out in the world are still there and interesting. And I like the little world-building moments, like at some point some Grey Wardens arrive with the theme music playing, and it's such a chilling scene. The Grey Warden lore has a deep melancholy to it that adds a lot to the gloomy atmosphere of the first game, and seeing them here, you immediately feel that. You spent a lot of time with the Wardens in the first game, and even just this little moment is deeply nostalgic. Or how in this game too, they make sure big political ideas always impact you personally. For example, refugees are not exactly welcome here, and one of your siblings and Evelyn's husband died because no one helps the people fleeing the horrors of war. Or you can read about the Tranquil solution, where they want to turn all mages into emotionless Tranquil slaves. You can hear about the treatment they endure all over the city, and later Bethany, your sister if she's alive, she will be taken to the Circle. As mages are not only considered subhuman in theory, it's very much happening and it's affecting your family. And you can hear a lot about religious ideas as well. The Dalish talking about their own gods, or the Chantry doctrine about the Maker and his creations. You can also import your save file from Origins to have some decisions carry over. In DA2, it's mostly just a reference to a few decisions your hero Ferelden made, or a werewolf he saved in Origins meets Hawke, but none of it is really relevant to the main story. It comes from the fixed main character and the fixed main story, but overall the RPG aspects are a bit more condensed in this game. The very expensive dialogue options you had in Origins are replaced by a wheel, where the large majority of time you will have a nice, a mean, and a funny option to say. Sometimes there are interesting stuff like asking a companion to negotiate for you, and sometimes you can ask questions for further info, but that's it. But the worst part of the wheel is that what you see is only a summary of what you're gonna say, so you'll never exactly be sure what those few words mean. One time I accidentally had gay sex with someone because I misunderstood what my character is gonna say. It's hard to get into character when you don't even know what you're gonna say, so even the role-playing is a bit more modest, a bit less than it was in Origins. Where I would say DA2 is at the same level as Origins, and it's by far my favorite aspect of the game, the characters. As in the first game, the companions are mostly used to make the player have a personal stake in the conflicts of the world around them. So blood magic, the persecution of mages, slavery, etc. are not just abstract political concepts in the quest, but you have some victims, perpetrators, or sometimes both in your party. Anders, who we met in the Awakening DLC, is one of the most interesting characters for me in all of Dragon Age. First of all, he is very openly gay, and the way he talks about being gay and his past experiences is written in such a caring and compassionate way. He has so much empathy and so much drive to help others, but he's also torn about about his exact place in the world, or maybe more specifically in this city. Another angle in which he is conflicted is the fact that he's hosting a Spirit of Justice now. The Spirit of Justice that was a character in the Awakening DLC. He lives in Anders now, and they sort of fused into a new person, and they are living as one now. Spirits are very sensitive to the emotions of people though, so Justice, seeing the mistreatment of mages through Anders' eyes, turns to vengeance. Anders sometimes completely loses control and does things that later he regrets. Are there good spirits or only dangerous demons? This whole thing further blurs the lines. And obviously his other conflict is that he is a mage, an apostate who does not live in the confines of a circle. So he's constantly in danger of the Templars. He has some freedoms traveling with Hawke, but he sees all the horrible things that are happening to mages. They are forced into tranquility, they lose their freedom of movement, they are disappeared into the service of some incomprehensible plan of the Chantry. A mage's life is never their own. You have the ritual of the harrowing, where you either get possessed and die, or you get to continue to live in your confined life in the circle. Refuse and you're made an emotionless shell of yourself. You're always at the mercy of the Templars. Anders hates this, and he and Vengeance fuel each other into action. He makes some weird references to what his plan is. He lies about needing ingredients for a potion. He always expresses that it would take something truly catastrophic to open people's minds. So he does that and blows up the Kirkwall Chantry and kills the Grand Cleric. He is such a good example of what makes Dragon Age companions compelling. Flawed, not always making the right choices, but ultimately his position is understandable. His emotions are relatable, but his actions challenge you to examine your own beliefs in real life. Is such an indiscriminate act justifiable? Would you do something similar? Or would you just try to run the hospital and help people that way? How would you act in this situation? Or you can examine questions like, how many stray cats would you adopt? And do you also like men? But there are other really interesting and complex characters in this game. Meryl is a Dalish elf who you could meet in Origins in the Dalish elf origin. She is forced to leave her clan. She has a vision of restoring one of the Illuvians, and she thinks this is a goal worthy of basically any means. The Dalish take preserving the ancient elven history very seriously, and Meryl was raised in that environment. She doesn't understand why her clan does not want to do everything possible to learn about the Illuvian. She's so focused on this, she turns to blood magic. She tries to work with a demon, but she does this because that's all she has left in terms of help to achieve her goal. No one is helping her, and she just wants to figure out some key to the past. In the end, the keeper of the clan sacrifices herself to save Meryl from demonic possession, and the whole clan turns on her and Hawke. The consequences of blood magic and dealing with demons catch up to her. You'll have to fight your way out of the camp, killing these elves. You've talked to them, you traded with them, you knew them. It feels terrible, and it's a great way of making the player feel at least a little bit of what Meryl must have felt. She wanted to help them, save them with magic, but through a series of really unfortunate decisions ends up killing them. Would it be different if the keeper was a little bit more trusting? Would the demon really possess her? Couldn't she have restored the Illuvian with a little bit of help? Hawke tried their best to help, but that wasn't enough. I romanced her this playthrough, and it was really interesting because she's very autism coded. She doesn't understand jokes or sarcasm, doesn't understand idioms, etc. A lot of companion banter makes fun of this or treats her like a child, but I think Hawke was mostly respectful, accepting and accommodating. The relationship is not infantilizing her, but treats her as a person. She moves in too, and it was very wholesome. Also, she talks about the Dreadwolf with great reverence, and I find their stories kinda similar, wanting to have with everything they got, but ending up hurting a lot of people. Even if my Hawke did not really mind whatever Meryl was up to, some companions really don't like it. Fenris genuinely deeply hates it. Sometimes he says really harsh things, but I think these are great. This is not a setting where everyone gets along all the time. These are individuals with their own set of values, and while they are all close to Hawke, there might be very harsh clashes between the party itself. And Fenris has every reason to hate mages. He's an escaped slave from Tevinter, he was experimented on, and even has lyrium tattooed onto him, granting him unique powers, but also causing him a lot of pain. You, the player, have heard about Tevinter, the country ruled by mages that is run on enslaved elves, and here Fenris brings this conflict profoundly close to you, especially if you romance him. He went through horrible things, most of which is never really spelled out exactly. Mostly because he lost his memories due to the experiments, or just doesn't want to talk about it. But I think this also implies that that it's so horrible it cannot be talked about. You become more sympathetic and understanding of his rough personality. I also saw a lot of posts comparing him to Astarion Baldur's Gate, but honestly, outside the white hair, tattoos, and enslavement trauma, they're not very similar in my opinion. Astarion's reaction to becoming free and killing his slaver is much more positive, while Fenris has a lot of anger and he keeps that anger even after we kill Daenerys. He lets go of it a little bit in very specific circumstances, but there's no cathartic moment of letting go, no drastic change into a noble, caring charmer. He can be convinced to help Hawke side with the mages at the end, but Fenris spends most of the game shit-talking Anders, Mariel, and any mage that we come across. David Gaider, who wrote him, talked about how it was very hard to get past Fenris's anger and add depth to his character beyond this, and the way he talks about it, I feel like Gaider is ultimately unhappy with how Fenris turned out. But I don't think it's a problem that anger is such a defining characteristic of him. It's understandable and a very human response to such intense trauma, and he has moments where there is vulnerability to him, even if he resorts back to his anger very quickly. I think this balance is very interesting and I liked his storyline a lot. I also loved Varric, and not just because of his fashion choices.
Beautiful tits and rack. Love it.
His storyline is intricately connected to the main quest, but I like that he also carries within himself a conflict we've heard a lot about in Origins, the effects of the caste system on individual dwarves. He is a surface dwarf, he has no beard, he is a writer, but at the same time his family is important to him too. He helps his brother organize the Deep Roads expedition even though he hates going underground. And even though he has this overconfident, loud persona, the horrible things that happen affect him deeply. He's always joking around, flirting with everyone, but he does have an emotional side to him. Also, his voice actor does such a great job all the time. He's my favorite.
I'm astonished Sir Thrask didn't mention that Sir Hawke, Knight Lieutenant of the Order in Ferelden, was here at the Knight Commander's personal invitation.
David Gaider tweeted about Varric originally being romanceable in DA2, and I'll never forgive whoever cancelled that. Just think about what we could have had. Other companions were not that close to me, to be honest. There's Evelyn, for example, who loses her husband in the beginning of the game. She keeps his shield as a memento, but it's in the player's inventory, and if you sell it, she will be upset with you. That was pretty funny. But otherwise, her story just devolves into an awkward rom-com. She becomes head of the guard over the years and will have a crush on one of her co-workers. She doesn't know how to flirt and she's so clumsy and uncomfortable with this. There are rumors about her not being a good captain. Hawke can help her and we arrange the two of them to go on patrol together. I think it was meant to be humorous, but it's just painful to watch. The environment is the same corridor we've been doing side quests in all game, and the goal is just to follow them. This type of humor felt out of place for me and I couldn't get into it, to be honest. Isabella is also fascinating as well, a confident swashbuckling treasure hunter with her own fair share of secrets. But for me, she just left with the Kunari relic and I never really got the chance to interact with her meaningfully. There's also a DLC character, but I forgot to start his quest early, so he was only there at the end, and when I sided with the mages he left, so I don't really know who he is. There is a kind of companion quest for your family too, for Hawke's mom and the sibling who is still alive. There's two in the prologue and one dies based on if the player character is a mage or a melee fighter. You can uncover that Hawke's uncle stole the estate and lost it to gambling, and your family gets some resolution at least for the past. The peace doesn't last long, as later Hawke's mom gets kidnapped. We start investigating, and it turns out it's some sort of serial murderer mage guy who targets women specifically for their body parts, as he's trying to recreate his dead lover. And I mean literally sew together the pieces. It's one of the most messed up visuals in the entire series. After defeating the Blood Mage, your zombie mom will say her goodbyes to. Just a really unsettling story altogether. It brings the issues of mages and the danger of magic, especially blood magic, into the family. And even after all this, Hawke can decide to help the mages at the end of the game. It gives more depth to that decision, I think. There's a lot of returning characters from Origins besides Anders too, who are not companion NPCs. We meet Flameth pretty early. She has her proper character model now, the way it was intended in Origins. She seems even more powerful here. She talks about being able to be in multiple places at the same time, and the fact that she can store parts of herself in an amulet, for example. You can kill her in Origins, but with this backup plan, she is reborn now. Most of this will not make sense at the moment, but it's good foreshadowing. Zevran is here, he is as flirty as ever. He is also very polite. After you've finished clearing the zone for his quest, he says, I'm sure you'll want to loot the camp, I'll wait. And you'll not get teleported out. Little character details like this are so cool. Cullen is here, who was in the Mage Origin in the first game. He will be a contact of Hawke's in the Templars in many situations throughout the game, and through him you could get closer to the Templars' point of view from a less fanatical mind. But he's a side character here as well. He's going to be important in Inquisition. Boden and Sandal are here too, the trader we meet in Origins and his mysteriously powerful son who can do enchantments on weapons. You still don't really learn what he is or why he has those powers, but in DA2 as well, he is found next to a lot of dead enemies, some of them turned to stone. He's a reminder again, just the fact that he can do that means that there are so many layers to this world, so many possibilities, and you have to think about your experiences so far and make up your theory yourself. Just like Brother Genetivi, the in-universe guy who wrote most of the codex, you are trying to make sense of it all in real time. Oh, and Liliana also appears at the end. Even if it's for a short while, good taste havers can rest easy, she shows up. So overall, the characters are really well done, and I'd say they're up there in terms of quality with Origins. Even the minor NPCs like Sister Patrice are fleshed out with complex backstories and motivations. In her case, it's a glimpse at the highly ruthless politics that go on behind the scenes at the Chantry. Or there's a quest where you escort a Qunari mage, and even though he doesn't say anything, it's a fascinating look into the world of the Qun and how they treat magic. The flaw I could mention DA2 has in context of the characters is related to a product of its time type representation of trans people specifically. A bunch of time gay and trans people were portrayed as a kind of comic relief or joke archetype. Even in Origins, they were a caricature of stereotypes. In DA2, there's Serendipity, a sex worker who is treated more like an odd novelty instead of a real character. Putting the only trans person into sex work is kind of distasteful, a weird implication that trans people are a fetish curiosity, an exotic object of desire and don't really exist outside of that. I feel like having queer NPCs in a more prominent role was a great leap forward for inclusivity at the time, but they haven't really managed to figure out the best way to do it in all cases yet in DA2. Just having the option of gay romance was a huge controversy. Anders even has a whole section on his wiki about the outrage people expressed because he flirted with their male character. But there was a lot of feedback from all types of queer people as well about wanting a bit more serious representation. The problem is not that there's comic relief gay characters or sex worker trans people. The problem is that that's the only type you have. And I think the writing team took this to heart and they earnestly tried to do better in Inquisition. But before we get there, there's another great part of DA2, and that's the DLCs. There's obviously the item pack one here as well, that gives you a million different pieces of equipment, but it's not really that interesting otherwise. There's the Black Emporium, which adds a store to the game with pretty powerful items and recipes, and a mysterious entity as the shopkeeper. It also has a mirror that lets you customize your appearance, and adds a dog to your house as well. There's the Exiled Prince, which adds Sebastian, a full companion, but as I said, I missed most of his questline, and what I saw of him was not very alluring to me. My favorite part of his quest was when Liliana showed up, but he's there too, I guess. The two big story DLCs are by far my favorite part of DA2 though. These are separate adventures you start by interacting with these statues, and then you will be teleported away for the duration of the DLC. The first is the Mark of the Assassin. You get a new companion for the duration of this quest, Talis, an elf assassin. Later she will be revealed as part of the Qun, which she can be because again, the Qun is not a race, but a set of laws that govern Qunari life. Her story is such a great way to expand the player's understanding of the Qunari, who are integral to the base game, in a way that's completely unlike anything we see in Kirkwall. Some people are very lost in life, they need a purpose, and the Qunari give it to them, whatever their background might be. We also learn that not all Qunari are frontline warriors. There are farmers, artisans, and spies as well. We have to go to an Orlesian noble's castle, attend a hunt in the countryside, attend a hall in the courtyard, socialize with a bunch of nobles, infiltrate the estate, solve puzzles, sneak around, and overcome really cool boss fights. It's so refreshing to finally not be in the same 3 types of environment Kirkwall has. You get to see a little bit of Orlais, they have a unique fashion, and everyone has incredible French accents.
Well, if it isn't the Ferelden turnip.
There are new enemies here too, like these little creatures, and I want them as a playable race ASAP. The character writing supports the sort of vacation but with a serious politics vibe this story has. I think they found the balance with humor. It's frequently funny, but it also hits on heavy themes of freedom under the Qun and Orlesian politics. Tallis is a great character, and I was surprised how good Felicia Day was. When I first saw Tallis and she looked exactly like her IRL, I was apprehensive. She was really famous at the time for the guild and was all over many types of geek media. I thought it was just a celebrity cameo for no reason, but it works really well and she does a great job. And this DLC shows how DA2 can be a lot more than it ended up being because of the limited development time. Opening up the scope even just this little bit, I just cannot express how big of a deal it is to look at some different environments here after all the spikes in Kirkwall. I really enjoyed this story and I'm really happy at least we could glimpse into what could have been with a little bit more of a budget. The next big story DLC, Legacy, is so important to Inquisition, I honestly believe it should be mandatory for the main quest of DA2. At first, it just seems to be a regular job about a crazed cult of dwarves who answer to some higher will, drink darkspawn blood, and seem to be looking for Hawke for some reason. You fight through their base, kill most of them, and find an ancient warden prison underground. Hawke's death was the last one to reinforce the seals holding the prison locked, and their blood is the key to open it. The prison is weakening anyway with the help of the cult, and with the magic itself weakening because of the time that passed, Hawke decides to break the seals and deal with the evil lurking within. On our way there, we learn a lot about the prisoner. His name is Corypheus, maybe an awakened darkspawn or an emissary like the architect, but for sure someone who is intelligent and highly powerful. We get to meet him and he turns out to be an original Tevinter Magister, one who assaulted the throne of the Maker and walked the Black City in the flesh. We heard about this in the intro cinematic of Origins. Some ancient Tevinter Magisters wanted to enter the Fade in their physical form, to visit the Golden City, the supposed seat of the Maker. But according to the Chantry, their greed corrupted the place, and when they returned, they brought back the Blight with them into the physical world. And Corypheus is said to be one of these people, one of the first of the Darkspawn and part of the ancient Tevinter expedition into the Fade that unleashed the Blights and the Darkspawn horde on Thedas. At least if the Chant of Light can be believed at all. We put Grandpa back to bed and defeat him seemingly and the DLC ends, but obviously it's not that simple and he will come back in Inquisition. And I love this so much. Even the companions have a hard time believing him to be an actual Tevinter Magister, and seeing him up close I was completely starstruck. You hear so much about the legend of these powerful, greedy mages playing with forces they can't control, unleashing the Blight onto the world, and transforming themselves into monsters in the process. This story is literally the first thing you see when you start a new game in Origins. It's your introduction to the world of Dragon Age, one of the most famous legends this world has, and now you're talking to one of the people who was most probably there. It's such an incredible setup and payoff, it's wonderful. And it makes Inquisition better as well. If you just go in without knowing who Corypheus is, you'll most likely be very confused. I mean, he looks scary, so it makes sense he is the big bad there, but some connection will be missing. This DLC does a great job of giving you that. You'll get to know about ancient Tevinter rites, for example the dragon gods' worship. Corypheus himself was a high priest of one of them, who was the archdemon of the first Blight. There's a lot of really good party banter here too, and in general this was an essential addition to the game. But all of the DA2 DLCs were generally good, I think. The only real problem I had was getting my EA account to work so they could be authenticated or whatever. Dragon Age 2 is about characters, and if you think about it like that and don't expect a large world scale campaign, I think it stands on its own as a great game. Back in the day I hated it, but replaying it now with all the DLCs I completely turned around on it. It also planted the idea in people's heads. Dragon Age is not only Origins, it's not only about the Grey Wardens, and it's not going to be an old school classic RPG going forward. The idea to deviate so much might have come from having limited time, but it's going to carry over to everything going forward. Before we go into the next game, I'd like to take a short detour and explore some of the other media that came out under the Dragon Age IP. There are a bunch of novels. David Gaider wrote 3, 2 came out shortly after Origins, and the third one after DA2. If you're one of the people who believe Origins to be the real Dragon Age, I really recommend the first 2. David Gaider is a master of that specific atmosphere, and these 2 give a lot of backstory to characters you've met or heard about in Origins, like Loghain, Duncan, or even the Architect. Asunder, the third one, is also very good. It takes place after DA2 and 1 year before Inquisition, so it's more related to those 2 games, but if you're looking for that old school Dragon Age feeling, definitely look for David Gaider's work. In the franchise as a whole, there's a few other novels, lore books, and art books as well. There's a million comics too of various lengths. I wanna highlight the Tevinter Nights, which is a collection of short stories by various writers. It's one of the newest books, so it's most relevant to the Veilguard, but there are really good stories in it as well. The Masked Empire is incredible too. It offers some very good background lore for events in Inquisition. I'll talk about these when we get to the relevant parts in the games. Dragon Age also has a tabletop role-playing adaptation. It came out close to Origins, so the aesthetics and lore is mostly related to that, but there's a new edition too that's closer to the Inquisition art style. I've never played this, so I don't know how it actually is, but it was fun to just read through the book. The franchise was adapted to TV as well in a bunch of different ways. There's 2 web series, one is called Redemption, and it's a live-action story following Talis, who we've met in the DA2 DLC. The writing is very, well, let's say millennial.
You stabbed me. You wanted to prove a point. I proved it was my point. You can come along, but the mage is our priority.
It's very much geek humor of that time, a very specific era of old internet history. And maybe because I'm old, but I found it cute and endearing, nostalgic even. They did a great job of creating an authentic atmosphere with the budget they had. It's very close to Origins in style. The story is actually interesting too. They are following a Qunari mage who is trying to use a mask of Fen'Harel to tear open the veil. There are special effects for magic too, which add to the low budget charm. Sometimes there are interesting choices, like in this scene the camera just keeps spinning to signal attention, I guess, but it just feels nauseating. But I honestly love this amateurish charm it has. It's like an hour total and it's available for free on YouTube, so you can check it out too. The other web series is a machinima using in-game assets titled Warden's Fall. It takes place after base game Origins but before Awakening. The Grey Wardens are fighting Straggler Darkspawn, and its story is about Kristoff, the guy whose corpse Justice takes over in the DLC. It's about half an hour in total, and it's Dragon Age at its most grimdark. A lot of bloodshed, heavy racism, ever-present grief and loss. After Origins, later entries toned down the grimdark nature of the world, but Warden's Fall is an interesting look at what would have happened if Dragon Age was taken into the other direction, even more of a dark and depressing fantasy. It has great animations, music and voice acting, and even though for me it is a little too depressive, it was really interesting to see. This one is also available on YouTube. There are 2 actual television productions too. One is a Netflix animated series called Absolution. It's set in Tevinter, which would be interesting, but to be honest, this is not really worth watching overall. It gives a little bit of insight into how completely delusional Tevinter people are about slavery, how much the Venatori absolutely preferred tradition over everything, and the rotten nature of this whole empire. It also has a slow burn old man yaoi plot that's cool as hell. But the other characters are incredibly bland at best and caricature-like at worst. There are plot points that I feel contradict the lore we learned in the games too, but honestly I don't think this series is really that important for that to even matter. It's the perfect 5 out of 10. It's okay, but whatever. Leliana appears for 1 second though, I like that part. There's a full anime movie too, Dawn of the Seeker. It is done in this weird 3D animation style, so it kinda looks like old Barbie movies, but it has cool visual effects and animations. It follows a younger Cassandra, but she doesn't really feel like her game version at all. First of all, she looks way different, and not just in terms of age. She has a different voice actress and a very different personality too. In general, all the dialogue and the story itself is very exaggerated and anime-like, but the movie still feels kinda boring. boring. If I'd seen this in the theater, I'd be upset. If you're a Cassandra superfan, or you can watch it at home on your second monitor while farming on some game for example, it's fine. But to just sit down and watch it, I don't know if it's worth it. The last batch of these miscellaneous projects are the games. Outside the 4 main games I cover extensively here, there are 4 smaller spin-off games too. In release order they are Journeys, a top-down view flash game. It uses a lot of art assets from Origins for the UI, and it even has the same background system for character creation. It was going to have 3 chapters starting in the Deep Roads, and you had to explore the world and win turn-based fights on a Heroes 3 type grid. There's a surprising amount of writing and characters in the game, and I really like the overall atmosphere, but the last 2 chapters were never released, so it's unfinished and forgotten, but I like the idea overall. Next to release was Dragon Age Legends. It was a Facebook game which is not available anymore, but it still has an offline version that's playable without social media. The art style changed a lot, and it had a monetization structure that was very much in line with Facebook games, where the items cost more than the whole of Origins or DA2. A lot of it feels like a chore though. It's really not worth the effort to find a version to play this nowadays. You can just watch the summary version of the main story on YouTube. Heroes of Dragon Age was another mobile microtransaction nightmare. This type of collect little statues and watch them battle is a very specific type of mobile game, and large corporations love releasing the same thing with a different IP for money. There was a single player mode, and you can see characters from the main game and go poggers. There's also models for characters we never see in the main titles, but the game itself is nothing significant if you care about the lore of Dragon Age. It's more showing you familiar themes and not any substantial lore. It was taken offline in 2022. The fourth of these is The Last Court. It was released a few days before Inquisition came out, and so it's mostly relevant to that game. It was a browser-based text adventure game. It also had microtransactions that is also defunct at the moment. There's a fan project to recreate it, and you can find a lot of scenarios archived on the wiki with screenshots, so it's still possible to experience it in a way. This one reminded me of very old text-based games, and just for that it was fascinating. But also the story is interesting, and there's a lot of things that can happen based on your decisions. Some characters you already know show up, Morrigan, Divine Justinia, and it is a nice extra look at a region previously unexplored. A lot of these require some obscure, long-forgotten software to play now, and to be honest, not all of them are worth the effort. But they offer a tiny bit of lore if you are truly starved for Dragon Age. You could also just play the mainline games though, which we are going back to. Next up is Inquisition. So DA2 came out in 2011, and while some fans were upset at the deviation from form, executives loved it. It sold okay, but was done really fast in terms of development time. They wanted this replicated. A big event in the RPG landscape that happened that year was that Skyrim also came out and changed a lot of how companies think about these games. A lot of press releases and communication from companies about upcoming games focused on numbers around this time. They were trying to outbid each other with larger and larger numbers. Even The Witcher 3 that came out a bit later and is considered one of the best open world games ever was like this in communication. As it came out a bit later, it also had some time to implement lessons from Inquisition, like not doing a multi-generation release. Inquisition was still doing all of it though. It came out on the PS3 and PS4 gen consoles and PC, and leading up to the release, BioWare's marketing was focused on numbers in every aspect. They wanted to say things like, we have this many times more romances, this many quests, and things like, we are bigger than Skyrim, even though most of that is an empty desert area. Nowadays, we've come far enough that this type of marketing is kind of a joke. This mentality certainly influenced some design decisions in Inquisition. There are mounts in the game, for example, that have no purpose other than games like this at the time needed to have a mount to be taken seriously as an RPG. Listen to how the crowd reacted when it was announced. There's a lot of different ones you can use, but they are all so slow. There's a running animation added as a joke, as it's not actually faster, and controlling them is so clunky, it was always more comfortable to me to just run around. Mounts were always made to be a checked box, very deprioritized, just there so they could say to executives, yes, this game has mounts too. The controls are slightly different as well. The old school CRPG feeling of Origins is mostly gone, and the game controls like a third-person console game would. Right-clicking the ground doesn't walk you there anymore, and right-clicking an interactable object doesn't either. You have to be near and press the interact button. Pressing both mouse buttons at the same time doesn't walk you forward, it auto-attacks the closest enemy, and the biggest change is that there's jumping now. It's kinda hard to relearn the muscle memories from the previous games, but it's not that big of a deal. The CRPG feel is kept alive though by the tactical cam being available again, and this combined with the more console gamey controls, you can immediately notice that the combat philosophy is somewhere in the middle between the two previous games. It's not too tactical, but it's not too action oriented either. They intentionally tried to find this middle ground during development, so the word and combat would both get a lot of focus, instead of DA2 where they didn't really have the time. One of the big changes in the fight design was that we don't regen out of combat now. You have to rest to restore health. This was a huge debate in gameplay design teams in the beginning of development. In previous games, every encounter was its own challenge, because you arrived at it always in the same condition, fully healed. In Inquisition, the succession, the chain of fights you choose to engage in, is the challenge. This means not every combat is a tactical puzzle, far from it actually. A lot of the fights you do will feel like pretty mindless farming. I played a mage this time, and you just hold down the left mouse button to auto-attack to save resources, and repeat again and again. It gets pretty boring. This could be solved by just turning the difficulty up, but unfortunately I found Inquisition's higher difficulties just even more farmy. There's crafting in the game that's a bit more involved than previous entries, but you'll just end up scouring the lands for materials for a nominal upgrade. This issue is way worse on higher difficulties and completely turned me off from trying to take them seriously. This system could work in an MMO where the grind and incremental upgrades are rewarded with progress in a competition with other players. In a single-player game, these numbers are meaningless. And this MMO essence is all over the gameplay. In 2014, the MMO craze was dying down, WoW's prime had passed, but BioWare had a kind of successful MMO in the Old Republic. And since RPGs had to compete with each other in scope, Inquisition's solution to the need for countless quests and vast areas was to take and implement MMO systems into the game. So Inquisition became this multi-region, open-world solo MMO. The game has separate regions which you are free to explore individually, but you will have to travel between them on the world map. This gave BioWare a chance to show many different types of environments: snow, desert, jungle, whatever you can imagine. The first one of these you unlock is the Hinterlands, which is notorious for trapping new players. It's a vast zone with many side quests, and if you are new to Inquisition and start playing it like a single-player RPG, exploring everything and completing side quests before moving on, you will be here for a long time. I think there's a design mismatch on multiple levels here. Usually in RPGs, this type of area dense with activities is an important hub or a city. The introduction is usually much smaller in scale. The Hinterlands feels like a city in the sense that it's very populated and has lots of stuff to do, but in actuality, it is the intro zone you're meant to just pass through on your way. And the game also doesn't communicate its MMO nature to new players at first. You will feel like either all of these are important or none of these are, but some are ultimately meaningless, like killing 10 rams and getting their meat, and some are very important. For example, you unlock mounts from one of these random side quests here, and it's very easily missable. There's many different types of environments. You visit old ones like Redcliffe from Origins or the Black Emporium, but new ones as well: a big city in Orlais, sandy desert, a hostile coastline, or a swamp. You stand on a cliff overlooking an expansive vista, and it's so fun to imagine that you can go anywhere and explore. But it will ultimately just end up in a lot of fetch quests. You can find secrets like puzzles, rare bottles, dwarven mugs, or explore dungeons, but for me most of this did nothing. I couldn't connect to any of it. They planned more environmental gameplay elements in earlier versions. Destroyable gates or bridges used to be a thing, but in the final version you mostly run around spamming your sonar radar to find collectibles, and it just feels superficial. I love doing these collectibles in MMOs, but doing it alone just felt empty. For example, in Skyrim, you're always like 30 to 60 seconds away from something happening. Maybe it's just a little camp with one bag, but it feels like a person was here before you. And even if that person was the environment artist, the immersion of a lived-in world is much deeper because of these hand-placed little encounters. I couldn't feel the same about a bunch of random mugs I could find, or people asking me for menial tasks. Well, at least something is like Skyrim. In Elder Scrolls, the simplicity of the quests works because the world itself, the environment, gave you the chance to create your own stories. It was kind of a sandbox to have fun in, but here the environments are more static. If you zone in, the weather will always be the same in that specific zone, and it's like a bubble out of time, a painting and not a real-world environment. No day-night cycle, no continuous map, and a lot of MMO-type side quests when combined together made me ditch exploration as a goal, and questing became about numbers. Leveling up was more important than the discovery. And another aspect of why this bothered me is my character is supposed to be the leader of an incredibly important political force with their own keep, army, network of spies, etc. So why is it me walking around collecting flowers for villagers while my advisors are doing the actual interesting tasks? There's a war table in the game where you delegate tasks to your advisors and they complete them in a set amount of IRL time you have to wait through. This gives a sense of scale for your operation. It's a good tool to make the player periodically return to base and upgrade, sell and stuff like this, I get that. But all these war table missions are so interesting. Infiltration, military actions, nation-level politics, all of this is happening and I'm mining ore for some random guy in the countryside. But you'll have to do the menial tasks because you need a special resource to progress the game, power. While doing overworld activities, the Inquisition levels up separately too. This unlocks perks that help a lot, but the important thing is power, which you need to progress the main story forward. Even in its current form, it feels like you have to constantly chase after these points as they are super important. But originally, it was a more involved system, a way to organize the Inquisition's army, manage their morale, and a large-scale military movements. I'm glad they scaled it back during development. Nation-level strategy in a game like this would take over the game and take away the focus from the characters. You can see this in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. So you farm power and can spend it to send your scouts on missions which unlock new zones. But even then, every zone has a recommended level range, and if you happen to be under-leveled, it's going to be very hard to progress, and you end up going back to do more chores in other lower level zones. This is the main gameplay loop of Inquisition. It is basically impossible to just progress the main story. You will have to go farm something you don't want to do because you need a lot of power for endgame missions, and you need a lot of levels too for new zones you unlock. This is the final nail in the coffin for this design in my opinion, and why I really don't like Inquisition's gameplay. You are constantly doing stuff you don't want to do to unlock the things you want to do, and after you're done, being hit by a wall again, and you have to do random open world stuff for hours again. It's like you're watching a weekly series but have to work for every episode. I wouldn't mind exploring the zones or even the kind of boring quests. My problem is that it's not my decision. Everything could be the exact same, but delete the power and level requirements and the game is infinitely better. In both Origins and DA2, I did every single side thing I could find. I was doing it for my own enjoyment. I was curious about the world and my own sense of exploration was fulfilled. Here, I'm farming checklists that are required for me to be able to do the things I want to do. And exploration in Inquisition could be so good if I was doing it for its own sake. Some of the stories and emergent situations I found myself in were genuinely so memorable, but it always had this bad feeling hanging over it that I'm doing this just to be able to do something else. And sometimes integral aspects of playful exploration, like just wandering around or finding secrets, are actually annoying because my goal at that moment is not to see the world but to farm power so I could do main quests. I usually record footage for these videos in big chunks with notes at timestamps where cool things happen or I want to talk about something. Here I have hours and hours of nothing, just footage of me running around, completing the most empty tasks over and over again just so I can progress the main story. Closing rifts, solving astrariums, collecting all the shards, claiming landmarks, establishing camps, find 8 flowers, kill 10 boars, and if I didn't want to do it to begin with, forcing me to certainly didn't convince me that this is fun. Later, talking about these systems, Mark Darrah, executive producer in Inquisition, said he'd make the game smaller and reduce the required power. I think anything that would reduce the obligatory farming in terms of story progression, exploration or crafting would improve the gameplay a lot. There's a multiplayer game mode too, where you work together in raid-style challenges. There was a standalone free-to-play version of the multiplayer too. This comes with all the tedium of Inquisition's combat and none of the cool characters, so I wasn't really interested, to be honest. But the single player has some interesting remnants of other game modes as well. As I mentioned, Inquisition originally was a much more high-level military-focused game, and originally there were 7 keeps to conquer. There was a whole elaborate system planned to maintain and customize these, but it was ultimately cut. There's a few of these still in the game, but there's not much to do in them in the final version. Oh, and despite its size, Inquisition is relatively bug-free and runs well on a modern PC as well. I only had one crash and some minor bugs, but it's nothing significant. Okay, so after all my negativity about gameplay and world design, let's go into the positives, which is the story and the characters. It's genuinely incredible what they were able to achieve here in terms of depth in both of these aspects, and I think it's absolutely rivaling Origins for me. Before you start the game, you can go to a website called Dragon Age Keep and look through this tapestry of choices where you can fine-tune the exact world state you'd like to start with. It is one of the hallmarks of BioWare games that choices from previous installments carry over, but what they achieved here is truly remarkable. Basically, every single choice that is even slightly substantial can be set here, and most of them will come up in very meaningful ways. There's a side character that talks about my hero Ferelden and how he helped her achieve her dreams, but there were also characters that were completely missing from Inquisition for me, because they disappeared in previous games. There's incredible variance in the things that could happen, a lot of small choices get a nod in dialogue, and the world truly feels like you influenced it with your actions in previous games. It never stopped blowing my mind how much they thought of, how many combinations of unique events are possible, and that the companions acknowledge even the slightest things. Starting a new game, it's possible to just create a new world state with different choices on the website, so it's really easy and well worth it to replay Inquisition over and over again just to see what's possible. The main story is mostly connected to DA2's Legacy DLC. Hawke killed Corypheus, but it seemed a little too easy, and turns out it wasn't. We start with a huge explosion that kills the Divine and creates a tear in the veil. Demons are starting to pour over to our world from the Fade, and the big green hole in the sky is referred to as the Breach. The only survivor of this blast is your character, and they have a mysterious mark on their hand, which they can use to close smaller rifts. People think you are sent by the Maker to help them and start referring to you as the Herald of Andraste. I really like this because it shows how people turn to the Chantry for guidance in times of great need and how a lot of commoners explain everything in relation to the Chant of Light. And also because it puts you into an interesting position. Do you believe you are the Herald? Do you indulge the people and lie to them? Do you believe yourself to be the Maker's chosen? Are you skeptical about the whole thing? You have the option to roleplay these in situations where you can create a very strong foundation of who your character is and how they react. They don't know the answers yet, but everyone looks at them for guidance. I think this is a great setup. And then you meet Corypheus on the battlefield. People who met him in DA2 will know him as an ancient magister who assaulted the heavens and defied death. But even if you haven't played the DLC, he's a really good villain. He has an aura of otherworldly, unexplainable power. He is angry at you and very assured in himself that he is so far above you that you are more of an annoyance than a serious adversary. He has the same power as an archdemon, where he can possess a nearby creature upon death and come back to life. That's why Hawke was unable to defeat him, and in the time that passed since their fight in DA2, Corypheus has been planning big. He believes the Maker is a lie. He wants to go back to the Black City in the Fade to become a god himself to restore and expand the former glory of the Tevinter Imperium of his time. He obtains an artifact, an orb, and uses it in a blood magic ritual to create the mark that would let him enter the Fade at will. Your character interrupts this by accident, the mark gets attached to their hand instead, and the resulting explosion creates the breach. This all happens before the game, but it's the reason why he's so intent on destroying your character specifically. Which means even if you might not be the actual literal Herald of Andraste, you are a sort of chosen one, even if accidentally. You have what the main antagonist wants, and you have the power to thwart his plans. And your character will need to grow up for this task that's above the nation politics, and it's worth threatening in scale. At first this doesn't look promising. You lose your original base, the village of Haven, to Corypheus, and barely manage to escape into the snowy mountains where you collapse. You are saved and taken to the survivors camp. Everything seems to have fallen apart, and the situation looks unsolvable, and that's when the singing scene happens. Everyone sings, slowly joining the chorus of the survivors singing about how the dawn will come. And for me, it's one of the most memorable scenes in the game. For one, it's a very emotional spectacle, a performance to show how the unbreakable will of our heroes shines even in the darkest hours. It shows the players how everyone is coming together, but in universe they are also showing this to themselves, giving hope and encouragement to everyone who survived. But on the other hand, it's so unexpected in a sort of comical way, like they just start singing. The game turns into a musical for one scene, and then it never does it again. David Gaider created a musical RPG after leaving BioWare, so maybe it was his influence, but I was so surprised the first time I saw this. And by the time I recovered from "Are we really doing this?", it was over and never happened again. In Origins, when Liliana sang, I felt it was organic because she was a bard and remembered the song in a conversation, so she performed it. She sang alone and everyone had their own unique reaction to it. In the Dawn Will Come scene, everyone slow walking together and joining in one by one is just a bit too corny for me. But it works ultimately, so it's fine. What's funny is that being too corny with this scene was a worry during development as well. But anyway, after this we find and move into Skyhold, the home base for the rest of the game, that's just as much a character on its own as any other companion. As the home of your organization, you get to customize it in a bunch of different ways, like the different banners or your throne. You can also change your off-duty attire you wear in your home, and you should, because the default one is these dork PGs, or I don't even know what these are. The Inquisition needs to hire a stylist ASAP. These options mostly come from exploration or as a quest reward, so it's worth it to always keep your eyes open for these. And Skyhold has a bunch of quests, so it also functions as a quest hub. You obviously get most of the companion quests and interactions here, but you host the character specialization trainers here, and you can even judge people from your throne. These show the extra-governmental nature of the organization and the power your character has. It's also a callback to Awakening, where you could do the same. I usually don't like these power fantasy roleplays, but here it's used as world building too. You learn and can decide the fate of the people you meet during certain quests, and learn about the different lives and motivations of people. It's a very meaningful addition. And it's good for roleplaying too. You're named Inquisitor, people are bowing and kneeling to you, there's a big crowd, you're a world-famous leader, but you don't necessarily have to be arrogant about it. I really like how Skyhold changes and evolves parallel to your character and the Inquisition itself. When you first move in, it was abandoned and there's rubble everywhere, but slowly people clean up the mess, and all the people that live here make it their own. It's an added layer of character building. Looking at where companions chose to live is so interesting, and there's always little things to notice or realize about the person that made that place the way it is. I love it so much. While you're building your base, Corypheus still wants to be a god, and he puts some schemes in motion. His plan is to destabilize the strong nations of the south like Orlais and the strong organizations like the Templars and the Grey Wardens. He can put the calling in the Warden's head, which makes them hasty and desperate. In the case of every Grey Warden, the blood they drank on their joining is slowly consuming their body. As the ailment progresses, they will hear the calling, which usually means they voluntarily go to the deep roads alone to die fighting the Darkspawn before they completely turn themselves. The calling itself usually manifests as nightmares, hearing whispers, but also as hearing some sort of music. This is what Corypheus puts in the head of these wardens before their actual taint progresses far enough. Corypheus also creates the Red Templars, using red lyrium to corrupt the Templars into monstrous soldiers. His plans and the intrigue he uses to achieve them are very very complex, and while they make sense in the universe, if you just follow the main quest, I'm sure you'll be lost at least some of the details. You learn the details by reading the notes and codex entries, doing side quests, and subsequent playthroughs where you choose different routes. This multiple schemes working in tandem structure makes the main story a bit shaky and hard to follow, but it makes enough sense that I think it's fine. You just have to believe whatever you're doing, Corypheus is somehow involved, even if you can't quite connect what's exactly happening. Like, another highlight of the game for me is the ball in Halamshiral. You get to see your Inquisitor in another light. They are an important world leader, but as I've said before, they prefer to be out and about collecting flowers and whatever. But here, they mingle with kings and queens level of nobility. And I think that's why this whole sequence works so much. We've heard of the Orlesian Grand game the nobility plays since Origins, and now our character is important enough to actually participate. Liliana even talks about how she likes being back in this masquerade. The Grand game is a social net of rules and intrigue where everyone's goal is to increase their standing and influence amongst the other nobility. It's a deeply hostile environment, without the actual fighting you're used to up until this point, but the stakes still could be just as deadly. The party has a court approval meter as well that decreases if you leave the party for extended periods or you choose the wrong thing to say to the wrong person. You are playing the Grand game too, and it's fascinating. The party takes place in Halamshiral, which adds another layer to this whole thing. The city itself was the central city of the elves in the time after Andraste and Shartan rose up against Tevinter. Andraste became the prophet the whole religion of the Chantry is founded on, and Shartan died trying to protect her when she was betrayed and executed. After this, during the long walk, the elves came down here to the south on foot from Tevinter, and the now freed slaves founded Halamshiral, which means the end of the journey, and started rebuilding their culture in the Dales. Their Orlesian neighbors were, let's say, uneasy about these new people from a different race worshipping a different set of gods, and relations between them were not the best. This ended in an ugly war and the complete destruction of Halamshiral and the Dales. Some elves became city elves, mostly slaves, conformed to Andraste's fate, but Dalish clans who refused started living in nomadic tribes wandering around the land. And the Winter Palace, the Orlesian winter retreat for the nobility, was built on the ruins of this elven dream. The nobles don't care in the slightest, and assured in their superiority, they still keep mostly elf slaves as servants. If your Inquisitor is an elf, you will hear plenty of racist whisperings as well. The building itself has lots of detail. You can play with Caprice coins, find Easter eggs amongst the trophies, and just in general get lost in the interiors of this huge palace. But it's built on a horrific history and upheld by the current enslavement of people. The main story here is the peace talks between two aspirants for the throne, the current Empress Celine and her cousin Grand Duke Gaspard. During the party, you get to know about both of them, and in the end, you can decide who you want to be on the throne by either letting Celine be assassinated or warning her about the betrayal of one of their relatives who's working with Corypheus. The Empress has a former lover, an elf woman named Briala, who turns out to be a third option for the throne. She has enough blackmail on Gaspard that if you choose to let him have the throne, Briala can control him from the shadows. This means better chances for the elves, and the Inquisition still gets Orlais' support. You can also judge the traitor's remains if she dies, which is a nice ending touch to show the bureaucracy of the nobility and their need for keeping the appearances of order. If you've read The Masked Empire, which I really recommend you do, you'll have a lot of backstory and added context for this decision. It's a much more complex situation than it might first seem in the game, and it's really fun to see the inner workings of the most powerful people in the country so intimately. It's one of the best Dragon Age books in my opinion. At the party you also meet Morgan, who is working with the Empress, but after the events she goes to work with the Inquisition. She doesn't seem to care about Celine dying and just carries on. She is much more pragmatic and mature now, still sarcastic, but you can feel the years of life experience. She is an adult now, well versed in the world outside the swamps she lived in. Depending on your choices in Origins, she is also a mother and comes to Skyhold with Kieran. I feel like a lot of the change in her is due to motherhood. It's a role she doesn't take take lightly, and she seems to really enjoy being a mom. I feel like her horrible experience with her own mother instilled a deep sense of wanting to do better in her, and she makes a lot of effort to be a better one to her own son. The Old God baby as a concept is very abstract, but using it as a catalyst to let her grow was the intention, and I think they handled this arc perfectly. She becomes a much more complex and interesting character in this game, from her younger self who viewed everything with scorn and disdain. She's not a companion who you can take to combat, but she's still one of my favorites in Inquisition. She is, as we've learned in the Origins DLC, very interested in Illuvians, and shows the Inquisitor a place called the Crossroads, where these mirrors connect to create a sort of middle ground that's not in our world, but not entirely in the Fade either. After losing the mark to the Inquisitor, Corypheus wants to go to this place to enter the Black City from here. After halting his plans in various places, it's the ideal time for us to strike at his Red Templars in the Arbor Wilds. Corypheus's forces are trying to get into a temple of Mythal, another important goddess in the Elven pantheon. Corypheus is here as well, as we see him use his resurrection powers on a nearby victim. The temple houses the Well of Sorrows, a kind of library of knowledge that the guardians of this temple keep safe. The followers of Mythal before their death pass their knowledge into the well, so it contains the essence of elves from all ages before. We stop the Red Templars and the guards of this place and decide to use this knowledge for the fight against Corypheus. You can drink from it or let Morrigan drink from it, but either way you figure out a way to defeat Corypheus. You need to kill his dragon so he can't be reborn into another body. Before the last confrontation, Kieran disappears into the Illuvian in Skyhold and Morrigan chases after him. The Inquisitor tries to help, and for me, this is one of the best moments in the whole series, and it feels so earned and well written. Morrigan is incredibly distraught when we find her in the Fade. She's afraid for her son and afraid of her own perceived fault in putting him into danger. When a bit later we find Kieran, he's with Flemeth. Morrigan's been harboring this hatred for her since Origins, and now she has the chance to confront her in person. In Origins, you had the chance to kill her, but even then you knew she would somehow find a way to come back. Because Morrigan was the one who drank from the well at Mythal's temple, we learn why that is. Flemeth is Mythal, the old elven god we heard a lot about, or at least carries Mythal inside her, just like Kieran carries the soul of the old god from Origins. This confrontation, the facial expressions, the animations, the voice acting all come together so well to express the arrogance mixed with grief Flemeth feels and the anger and despair Morrigan feels. Morrigan is completely defeated and feels like she can't fight her mother forever. She's ready to sacrifice herself to save her son, but Mythal just takes the old god's soul from the boy and leaves. Afterwards, Morrigan is relieved it's all over and her son is safe, and has a strong determination to fight Corypheus's dragon. Her character arc is beautiful, but it's also a really good send-off for Flemeth. Kate Mulgrove's performance is incredible. You can tell she really loves and understands Flemeth so much.
My name is Kate Mulgrove, and I play the incomparable character of Flemeth. Life is grey. You know that. The more experienced a person is, the deeper they go into life. The less black and white it is, and that incredibly interesting shade of grey gets to be played. But within that shade, there are infinite varieties, right? So I think that's just her. The black is the bad guy and white is the good guy. But we all know that the true parameters of life lie in between those two. And Flemeth is the absolute exploration thereof.
I love that they included even this storyline. And now we are ready for the final confrontation. It's a big spectacle and a long fight, but in the end the Inquisition is successful. In the moment of his defeat, Corypheus prays for the Mat, the Old Ones, or anyone to help him. I thought this was really poetic. His whole thing was that the Maker doesn't exist, and he still finds some sort of faith in himself in the end. He turns to unseen deities, basically any he can think of, but no one comes to his help. The breach is closed and the orb he had is destroyed in the process, and we go back to Skyhold to celebrate our victory. During the party you get to say goodbye to all the companions, and but afterwards the game ends. One companion is missing from the party though, Solus. He seemed very upset about the destruction of the orb and lingered in the distance far from everyone after the fight. No one's seen him since. In the after credits scene, he meets with Mythal as old friends, and she calls him Dreadwolf, Fen'Harel, one of the old elven gods. This is the big twist at the end of the game that recontextualizes everything. Solas, who you knew as a wandering apostate mage from basically the first minutes of the game, turns out to be one of the Evenuris, the elven gods. He is the Dreadwolf, Fen'Harel, who we've heard a lot about in previous games. He's the one who, according to the elven tales, betrayed the gods, created the Veil, and imprisoned his peers. And we learned from the last scene that he's the one who gave Corypheus the Orb of Destruction in the first place. He was the one who put the events in the game into motion. These orbs are elven artifacts, usually each associated with one specific god. Solas was in a hibernation-like sleep for ages and woke up not long before the game started. He was too weak to unlock the orb himself, so his plan was to manipulate Corypheus to do it and let him die after its power is unleashed. Things obviously do not go as he planned, and the game ends with his orb being destroyed. This is a great twist that is incredibly powerful if you follow the previous games and know about the Veil and how much power it must have taken to do that ritual or imprison the other gods. The difference in that and being just one companion is chilling to think about. My only problem with this is that it only works, or at least it works best, if you were close to Solas. He is only romanceable with an elven inquisitor, and you have to play as a woman for it to be possible. But if you do romance him, you will experience this reveal at its most powerful. The additional content this brings is staggeringly complex, and it's by far the best way to experience this story. You spend the whole game trying to fix him, had incredibly intimate scenes together, the baby girling was off the charts.
Cassandra's like that with everyone.
Yes.
And then it turns out he kept being one of your people's gods from you. And then he just disappears. The soul-crushing yearning possible during this romance is very rare, just in stories in general. And then we are not even at the DLCs yet. And that's what I mean. You have to play Inquisition in a specific way and have to romance one specific character to learn the most important extra lore and have the most personal connection to the stories that follow. If you romanced someone else and didn't really talk to Solas, the big reveal gets maybe a "huh, cool" out of you, and that's it. He was just some guy that was also in Skyhold, and the betrayal and the emotional impact that should come with that at the post-credits scene feels much emptier. A worse experience some people might have is feeling like the post-credits scene ruins the completeness of the base game story. I understand being frustrated at a teaser like this, but I feel like the story of Corypheus has a satisfying conclusion. The added info about Solas and Mythal is just extra, and the DLCs give a somewhat satisfying conclusion to the Solas arc as well, so let's go through the 3 added stories that Inquisition has. I think the DLCs overall show how good Inquisition can be if it's just a little bit more focused in terms of exploration and storytelling. All of them are smaller zones focused on one story, and they integrate into the main game perfectly. Playing the main story with the DLCs now, I felt the pacing is actually better than when I played the base game on release. Maybe the 3 DLCs would have worked combined into one expansion pack as well. It would have been cool to get one pack like Awakening instead of the separate stories, but in the Game of the Year edition, if you buy it now, you get all 3 anyway, so ultimately it doesn't really matter. The first, titled The Jaws of Hakan, takes place in the Frostback Basin, where a researcher found the resting place of the last Inquisitor. Avars live here now, one tribe that's friendly and one called the Jaws of Hakan, who are hostile to the Inquisition. The environment design really gets you into the archaeologist Indiana Jones feeling of the story. The overgrown ruins, the dense jungle, makeshift treetop bases are all great to explore. You get to talk to a lot of locals in Stone Bear Hold, and learning about our culture firsthand is a unique experience here. They have a pet bear whose job is the Hold Beast, a kind of mascot who gives power to the Hold. You learn that one of them is a fan of Varric's books, which is really cute, and you can talk to a lot of them about their everyday life. During your investigation, you find Ameridan, the last Inquisitor, still alive. He fought a dragon that possesses the soul of an Avar god and couldn't defeat it, so he used his magic to lock them up, frozen in time. His magic is failing and the dragon is breaking free, But before that, we get to talk to him a bit, and I think this is the most interesting part of this story. The previous Inquisitor's life had a lot of similarity to our own. He faced challenges of higher politics he felt were over his head, and had a relationship that was doomed because of his position of importance. He sacrificed his personal happiness and ultimately his life to save the people he served, and our own Inquisitor and you, the player, get to reflect on his example. What will you learn, and how will you try to avoid the outcome of Ameridan's story? You defeat the escaped dragon and are left to go back to your own challenges with a lot to ponder. The second DLC is called The Descent, and I love Deep Roads and dwarf stories in this setting, so this one's genuinely my favorite of the three. Earthquakes and Darkspawn are threatening the lyrium supply and production of the dwarves, and it's important to the Inquisition's efforts, so the Inquisitor themselves goes down to investigate. We are joined by two Legion of the Dead dwarves who will help in our investigation. One of them, Volta, is a shaper, so she's very knowledgeable. She attributes the quakes to the Titans, who live underground and sink through the stone to the dwarves, according to legends. And Ren, a fighter, who is voiced by David Hayter, not to be confused with David Gader, who is a writer. The gameplay is basically just going down level by level through challenging fights in darker and darker tunnels, and I love this delving deep into the Earth fantasy. The environments are amazing. As you go down and past the deep roads, you find increasingly alien environments, and it's fascinating to explore such a foreign landscape. In the depths, you find evidence that the Titans might actually be real, and find Shabrator, a group of dwarves who have been living down here since ancient times, protecting the Titans. They are unrecognizable now, completely fused with lyrium. Going deeper, you find an even stranger area, and Volta thinks you are inside the Titan now. You learn that lyrium is alive. It is the blood of the Titans. Dwarves seem to have a special connection to the Titans. They are the first children of the stone, but the exact nature of this is still a mystery. After defeating the animated lyrium monster in the middle, Volta somehow fuses with the lyrium and the Titan itself. She's able to cast a spell, which dwarves shouldn't be able to. She wants to stay down here to search for deeper understanding of this whole phenomenon, and the Inquisitor and company leaves her to do her investigation in whichever way she believes best. Having stopped the tremors, we can safely return to the surface and continue the work we've been doing there. I believe this story strikes the perfect balance between having enough reveals that fall neatly in place with our existing knowledge and leaving open questions that are fun to theorize about. We don't really know much about the Titans, but now we know they are real, and lyrium comes from them. Even in Origins, dwarves talked about their stone sense, how they hear the stone singing to them. How is it connected to the Titans then? Maybe it's them trying to communicate to the dwarves. Why does lyrium amplify magic abilities, and why does it seem to be able to connect the Fade and the Waking World? What was the Titans' role in all this, and where are they? They seem to be at least somewhat alive here. What's gonna happen to Volta? These are all so interesting, and we got these while also having a satisfying payoff to the whole Tremors and disrupted lyrium mining storyline. We explored some interesting areas, camped down in forsaken dark tunnels, and uncovered one of the biggest mysteries in Dragon Age, at least part of it. This DLC is wonderful. And then we're back to our favorite bold individual with the Trespasser. At the end of the credits scene, he absorbs something from Flameth, which looks an awful lot like when she absorbed the old god's soul from Kieran, and then he disappears. Our Inquisitor still doesn't know where or who he is. This DLC is in a lot of ways the true ending for Inquisition. It takes place a few years after the battle with Corypheus, and the Inquisition's influence is waning. You heard about the previous Inquisition and how they put down their weapons when they were no longer needed, and it might be time for ours to do the same. We go back to the Winter Palace to discuss the future of the organization with high-ranking envoys from all over the world. You get to see your companions again, see where they ended up, meet the new Divine who is based on your decision in the main game, and catch up with all of them. During this council, the Qunari attack using the Illuvians, and agents of Fen'Harel seem to be involved as well. The Inquisitor gets the gang back together and starts an investigation through the mirrors. They still don't know about Solas, so it's very exciting to piece together what's happening happening based on the clues along the way. There's an elven librarian spirit, there's a bunch of notes and codex entries all over the place, and frescoes about the Dread Wolf as well. I love this aspect of Solas's character. He's an artist that uses these to process his feelings, and we players get a lot of environmental lore. His room in Skyhold always had frescoes in progress, and there's even a story in The Winter Nights about his paintings being filled with regret. It fits his melancholic and sensitive personality, and besides being interesting to explore these, they are a great way of showing his emotional turmoil. You also get some pretty interesting lore theories out of them. This exploration is constantly interrupted by fights, which I felt like were just there so something happens. So someone wrote on a whiteboard, "Good design is when enemies," circled it, and we got this. I got that this is an action RPG, but I was so done with Inquisition combat at this point, and the storytelling was so interesting. This was the part where the fights actually bothered me. But anyway, our Inquisitor slowly, based on the environmental clues, pieces together the events. The Avenurians, the elven gods, were powerful but mortal mages. The Dread Wolf really doesn't like their influence on the elven people. He doesn't want them to be enslaved to this pantheon, and wants to remove the Velaslin, the face tattoos representing them, from as many as possible. The slaves the Dread Wolf freed fought back against the Avenurians, so the elven gods in a lot of sense are more like Corypheus and not like the Maker. And then in the end, the Inquisitor is confronted by Solas himself. He is much more powerful now and petrified a whole army of Qunari, and he is ready to talk.
I suspect you have questions.
Okay, so not to be hyperbolic, but even as a non-Solas romancer, this is one of the most memorable scenes in video games for me. Everything comes together perfectly in terms of world building and character writing, but even things like the voice acting performance of Solas is incredible. And all of this has a background song that was made in a lab to be as soul-shattering as possible. I didn't really care about him during the main game, but here his motivations are more easily understandable. I think his character works because he always wanted to do the right thing, but because of the power he and his adversaries possess, the consequences are never truly unequivocally positive. His actions literally change the fabric of reality. They make nations and whole civilizations rise and fall, and he fears for every single soul affected. And he is a type of mortal, so he's not immune to feeling very human emotions, like the insurmountable love he has for Mythal, the rage and need for revenge he feels for her loss. Mythal was originally killed by the other Avenurians, and the all-encompassing regret he feels for the suffering he caused for the elves. When he created the Veil, he severed the elven people's connection to the Fate, which supported their cities and gave them their immortality. Their golden age, their empire crumbled, and they haven't been able to recover their glory ever since. The Avenurians killed Mythal, and they were punished for their hunger for power, but the entirety of elvenkind suffered for it. Waking up from his long slumber and seeing how his people are treated in the modern world, Solas decided to tear down the Veil and undo the damage he caused, whatever the consequences, even if it destroys the world as we know it. So he basically caused the whole story in Inquisition to happen by miscalculating one thing. Corypheus didn't die, and Solas needed to adapt and try to salvage the events while trying to still achieve his goal. And that's what's so interesting about him to me. He always tries to fix the things he caused and creates even more things to fix and blames himself again. But he does work very hard on it every time. He has an extensive network of spies called the Agents of Fen'Harel who seem to be everywhere. So he has a lot of opportunities and possible ways of achieving this goal of fixing everything. He removes the mark from the Inquisitor and in the end lives to do just that, tear down the Veil. This sets him up as the next villain in the franchise. He needs to be stopped to save the world, but he also needs to be saved from himself and this cycle of regret he put himself in. It's such a good setup and a scene so well executed, I really cannot speak highly enough of it. And I cannot even begin to imagine how this feels as someone who romans Solas, especially if you haven't spoiled it for yourself. Just experiencing this as it is, as romans Solas for your first playthrough must be life-changing. And I'm not even exaggerating, I've been on the internet, I saw how Solas romancers tweet. The game ends with a decision about the future of the Inquisition as an organization, and then the game ends for real this time. But we are not done with the Inquisition section at all. I've said my favorite part about Inquisition are the characters, and we've only talked about one bald guy so far, and there are so many more companions in this game. I'll not talk about all of them, but again, it's not a value judgment on them, it's just a time thing. I only played this game 2 times, so there's simply a lot of people I don't know much about. One would be Dorian, who I know I love but never did his questline. David Gader, his writer, talked about how he started as a Rockstar mage concept, and it's so interesting how much he evolved into a very unique individual. His story is about being gay and acceptance and family, and it sounds so interesting, but if you spend time with others mostly, you're not gonna see it. On this playthrough, I romanced the Iron Bull. He's voiced by Freddie Prinze Jr., by the way, who does a really good job. The Iron Bull is the leader of the mercenary band Bull's Chargers, and also has connections to Ben Hesrat, so the Inquisitor can recruit them as the information they have and connections to the Qun might help in the fight against Corypheus. He does not necessarily follow all the teachings of the Qun though, as he is incredibly flirty all the time to men and women alike, and likes drinking and partying. And I think this is the strength of his characterization. For him, this is not a trauma response or some overcompensation for cultural inhibitions. He is just like this, and he's completely unapologetically himself all the time. He talks about the parts of his culture that may make others blush, and if you romance him, you get very sex-positive scenes that were very rare in other big RPGs around the release of this game. But the relationship is also very respectful and sweet. You get to hunt a dragon together and make a necklace made out of its tooth to symbolize your commitment. He will call you Kadan after that, which means my heart. Stan calls Shiel Kadan in Origins, so you might have known this already. You can ask him to marry you in the Trespasser DLC, so you can headcanon your happily ever after. On the surface, he's all about being horny all the time, but the romance story is much more than that, and I really enjoyed it. Krem, one of the Bull's Chargers, is not an actual companion, but I want to talk about him a bit here because he's one of my favorites in the game. So as I talked about before, lots of trans representation in earlier games were, well, of their time. That is, it was there but kind of tasteless. Lots of people told this to the developers. One trans person said, "I wanna see someone like me in a game that's not a monster." During development of Inquisition, they paid attention to the diversity of the overworld NPCs. So the gender ratio is close to 50-50, and they mix the skin tones as well to make it nicer and more welcoming. And so obviously they took the feedback about trans people being used for jokes to heart as well, and while the Chargers were being worked on, Trick Weeks pitched Krem being trans. You can feel this respect and care. His dialogue and story is done so well. I genuinely get excited just by the fact that he actually exists in a big AAA RPG like this, and from 2014, it's wonderful. He is from Tevinter and was raised as a girl, but even early on he refused the typical responsibilities and life path of a girl. He joined the army and had to conceal his gender and had to flee when forcibly outed. The Iron Bull saved him from his pursuers, losing his eye in the fight, and later offered Krem a position in the Chargers. And even now he is so vehemently pro-trans. The story is such an interesting piece of world building. What would someone not conforming to traditional gender ideas go through in a place like Tevinter? He explains his situation in ways that make sense in the game world but are also relatable to people in ours. It's a very human story, and it's wonderful that Krem made it into the final game. Another person who is not a companion but I love is Liliana, of course, who shows up here as one of the 3 advisors of the Inquisition and its resident spy master. My save file had her romanced with the hero of Ferelden, and it's so nice to hear her talk about him lovingly here. As far as the Inquisitor can gather, they have a rock solid, stable relationship, but they are both very important people in the world and have to attend to their own responsibilities. The hero of Ferelden is a Grey Warden and has been for a while, so he has to deal with the calling or find a possible cure for it, while Liliana is still intimately involved in the high-level politics of the world. I like this long-distance yearning type of relationship they have, and also it's always implied that if everything works out, they plan to be together again. It's beautiful. And it also emphasizes how dutiful and committed Liliana is. She feels responsible for the Divine's death and wants to do as much as possible to stop Corypheus. During one of the quests, in an alternative timeline you get to by some time travel magic, she sacrifices herself to save the mission without hesitation, and when you tell her about this in the real world, she is very nonchalant about it. During the main story, Cassandra and her get the chance to become the next Divine, and it's up to you to decide. If you choose Liliana, you get to meet her in her new position in Trespasser, and from the ending cards you learn that one of her acts as Pope was to allow the Chantry members to have romantic relationships. Having sex is legal now, and she, as the Pope, still has the chance to be with the hero of Ferelden. We made the right choice with her. Next returning person I want to talk about is Varric, and Hawke too a little bit, since he's here as well. Varric invites him to Skyhold as he's already dealt with Corypheus and his help might be needed again. We also learned that Cassandra was interrogating Varric in DA2 because they wanted to have Hawke lead the Inquisition originally. She's not happy about Varric lying to her. Oh, and if you left Loghain alive in Origins and he's a Grey Warden, he's here as well. You get trapped in the Fade with the two of them and have to make it out. A spirit that takes the form of the late Divine shows you the events of the explosion that created the breach, and you learn that the Divine helped you survive. So it wasn't the Maker, and it's another dilemma if you want to keep lying to the masses about being the Maker's chosen. There's a really cool boss fight, and in the end, you have to choose who gets left behind and covers your escape. I saved Loghain and let Hawke sacrifice himself, which feels insane saying out loud. But it was really weird for me that Hawke acted completely differently than how I roleplayed him in DA2. This way, at least he got a heroic end and was not puppeted by the narrative anymore. Varric will be very upset that his friend died though. The important events in the life of the companions come with alternative tarot cards on the character selection screen, which I thought was a really nice addition. He has a completely different side quest as well that has interesting implications. Bianca appears, a woman who has the same name as Varric's crossbow, so they probably have some history together. She offers a way to investigate the source of Corypheus's red lyrium. During the quest, she offers the theory that red lyrium is lyrium that had been corrupted by the Blight, and since Blight only affects living things, lyrium must be alive. This adds to what we've learned about the Titans so far, but in both of these cases, all we have is theories. After the game, Varric returns to Kirkwall, and as Viscount tries to rebuild the city into a prospering trade hub again. Varric is another one of my favorite characters in Dragon Age, and I'd love a peaceful retirement position for him, but he is featured prominently in Veilguard, so he will return. Before moving over, I want to mention Blackwall too, a Grey Warden we find in the wilds and recruit him to fight for the Inquisition. He's not very talkative and not much is known about him, but I constantly had him in the party, and I felt like I got pretty attached to his stoic and kind of dry humor and personality. In the endgame, he leaves a note in Skyhold and disappears. We find him in line for execution, and the big reveal is that he's in reality a different person altogether. He, among other things, was a captain in the Orlesian army, got entangled in political games, and ended up giving the order to have a lot of civilians, including children, killed. He fled and met the real Blackwall, who wanted to recruit him into the Grey Wardens. He died before he could do that, sacrificing himself for the man he just met. Tom Rainier, inspired by Blackwall's actions, took his name and lived with that identity to bury his past. You can give him another chance and he will just be a companion as before, or you can even send him to the Wardens to undergo the joining for real. I like this story because he felt like a friend, and it genuinely sucks to know he was lying. You feel this betrayal, and you can really deliberate if the actions of recent times override his past crimes or not. It's written so well, and at least for me, the reveal worked really well too. He kept his secret until the big unveiling scene. In Inquisition with the companions, I really feel like they achieved something truly special. I don't think I ever really connected to characters in any other games quite like this. I think it is a few factors working together in perfect balance to create this very specific mix. First is the rolled over word state. This is your word. You influenced it and made it the way it is. There's a million little references everywhere. Characters like Queen Honora are here if you chose her 2 games ago. Dagna is here, who I helped in a random side quest in Origins. Alistair is not even here because of what happened in Origins, he's an alcoholic somewhere, and the list goes on. And the writers did a fantastic job incorporating all the possibilities across games like the examples before, but within this game as well, like referencing previous minor things you've done. These all show so much care and attention. All the characters were developed from the ground up from the concepting stage to be people first who have their own lives and experiences, and then came the player interactions and romance. They moved past the everyone is bisexual in DA2, and now we're back with characters that have their own preferences. And I think this makes the stories more impactful too. Like Dorian wouldn't work as bi, and the Iron Bull would not work if he was straight. They feel more real in the approval system too. In Origins, you had a numeric value and you got points for saying the right things, which made the number go up, which equal to a better relationship. Here it's more complex. The numbers are changed to text, like approves or greatly disapproves, and even in the backend, it's not just one number that controls the interaction. It's a combination of your dialogue and the approval and milestone quest steps. So you can't talk to them in the overworld, for example, like in Origins, but you gained a lot of realism in other ways. And the overall main story they inhabit is masterful too. With the DLCs, it explains a lot of big questions from previous Dragon Age theories and opens up really interesting ways they could continue the story. Especially Solas, the Elven Gods, and the Titans were set up in the DLCs to be explored further in later games. I love Inquisition's story and characters, and if the combat wasn't so mind-numbingly not fun to play, if the power and level requirements were not as horrible, I think this would be the perfect Dragon Age game. But as it is, I just wish there was a way to play Inquisition without having to actually play Inquisition. Trespasser came out in 2015 September and Veilguard came out in 2024 October, almost 10 years later. What were they doing for that long? Well, mostly making a lot of very unfortunate decisions. So even before Inquisition came out, early concepting work was done on a potential sequel. The plan was to have a short development time of around 2 years, focusing on delivering full-fledged but shorter Dragon Age games quickly. Inquisition leaned on Trespasser a lot to deliver the full story, so they wanted to avoid this heavy focus on DLCs with shorter but complete games. The original version that came from this thinking was later codenamed Joplin, and it was going to be a smaller scale direct sequel to Inquisition. A spy-themed game focused on covert commando-type missions with lots of infiltration and heists. The plan was to allow the player to solve these as they see fit, so sneaking was not mandatory, you could fight your way through if you wanted. This concept sounds so good and all the concept art for these planned missions are so interesting, I don't even want to show most of it because it just makes my heart ache. The main base was going to be a warship, later a submarine, and then an underwater base on the back of a giant sea creature. They were trying to make it make sense in the setting, and I think this underwater base which you use to travel to missions is an incredible idea. There was a lot of the old, darker side of Dragon Age present in these concepts as well. In Tevinter there's a brothel, slaves, and very obvious class divide. Even in Rivain, since it's a trade hub where many people travel through, you can see this as well. But we were originally going to set foot in different parts of Tevinter too, of either area inside the capital Milrathus. And all the art related to this early version depicts a lot more raw hedonism built on the suffering of others. It is a key part of Tevinter lore. These early concepts are really in line with the things we heard about Tevinter in previous games. The Tevinter outfit designs page says, since Tevinter was built on the corpse of the Elven Empire, we explored costumes for Tevinter citizens that resemble a vulture, a fly, or a maggot. That goes so hard. Maybe the biggest difference in this version and the Veilguard that comes out is the characterization of Solas. At the end of Trespasser, the story said the elves are gathering in the forests, and we knew about the agents of Fen'Harel, the elves who worked for Solas. We'll talk about Solas later a lot, but it's enough to say now that this storyline is completely missing from the Veilguard. Solas is an elven lord. Meeting him in the forest where he ambushes you with his followers, the elves from all over the world gathering in Arlathan to follow a mysterious call. these are just not there. From what I gathered, this was going to be not quite as dark fantasy as Origins, but it was connected to the DNA of the older games in a lot of ways. People who worked on the project were also optimistic because they had the tools and pipelines established during Inquisition. There was a clear, manageable vision of the game and its scope, and key senior people were still at the company. It was going to be a DA2-like fast development without the externally enforced rush. A lot of people were really happy and enthusiastic in this phase. BioWare had 2 other projects in the works at the time, Mass Effect Andromeda and Anthem. In 2015, David Gaider moved over to Anthem, where he received so much pushback on his work being too much like Dragon Age, he ultimately left the company altogether a year later. Anthem was going to be a live service game making the big money, and Andromeda was going to be a more traditional BioWare single-player game. In 2017, Andromeda came out and everyone hated it basically. I think the perception of it cooled down a bit since then, but originally the game was dunked on pretty hard. So what do you think EA, the big corporation, took away from this? Single-player is dead and we need to go all in on live service, baby. So Joplin, the promising single-player project as a sequel for Inquisition, was cancelled internally. In 2017 October, the game was rebooted as a live service action game. This continues the trend of dealing a losing hand to BioWare from the start of development. DA2 was a short dev time to fix the Old Republic being delayed. Inquisition had to launch on 5 platforms because EA thought it would be better for sales, even if the game could barely run on older consoles in the beginning. And this new entry had to be turned into a multiplayer game to follow the latest corporate vision. Mike Laidlaw, who was a Dragon Age veteran, we saw him in that Warden's Quest video for example, and several other key figures left. It was never officially explicitly confirmed that this reboot was the reason, but it's pretty obvious in hindsight. The Anthem development had its own struggles, and EA wanted a second backup bet on live service rolling just in case. So Mark Darrah, another Dragon Age veteran, was leading the project now, but he was also in leadership position at Anthem, so you might imagine how hectic that must have been. The second version was codenamed Morrison, their attempt at making a live service Dragon Age. So a bunch of people left, they didn't really have the necessary resources to do it properly, not a lot of people were too happy about the new direction, and the organization structure itself was a mess trying to ship both Anthem and this game and meet the financial expectations with both. Around this time, so 2018, a teaser trailer releases. And obviously, none of this background mess is mentioned. I don't remember it being public at the time that this was planned as a live service game either. And for a few years, the only time we've heard about Dragon Age was vague trailers with concept art and developers talking. Not much detail, and I remember watching this in 2020, the lens flare and cinematic developer interviews and thinking, oh, they still have nothing. And unfortunately, I wasn't incorrect. In 2019, Anthem ships, and predictably it was critically and financially a huge flop. So EA's huge plans for live service clashed with reality in a big way, and their flagship new franchise crashed and burned upon arrival. There were some delusions about attempting to reboot and relaunch Anthem later. They really believed it's the future for some reason, but after a while they had to realize it's completely detached from what people want. So the Dragon Age project, Dreadwolf, was redirected a second time, back to single player. I haven't found an exact date for this, but it had to have been around this time, because it comes up in multiple interviews how the expectations and later fall of Anthem had an impact on Dragon Age development processes too. A lot of things were already present in the multiplayer version that made it into the final game. For example, the Siege of Weishaupt as a mission was already there, and of course a lot of technical work was done that Veilguard later built upon. A lot of the companions were already there, and the factions were originally a live service idea as well. Costumes for the characters that were originally planned for the periodic events for the online game, like a Halloween event for example, became funny Easter eggs in the later single-player version too. There were other collectible costumes from previous versions that were just completely cut. I think, so this is not confirmed anywhere, but I'm fairly sure the chests and looting animations also has to be from the live service era, because it's so exaggerated and mobile gamey. Or the Crossroads probably was the meeting hub for the online game, where you spent your time between missions. Some area designs also remind me of live service in the sense that it feels designed to be farmed over and over again. But so for the second time, in the background, work shifts to single player, and somewhere along the lines, the name changes from Dreadwolf to the Veilguard. I think the article is pointless. After Origins, Awakening, DA2 was originally Exodus, Inquisition, now we have the Veilguard. Which is kind of stupid and bothers my pattern-seeking brain, but whatever. Also, they never call themselves the Veilguard in-game, so this name must have been a really late idea. What's worse was the way this was conveyed. This was very recently, so this might be a freshly traumatic experience, and I'm sorry, but we're talking about the Reveal trailer. I think this was the first time the alarm bells started ringing in the fans' minds about how this might not be the game they are expecting. In fact, it was such a tonal shift from the Dragon Age they wanted, lots of people were instantly turned off from the project altogether. But you could also be on the side of, well, marketing was always off with Dragon Age, maybe it's going to be fine. The game looked like a hero shooter with mobile game art style though. A remixed, slowed down popular song was playing as it's trend nowadays with big movie trailers, and to this day I don't understand how anyone thought this was a good idea as a first impression. Remember, the last Dragon Age game we played was the End of Trespasser. We've been left in that limbo for 10 years, and without knowing anything about what's been going on behind the scenes, we were hit with a trailer like this. Maybe it was done for the live service version and they just forgot to do another one. I don't know, man, it was horrible. Some people instantly and correctly identified that this might actually be on purpose, it's not just the marketing. This might hint at a new writing direction. But most at this point were optimistic, and the most logical conclusion was at that time was that it's a blunder of the marketing department. And it seemed like it, because the backlash against it was so bad. A few days later they did a live stream showing the first 20 minutes of the game, and they course corrected to emphasizing how this is actually a dark, character-focused, deep RPG that you would expect from them, a return to form for BioWare, and the marketing was hammering this point after the gameplay was revealed. In hindsight, this was also a bad strategy, because the game is, well, not that, but now people had that expectation, and they went into it with that mindset to be even more disappointed. Maybe a slower easing into the new tone would have worked better, so people could get into it over time instead of just unloading it all on them at once before release. They did do some of that at least. A podcast series also came out shortly before release, and its writing style foreshadowed a lot of the vibe of the Veilguard. It's a full audio production with the voice actors from the game and sound effects and action scenes, and a story that leads the main character to meet important characters from the game. It does a great job of showing the atmosphere of the game itself, but before release, the new direction was not really communicated. They were saying it's gonna be a return to form, so when this came out and the writing and the vibes felt off, I thought it is just this story, so I didn't finish it. I didn't know it was meant to ease us into the new style. It felt like a big shift then, even though in its word use and language, in some cases it's harsher than the game itself. If you like audiobooks with multiple actors and sound effects, you might like it. It's well done, it's a high quality production, but personally I wasn't really into this format. After all this, the actual game comes out on October 31st, 2024, and with that we can move on from the development history to how the finished game is. The first things you'll probably notice is the art style change. There's a section in the art book that talks about developing it and its focus on shapes to convey personality. They wanted it to still be believable, but instead of being realistic, they wanted to exaggerate angles and silhouettes to more immediately convey the mood and personality of everything, buildings, objects, and people too. There's a lot of designs in the art book that didn't make the cut, and a lot of them are related to the horror aspect of the franchise. A lot of it was lost with this art style change. The new Darkspawn often look exaggerated and cartoony, and as such they are kind of harder to take seriously. There's a few sections where the plant designs feel a bit more visceral though, but the game never really finds what it wants with these horror elements. The book has explorers turn to monsters in Arlathan Forest, for example. This type of body horror is very rare in the game. Generally, I don't mind the art style change. Dragon Age never really had a consistent visual style, and I'm all for experimentation. In this one, for example, next to the exaggerated shapes, they put a lot of effort into making the hair ultra realistic, which creates a really unique look. This type of exploration with the art style change is great. I have two specific criticisms though. where I think the change was definitely a mistake. First is the characters. While I think the exaggerated style works for inanimate objects, it really doesn't for the people. Everyone looks like they were put into a machine and squished 30%, and even despite that, all the races look uniform. Elves were always tall and incredibly thin, dwarves and humans were stereotypical fantasy proportioned people, but here, just looking at the character creation, all of them are kind of similar. Qunari look the most like their design in previous games, was sort of, but they also have this ironed out, wrinkle-less skin, which is a big departure from previous games where they were always gruff and scary. This vertical compression doesn't apply to characters we know though, which makes the whole thing even more jarring. Solas, Morrigan, Dorian even look like they are from a different game. My elven rook looks like a different kind of race altogether next to Solas. I don't think this whole change works. And the other art direction decision I don't agree with, and this is far worse, is the bloom effect. I cannot express how much I'm against this. If you haven't tried this on your first playthrough, please go back to the game and try turning off these two settings. It makes the game look so much better. It's much closer to a mix between Inquisition and the exaggerated realism they talked about in the art book. They have this beautiful version of the game and put 2 Instagram filters on it to make it look washed out, like trying to remember a faded memory of a dream. I learned this on my second run and it made the experience so much better. In this video I'll mostly use footage with the bloom on because that's the out-of-box experience and I want to represent that, but I strongly recommend turning it off. Another setting I recommend you look through before starting is the accessibility settings. There's a lot here to help you if you have any type of need for gameplay assist, like additional sound cues, but there's a lot of options if you just want to customize the game and make it more comfortable for you. You can turn off the quest markers, you can turn off the minimap, fiddle with the display in a lot of ways. I like this a lot. Also, there's a story difficulty which is incredibly easy if you don't want to deal with the combat, and in this game there's no artificial walls in the main quest, like power farming in Inquisition. If you want to rush the main quest, you can. I love this level of freedom to play the game the way you want, and I really appreciated this aspect of the Veilguard. The game continues the transformation of Dragon Age into a full-on action RPG franchise. We don't have tactical cam again, and the gameplay mostly resembles something like the God of War games. It often came up in interviews that most people played Dragon Age exactly like this, without posing and strategizing, only looking at the tactical cam very rarely. People already mostly played earlier Dragon Age games as an action game from the third-person view, so from a developer point of view, this is a shift I completely understand. In this case, I think it's more like Final Fantasy XVI. The series loses its identity a little bit when you make an action game out of an RPG, but it's not necessarily bad, even if it's very different and a lot of people will be put off by this. The systems themselves are kind of shallow, but every single checklist item you'd expect from a AAA action game is here. We got skill trees for you and your companions, combos between these skills, crafting and upgrading gear, hidden altars you can find, farming reputation with the factions and unlocking faction-specific items from their vendors, transmog for the equipment. We even have flashy animations and sound effects for the looting. In Origins, a chest containing loot was part of the environment and felt like someone in-universe put it there to store their belongings. Here we have these huge loot boxes in the middle of nowhere next to a road, and for me they felt really out of place in terms of the world and immersion. But as a video game, they are fun to find and open because of the loot they contain. There's no carry capacity limit either, which is good because after a while there's gonna be a lot of loot that's just filler. By the end, you'll learn to just gather everything and tune most of it out completely. Another thing that's very video gamey is the puzzles. Sometimes these are jumping environmental puzzles, sometimes you have to direct multiple beams to their receptacle or guide orbs to power these crystals that power doors and bridges. None of these are any challenge basically ever, but there are 2 that are always extra mind-numbing. One is the Venatory locks. They have a force field, and to disable them, you have to break these crystals that are powered by other crystals, and you can tell they are connected by the energy line that's between them. So the puzzle is following the line, that's it. The other is these blight growths. Blight is blocking a door, so you have to pop these pulsating sacs that are connected to make it disappear. Like, I don't understand the point of these at all. They don't really make sense in universe. Why would the Venatory use these breakable crystals outside the locked door as locks? And they are not really challenging either, as it's always really obvious. And modeling the God of War gameplay, the companions just tell you the solution most of the time, without giving you any time at all to even survey the area. In the end, all of these puzzles feel like padding, instead of anything meaningful. But the main problem I have with these is that they make the gameplay feel like a theme park version of the world, where in-game concepts are used to make these little challenges for me, the player, instead of depicting the world I'm supposedly playing in. The difference between I'm playing in a playground that's themed after Dragon Age and I'm in the world of Dragon Age. Something like Thrall standing in Orgrimmar, here I'm seeing him in the world he's living in, versus him in Warcraft Rumble. This is him in a video game. The Veilguard always feels like the latter. The combat itself, I think, is a great direction for Dragon Age and is the most fun part of the Veilguard. I don't mind the action RPG direction at all. The animations are great, the bosses are interesting visually, and a lot of them have wild mechanic challenges as well. I'm not really sure about build variety, but I played a rogue and a warrior so far, and everything I tried was at least viable, and it was really fun to experiment with different setups and party composition. The dodge and shoot gameplay with a bow user was wonderful throughout the whole game. And it was such a nice change from the stiff animations and rigid combat of Inquisition. Playing them after each other highlighted it more that the Veilguard's gameplay works so much better for me than Inquisition's. You need to change some settings though probably, especially if you, like me, decide to play on a keyboard and mouse, because by default jump is F and dodge is space, which should be criminal. The controller first design is a big departure from the CRPG roots, but I don't think this is a big deal. You can get used to it pretty quickly. The sound effects for the combat and exploration, and even for the UI itself, are always really good, and I find they always enhance whatever I'm doing. I really like the Protoss sound for the ancient Elven tech.
So, what did this artifact do?
The walking puzzles in Inquisition were kinda similar, so I thought this was a nice direction. And all the ambient sounds are always amazing. The soundtrack was given to Hans Zimmer this time, and to be honest, I found it completely forgettable. He makes really good trailer music, but there are no themes or no motifs. Remember how I talked about the Lost Elf theme? No character has anything even remotely similar here. It's adequate, high quality music, but I can't remember a single song from the soundtrack. Every song is Hollywood trailer music, something Hans Zimmer does really well, but it does not fit with Dragon Age. I don't feel like he or his team took the time to really get into the lore and what would work. It feels like they took this job as some sort of quick secondary project, collected the big money for the Hans Zimmer name, and turned in a pretty generic set of songs. Even though they had some help in terms of arrangement from people who worked on Dragon Age music before, I wouldn't say it really hits the same. Most of the soundtrack could work in a lot of different settings. It doesn't feel connected to Dragon Age or the characters specifically. I think this is another great part in why the game feels so empty and disconnected. The music is just a competent but hollow shell of what we're used to from Dragon Age games. You can try to solve this on your own, I guess, but if you try to experience the game as intended, the music Hans Zimmer and his team gave the game is kinda forgettable and unremarkable. And on top of that, the in-game placement of it also doesn't make sense in a lot of cases. There's no music where there really should be something, or random music that doesn't fit at all.
Sorry. Just breaking things. You got us here, Rook. We're with you. Together till the end.
But as I said, the sound effects themselves do a great job to make the world itself feel really interactive. And you can feel this interactivity in a lot of ways with a lot of added gameplay mechanics. There's a lot of climbing and exploration for hidden loot. The maps are mostly linear, but there are always hidden branching paths with some form of loot to find. You can break the environmental objects a lot of times, and you can pet dogs and pet cats. But unfortunately not always. literally unplayable. Exploring the world is always fantastic though, and the environment art in general is another outstanding part of the game. The environments are beautiful. I often just stood around and took in the different zones and their unique attractions. There's always a very strong visual cohesion and direction to these environments, and a great amount of care put into every detail, even if it's just a transitory zone for one specific quest. It's even taken a little too far sometimes. For example, here there's a suspicious amount of care put into this feet armor that separates the toes. And there's photo mode in the game, by the way, so you can really enjoy the visuals in any way you'd like. Your team is using the Eluvians, the elven teleport mirrors, to warp around, so the art team had a chance to show a bunch of very different types of zones, and I think they all turned out to be great. Whether it's a theatrical huge scene during a quest, or just an elven artifact vault that works like something from Alan Wake, or just the many collectible nodes that are all around the world again, filled with nods to other games or history. There's always a lot to explore in these zones. But while individual zones are beautiful and the details thorough and impressive, the big picture, the overall world building of the Veilguard and the way it tries to integrate into the previous games does not click together very well. I think this is also because of the frantic development history and the fact that this game was two fundamentally different other games before. Our base, Solas's former hideout, the lighthouse, is in the Fade, so not on the physical plane where all the other zones are. The base itself is beautiful, and I really like the touches like the Black City being visible here as well, or the little notes you find so you can learn a bit more about Solas himself and his life here. Everyone has a little room too that showcases their personality. Is great. Again, the individual zone is good, but the way it fits into everything else is not. We can quickly fast travel between large distances, and it's not just a gameplay mechanic, we do this in Universe too. And we go in, do our thing, and exit back to the Fade. It never really feels like we are organically part of Thedas, only dropping in as a trio squad like in Apex Legends, we win and go next. The base being in the Fade and all the teleporting breaks the illusion of a journey, and the feeling of actually living in the world with its inhabitants. We exist in the Fade and materialize sometimes to do some quest. The epic, slow-building fantasy storyline of Inquisition or Origin is just not here. We see the world and its problems like tourists, walk through the streets and observe the social issues but never interact with them in any meaningful way because we're here to do our own thing and warp back to our base. In an interview, they proudly said that in this game everything ties back to the critical path, but I think that's exactly the problem. They haven't solved the problem of Inquisition being too disjointed, just made a different version of it. In the world of the Veilguard, everything revolves around us and our goal. In the previous games, we were part of the environment and could interact with its inhabitants on a deeper level because of it. Veilguard treats our heroes as separate from the state of the world with the sole focus on stopping the gods. If Inquisition is a single-player MMO, this game is a single-player live service game. And even though it does have a story, I think this game is best enjoyed as an action game. You put it on a higher difficulty, enjoy the encounters, look around in the beautiful zones, and just turn your brain off completely. It's an okay to good action game with a story that is best not taken too seriously. I think they had to land a lot of different goals at once, and it really shows in the final product. Actually ship a game after 2 reboots, make an entry point for new players, but also conclude a 10-year-old cliffhanger in a satisfying way. I understand this was made by real people who faced horrible hardships and stumbling blocks put in front of them all during development. So my goal here is not to find a responsible individual or to blame someone. It's to look at the end product and see where it works and where it doesn't. A lot of people, me included, have complex feelings of disappointments about this game, mostly related to the narrative side. And I'd like to understand and analyze in detail how this game's story might do that to someone. Because it's important to understand, at least to the extent we can, what went wrong, so we can learn from it. For example, Avowed, a recent release with a similar history of being rebooted during development from a multiplayer game, at least managed to achieve some levels of success as a single-player RPG. I think it's fair to say the Veilguard is universally considered disappointing now, and I do think its failure to connect to fans or a wider audience starts with the story. I think the main problem is that things don't quite make sense or click together in a satisfying way on any level of the writing. There's a weird contradictory structure present all throughout the game. You can always see the idea, the intention that was one thing, and see the actual execution of it on the other hand that that tells you something else. For example, the story feels like the more limited, lower stakes adventure of DA2, but actually it's the highest stakes we've ever had in the franchise. Things happen on a much larger scale than in any other Dragon Age game before, and no one we meet seems to take it seriously on a level that would be appropriate. But I'll go through all these levels in order. The high level story itself, the characterization of the companions, and the writing of the individual lines. These will all be separate sections in this examination to really try to understand what happened here. I go over this top to bottom, so first a summary of the main story to illustrate how this self-contradictory nature is all over the global plot. Then zooming in, go through the characters and their sub-stories, and then examine examples from the level of individual lines as well. Problems with the story start as early as the character creator. Or for people who were following the news around this game, they started with that one IGN interview. Going from the Tapestry in Inquisition, where every single little decision could be set up to create your own world state, here we get three choices. Who did your Inquisitor romance? Did they promise to stop Solas or not? And is the Inquisition disbanded or not? And spoiler, even these don't matter that much later. If you romance Solas, that unlocks an extra ending, or the others come with some extra codex lines, and that's it. Again, I understand that as we have more and more Dragon Age games, meaningfully implementing all the decisions becomes unrealistic, but this still feels less than a minimum baseline. In Inquisition, I felt at home because the world was shaped by the choices I made. I knew its history because I was there in previous games. In the universe of the Veilguard, the most important thing you can do is romance Solas. That's the thing that matters in its history. The Veil of Sorrows or the aftermath of Adamant Fortress, things like this are as if they had never happened. It's not a good setup for your adventure, it makes the world feel shallower than it actually is. In interviews, they emphasize that they removed the world state options to focus on choices that are relevant to the story. But the story is the largest it's ever been, impacting the whole world, concluding decade-old mysteries, and two of these few choices still ended up being empty options that don't really change anything. And all of this is also combined with the hell of trying to recreate your Inquisitor exactly in the new art style.
What a fucking nightmare.
The game starts in Minrathous, where we learn that Varric and Harding has been pursuing Solas and trying to stop his plan to undo the Veil. Varric recruited Rook to this cause, who we play as. Rook's name might be a chess reference. The Rook moves in straight lines, and there's a move where it swaps places with another piece. This will come up in the story. And Solas' tarot card was the Tower. Rook is also a type of Corvid, so Rook with the crow's background makes a lot more sense. It could be a reference to how they are a young rookie in the team too. I always thought it's the last one, but in the art book it said that since Joplin, the main character, had a bird-related name, so it's probably mostly that. There was even a design where the base we had was shaped like a birdcage. But either way, Varric calls them kid a lot, and I think they're supposed to be very young, and it's the reason you can't really make them old in the character creation. We recruit Nev in Minrathous, an investigator from here who's supposed to help us find the lead on Solas. Under the city we find Solas' hideout, and there's a lot of murals here again. I love that he's so powerful and he still feels all these intense emotions that he expresses through these paintings, and we learn a few things about what he's up to. We follow him to Arlatham Forest, the former center of the Elven Empire, where he is performing the ritual to destroy the Veil. So it's up to the four of us to stop him. It's a ritual that was planned for 10 years by an Elven god who is one of the most powerful beings alive. Its goal is to literally change the fabric of reality and change the lives of every single being alive. And our plan is to knock over some scaffolding, I guess, after a few minor encounters with demons, and it works and it's stopped. This is immediately the first good example of what I mean by high concept with an implementation that feels hasty and unserious. This ritual deserved a lot more careful focus. Varric and one other companion is badly injured, so we get some sense that this was a serious fight with high stakes at least. As the ritual goes wrong, Solas himself is trapped in the Fade, and two of the Avenures escaped the Fade into our world, Elganon and Gillenane, who will be the main antagonists through the whole story. We heard a lot about them in previous games. Elganon is the god of the sun and vengeance, and is the leader of the Avenures. Gillenane was a devotee of Andruil, who after seeing Gillenane's devotion to animals, elevated her into the pantheon. She is credited with the creation of the Hala, the deer-like creatures who are very important in Elven culture. After this incident, the team moves into Solas's former hideout in the Fade, the Lighthouse. We also meet the caretaker here who helps us around the place, and he is the designated driver we have when traveling the crossroads. And it's the first real look at another kind of unserious aspect of the narrative, the war table from Inquisition, where we discuss the movements of our troops and the plans for the future, is replaced by a recap table. Here we talk through our experiences in a way that's more like a daily stand-up meeting in a fast-paced, agile corporation than a fantasy game. We talk about what happened a few minutes ago in detail and overview our plans for the immediate future. I'll not mention this every time, but it constantly returns after every mission. Something literally just happened and we go through it with the team again to make sure everyone expresses their inputs and all of us are on the same page. The escape gods are infested with the Blight and they want to unleash the full power of it upon the world, so they can rule it and form it in any way they want. This power is held captive by the Veil, so they want to tear down their former prison. Most of the main story from this point on is recruiting people to assemble a team that's capable of stopping them. We need a monster expert, an assassin, a dragon slayer. Everyone has a function in the group and it's very much like an Ocean's 11 movie. Maybe this part is also a leftover from the time when this game was about infiltration missions. We managed to acquire the dagger Solas used in the ritual, which is the red lyrium idol from Dragon Age 2 by the way, so even that was Solas's fault. We can use it to use the abilities of companions too when they are not present. It's not really explained how, but sure. We also learn that we can communicate with him through meditating in our room. After recruiting a few people, we get the news that Mirathas and Treviso are both attacked by the gods and their archdemon. One dragon in each city, and Rook has to choose which one to help. And the way this is set up and executed is genuinely baffling. It's a great example again of how you can always see the hand of the writer in this story. It hits you over the head with, hey, don't forget you're playing a game by the way. So we are just talking, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, the exact same thing is happening in two separate cities, each with deep connections to one of your companions. You have to make a choice, and obviously bad things are gonna happen in the city that you are not choosing. There's a sudden spike in stakes. Nothing you could have done previously changes this binary choice you are making right here. You know exactly what's going to happen. Any type of subtlety of choice and consequence is gone. This one screen is what matters. We fight off the archdemon, but cannot defeat them for good. The companion that is from the city you haven't saved will blame you for their city being destroyed. They get the hardened condition from the trauma and take a bit of time off, but eventually they'll come about. And here is the hand of the writer. They wanted conflict. They wanted these companions to be angry at Rook, so they are angry. There's really no reason for them to blame Rook for these events, other than we're in a game and some tension felt needed here. I think just blaming themselves for not being there or blaming the gods would have felt so much more like they are real people. They could still take time off and get the hardened skills without them having this uncharacteristically intense hate towards Rook that comes from nowhere and ultimately goes nowhere. Failing to kill the dragon made the team realize they are not strong enough yet, so we need to recruit a few more people. We also get to meet the Inquisitor who is handling the chaos in the southern regions where we spent our time in previous games. They are holding the line so far and we agree to distribute the responsibilities. The Inquisitor keeps fighting in the south and Rook and their team handle the gods themselves in the north. The only way this makes sense to me is there's literally no one else delusional enough to even try to do this. Rook is just a regular person, they even said it in the trailer, and everyone is super encouraging in their ability to lead and handle this. They've been hired by Varric of the Streets a short while ago. They constantly act like a child and have no real leadership experience or qualities. The fact that they are the leader of this whole bunch, and by extension of what might be the most important mission in the history of the world, feels unserious and unearned. Also, why are we talking about this in a public tavern, in a city that we know is full of agents of the Venatori? The Inquisitor uses the Illuvians and we also just teleport here. Why not in the complete secure lighthouse we have? The only reason for this, I think, is so the Inquisitor and Varric do not meet, for reasons that will be clear a bit later. But they don't know they shouldn't meet and the whole scene feels so awkward in a public place like this. This scene is also a good example of something that might be from a different stage of the development, maybe from Joplin or Morrison. So it might make sense in the context of that game, but it's shaky at best in the final one. We have to make a lot of logical jumps for a lot of elements in this story for it to work. But after this, we hear of an imminent attack, this time on the main base of the Grey Warden Order, Weishaupt. And since we learned before the attack that with the dragons alive, the gods are immortal, just like Corypheus was in Inquisition, our first goal will have to be to kill the archdemons. We have expanded our roster since last time and got stronger, so it should work out. The commander of the Wardens have been incredibly mean and condescending to us since the beginning, and while confronting him in the heat of this battle, you have a binary choice again. Punch him or try to talk some sense into him and make him finally believe the threat of the gods. And this was another point for me where I was baffled how weird these characters behave. Because if you try to talk to him, he's basically like, oh yeah, you're right, after a short exchange of words, and he completely changes his personality from that point. He rallies behind our cause and becomes kind of meek and subservient to Rook, even though he was hot-headed and stubborn all game. This isn't a person who you affected by your words and actions. You just flicked a switch in an NPC and now he acts this way because you chose one dialogue option one time. Again, it just feels so sudden and unearned. But we end the battle using an old dragon trap to weaken the archdemon and we kill it. And here is the first real look at how Ghilanine is obsessed with creation and isn't really bound by any type of ethics or consideration to other living beings. She turns her archdemon into a multiple-headed monster. We are constantly told she created monstrous, twisted creatures for her experiments, and at least here we can see some representation of that. She looks at the Blight as raw potential, a perfect tool to create the perfect form. This fight and the whole visual aspect of the Weishaupt siege is really cool. When an archdemon is killed by a warden, its soul travels to the killer and they both die. But here it seems to travel back to Ghilanine. She's supposed to be vulnerable now, so Lucanus tries to attack her with the dagger but only manages to scratch her a little bit. We end the mission on a failure, but we at least know now that she is in fact vulnerable. The team is upset emotionally and we have to solve their internal conflicts before venturing forward. They actually explicitly state that we need to pause our fight because we will fight better if there's nothing holding us back mentally. So the next part of the main story is mostly just going through the companion quests and we'll go through them in detail in the next part. Here I just want to say that even if it sounds kind of silly in the middle of an epic fantasy story, this is at least in theory an interesting way to make the player treat the companions as people and not just tools for a bigger goal. You are made to consider their life and problems, and you know for a fact that they will not fight their best in the last mission if you skip the full companion quest lines. So it's your decision ultimately. While doing these quests, the cultists of the gods plan to sacrifice captured elves as blood offering to Elganon to help him restore his archdemon to full power, but we rescue the elves with the help of Solas, and ultimately the cultists themselves become the sacrifice. We also learn that the gods plan another ritual to make a dagger similar to our Lyrium dagger and pierce the veil with it. We learn this from a Qunari who is such an incredible character who consciously lets the Blight corrupt him. We meet him, get interested in him, and then he immediately becomes a boss fight and we kill him. He could have been a bit more prominent because he's so compelling, but even in his short cameo, he was one of my favorites in the game. And when we go to the ritual's location, this is the point of no return quest at the end of the game. There are two important decisions here, and both are similar in terms of depth to the previous ones I highlighted. The first is who is going to lead a small distraction force to draw off the army between us and Ghilanine. It's either Harding or Devrin. I choose Harding because she is a scout, so I trusted her ability to move safely on enemy territory, and I also completed her companion quest, and I got a sense the way the story was set up was trying to tell me she's on top of her game because of that. A bit later, you need to choose between Nev and Bellara to dispel some magic. The one you choose gets instantly abducted by Elganon. You don't know what happens to her at this point, and you have to fight through to Ghilanine. After you've won the fight, Lucanus almost fails to kill her again, but the one you chose to lead the scouting team jumps in and sacrifices themselves with a snappy one-liner to give Lucanus the chance to finally succeed. You even get a note that as a leader of the team, they decided to make the ultimate sacrifice. And since the dagger's magic is still messing with the veil, Solas is able to double-cross us and put Rook into the Fade and switch places with them to escape to the physical world. And in the Regret Prison, as this place is called, Rook is bombarded with guilt about these two choices and how it is their fault. And this felt so incredibly cheap. I don't understand how in even Rook's darkest moments could they blame themselves for this. Everyone knew the risks, and even the tooltip thing says that the leader of the team chose to make the sacrifice. It has no relation to my decision sending them to the scouting mission. The death wasn't during the scouting mission. They finished it and joined our battle. We are in the same boss fight now. Maybe they would have sacrificed themselves if they were with me the whole time. This whole thing actually cheapens their sacrifice because it makes it the result of my decision, which is true in gameplay terms, but it shouldn't be true in universe. And Rook also blames themselves for Nev's or Bellara's disappearance and possible death. Again, it's not the result of them dispelling the magic. There was a tentacle that reached out, and at that point, for all we know, it could have been random who it took. So even though we agreed that solving everyone's problems will make them fight better, it doesn't matter here. Nothing you previously did matters here. It's always Harding and Devrin and Nev and Bellara. And the one you choose always suffers negative consequences. And then instantly you're hit with moralizing about how this is all your fault. Maybe there was an idea to do a section about the heavy responsibilities of leadership near the end, but the whole execution of this part feels so off again. For one, Rook never felt like a leader throughout the game, so making them fear the consequences of their decisions will not work as well. And second, these decisions don't really feel connected to their outcome. They don't die on the distraction mission, they die in the same fight I'm currently doing. So it's more of an unfortunate event that happened and not a consequence. And third, the heavy-handed gear trip immediately after is completely misplaced because of this. Why isn't it about the city I didn't save? I feel that could be a justifiable regret. Rook knew the city they don't go to will get heavily damaged. They had to choose one regardless, and a large number of civilians suffered because of it. But remember how I said after every mission there's a recap group chat session? I feel like the story is afraid to reference back to previous events so everyone, even people who don't really pay attention, can put this together. So the main regrets Rook has are things that literally happened 15 minutes ago. And there's no changing who gets put into danger, it's always these four, so it feels extra out of my hand. And then you read that the thinking was Harding because she was already loved since Inquisition, and a son because he's a cute pet. It's just shock value. And it also feels so unfair to Devrin, whose story never steps out of the single hot death story beat, even in his death. I felt so cheated by this section. I actually reloaded and redid the whole mission with the knowledge that I'm going to send people to their downfall. Bellara was my Rook's romance, and the fact that she just gets taken because of something so random just didn't sit right with me. And right after this, at the end of the Regret prison, you meet Varric, and it turns out that he was inside your head the whole time. He died in the confrontation at the beginning of the game, and Solas cast some blood magic onto Rook to see him as still alive. The whole game he feels like a shell of himself and just sleeps all the time. But it's because he's not there. On the second playthrough you can notice a lot of signs and hints that he's not there, and it's just Rook imagining things. There was a Eurogamer interview post-launch where the developers talked about this story point and mentioned things like, this felt like a natural point for Varric to pass the torch, pass the buck onto someone else to serve as the new storyteller in Dragon Age, and that his death was supposed to make people realize how evil Solas is. Isn't it deep when characters you love die? Are you feeling emotional now? I feel like I heard these things before. In Inquisition, Varric grew close to Solas. He clearly cares for him, and their relationship happening on the screen in this game was a reminder of the type of characters and deep relationships we used to have. So it's extra hurtful when his storyline is just used for shock value. The Inquisitor doesn't ask about him, Harding doesn't get to mourn him, or because it would ruin the big reveal at the end, that he was dead and what you interacted with was just an illusion, a puppet. It's so disrespectful to Varric as a character to send him off like this. Rook accepts the loss in the end though and faces the regret to escape the prison. Here the idea is Solas could not do this, and ordinary people might be stronger in some aspects than even the gods. Again, this idea is great, but the way it is done, we just walk through some memories and talk to a memory of Varric and then we wake up. The Prison of Regret could have been about truly hard, regretful choices Rook made during the game, and to show Solas how to actually overcome regret. That way we could have seen Rook actually surpassing Solas. But there's not really any choice like that in this game. Rook didn't choose to sacrifice the people in the last mission, they didn't tell Varric to attack Solas, Solas did choose his actions that he regrets, so us overcoming these events that happened to us feels hollow in comparison. After we escape, and some catching up of course, we march on the location of the last battle. We'll need all the allied factions here, and if you level their reputation up a bit during your playthrough, they'll perform well and none of them will die. Same for the companions, here is where the completed companion quests matter. And you also need to send them to do an appropriate task. So someone with experience fighting huge monsters should obviously be Tosh, etc. And then it's movie night and you watch your plans unfold. This part I felt was a result of my actions. I decided to strengthen the factions, I decided to train the companions to their best, and I sent them to do the tasks that matched their strength. And as such, it felt good when everything came together and the plan worked. If they are not strong enough, companions and faction NPCs can die here, so there are high stakes, but it makes sense. We meet Solas, who now says he wants to leave the Veil up if that's the only way to stop Algernon. He joins us for a short while in the fight, and then he leaves to fight the Archdemon. He gives us the dagger and changes into a giant wolf to fight, which is a great spectacle. And the wolf form's eyes are laid out in a similar way to a pride demon. I thought it was a nice touch. Rook also learns that whoever you choose to dispel that one random spell is now integrated into the Blight and is forced to control it for Algernon. We free her though, but the Blight will have lasting effects, at least visually. The Inquisitor is also here, wearing their Skyhold PJs to battle for some reason. You have a small respite to catch up with everyone, including the faction NPCs after that huge battle. On the next roundtable discussion, the party realizes that Algernon's life itself is bound to the magic that holds the Veil together, so if we defeat him, the Veil collapses. That's why Solas gave us the dagger, so we do his work for him. So the new plan is to tie the Veil to Solas now. We need to kill Algernon and draw Solas's blood to bind the magic to him. There's a few possible ways of doing this, but we need to make that decision later. We first kill the Elven God. We climb this beanstalk-shaped blight growth to the Archon's palace above the city and find Algernon overrun with blight. I think at this point he's completely spread thin. We defeated his archdemon, he was trying to fight Solas, the Blight, and us at the same time. He used a lot of his powers to perform that ritual on the island to create the red lyrium dagger, and he's trying to control the Blight that we know is incredibly powerful. He wants to blight the city, but it's running him over. Probably that's why he needed someone, Bellara or Nev, to control it. He was starting to get overwhelmed. So even if Rook is just a regular person, with the support of Solas or allied factions and all their power, or special companions and their focused efforts, we are able to stand a chance against him. The Evanures are not true gods at the end of the day. We defeat him and it's time to choose our ending. Again, it's just a click on option and that's the ending you get, dialogue will. But we win, the sun is shining again, the name Veilguard is dropped for the first time, and we save the day for real this time. Now that the broad strokes are clear, let's go one level deeper, starting with Solas and the endings. Solas was the title character of this game for a long time, and he obviously still ended up being a very important character in the story. His plan is what sets the events of the game in motion, and he is constantly in Rook's head, communicating from the Regret prison. Regret as a debilitating state of mind is an important aspect of his character, and the way it's handled in the Veilguard is one of the most interesting parts of the story. While exploring the Crossroads, and this whole thing is completely optional, you will come across some memories of Solas. You get a bit of an inside look into ancient Elven history and the memories of the rebellion and Felasan and the actions of younger Solas. It adds a very nice flavor to what we already know about him, but the main part of this is, at the end of these memories you'll get a statue. There are 5 of these and you can put them into their display slots in the lighthouse, where they reveal murals called Regrets of Solas. It always plays a short reenactment scene of Solas's life, big events that happened and shaped him, and since the Evanures are so powerful, the world itself too. The game cannot help itself though, and these always have a roundtable discussion after them about what we've just seen that explains it to make sure literally everyone gets it and you don't need to use your brain to interpret them at all. They chew your food for you again, but it's around halfway through the game at this point, you will be used to it, whatever. But the actual content of these murals are by far my favorite part of the game. It was known that David Gaider wrote a secret document during the initial construction of the world of Thedas that detailed the objective events of the universe behind all the interpretations. I'm sure most of this information that these murals present was there, which would mean a lot of these things were intentionally set up since Origins, and when it all fits together here, it was such a big moment for me. So in the first Regret, we see the forming of the Evanures, where Algernon and Mythal declared themselves as gods to help and guide their confused people. Solus was against this, and he wanted them to give up their leadership positions instead of declaring themselves even higher. He started his rebellion against the newly formed Pantheon. The regret here is very complicated because it's mostly about believing Elganon and the betrayal Solus felt when he realized Elganon just wanted power. But another big part is that Mythal stood with the other gods, even though her and Solus were close. The name Dreadwolf comes from him being called Mythal's lapdog. So I think he feels betrayed by his peers, and he feels like he let down the elves who he was supposed to fight for and protect. Lots to regret here, and this is just the first event. The second is Solus warning Mythal that the rest of the Avenurists want to use the Blight to acquire more power. The Blight is contained, sealed away, but Solus fears the ward's weakening. Mythal calls Solus a friend, then love, and they talk about the Blight being their mistake. So they have history. After that scene, the team talk about Andruil, another goddess, using something like the Blight in a legend. Mythal had to defeat her, and Andruil's madness disappeared. But so after Solus's warning, Mythal went back to confront them, and she was murdered. Solus sent her to her death, basically by warning her, and their relationship never was resolved. They had history together, then the events in the previous mural happened, and now this. These things would be hard to get over for anyone. The next mural is about the creation of the Veil. Solus creates a new prism for the Blight and the gods themselves, while tying the magic to their life force. So in theory, it preserves ever after. The team thinks the Veil itself might have been a mistake, an unplanned side effect of this ritual, and that would certainly explain Solus's deep desire to reverse it. Because the creation of the Veil was devastating for the Elven Empire and its people, and Solus, rightfully, feels fully responsible for their downfall. He might have contained the Avenurists and the Blight, but he wasn't ready for the price his people paid. So far we've been going kind of chronologically, but the fourth mural goes way back. It's about the origins of the elves themselves. Solus is shown as a spirit, while Mythal already looks like an elf, and she tries to convince Solus to take on a physical form. Solus is content in the realm of spirits and is apprehensive of using lyrium. When Mythal created her body using the blue stone, Solus says the earth shook. Mythal gaslight gatekeep girl bosses Solus to form a physical body anyway against his own judgment, and he's so loyal to the end that he agrees. So the regret here is that he doesn't want to build a physical body in the first place, and then they have to use the blood of the Titans for it too. They are hurting the Titans, and this whole procedure leads to the war between the elves and the Titans, the war that ended in the first mural scene with Elganon and the Avenurists taking power. There were small hints to this in the previous game, so it's really cool to see the theory almost definitely confirmed. The next is the creation of the ritual dagger. It was used to sever the souls and dreams from the Titans. Solus warned Mythal that these severed dreams will go mad over time. He thinks this is awful, but Mythal thinks this is the only way to end the war, so he ends up being instrumental in neutralizing the Titans. The collective consciousness of the dwarves and the Titans was separated from them and sent to the Fade, making them kinda similar to the Tranquil. This also created the Blight itself, when these disembodied dreams did in fact go mad with grief and rage. This also rendered the dwarven people as a whole to lose their connection to the Titans and be unable to use magic or dream themselves. Even in Origins, a lot of Blight-infested people described it as a song. The calling was also described as whispers and music, and some dwarves hear the stones sing to them too. It's all connected to the Titans, and it all happened because Solus and Mythal performed their ritual on them. The last regret is something we had already seen before, at least a part of it. It's the post-credit scene in Inquisition where Solus and Mythal meet. Solus is weakened by just waking up from a deep slumber, but he needs his full power back to tear down the Veil. So he kills Mythal and he takes her power, and that's why he was so much more regal and powerful in Trespasser. He was not just a weakened, apostate mage anymore. Mythal was against destroying the Veil. She thought the elves of today do not deserve their world torn apart to fix Solus's conscience. But he kills her in the end, the regret being having to turn on the person who he had been loyal to from the start. After you've seen all the regrets and memories, the caretaker announces a visitor and you get to meet Morrigan in the crossroads. When Solus killed Mythal, he absorbed her powers, but her memories went on to the next willing host, this time Morrigan. She was doing this for ages, hopping from host to host, including Flemeth, and now she's here again. Well, a part of her at least. She thinks it was Solus's love and loyalty that started this tragedy we face now, and it's his solid belief that's driving him still. The belief that only he is able to correct the wrongs that he set in motion. Mythal having a slightly different interpretation highlights again that even if this is as close we are gonna get to objective truths, it's still just an account, a recollection of one of the participants, and as such it always might be colored with personal disposition. She also reveals that there's a different fragment of Mythal that was created when the Avenurists killed her the first time. And it's interesting because Flemeth alluded to being able to be in multiple places at once before, so she knew this, or at least some of it. It also means that the hero of Ferelden in Origins killed a god fragment too. You can fight her in dragon form here as well, but you can also try to reason with her to help you. Either way, you get her essence, a way to unlock another ending at the end of the game. So let's get back to this screen where you choose the ending. There were concepts about Solus summoning a titan or tranquilizing himself as the ending, but nothing as grandiose happens. One of the choices is fighting Solus. Your allies help you and Rook punches Solus and stabs him with the dagger. His life force will be tied to the veil and he is trapped in the same prison he set for the Avenurists. This is the ending I dislike the most. It doesn't make sense to me that Rook, who again is just a random person, defeats Solus, a powerful mage even in his weakened state. And it really doesn't make sense to me that Solus's reaction is that he belittles Rook and declares himself a god. I mean, I can intellectualize it. Rook had a lot of help from a lot of sources. Solus used a lot of energy on the ritual and fighting the archdemon. He might even want to be defeated, so he didn't fight at full strength. And he's also a spirit of pride, as we learned, and his emotions might have fully taken over him in this moment of final defeat. So I kinda get it, but if I have to do all this mental work for it to work, when in the moment all I feel is confusion, I don't like it. There's a version of this ending where everyone dies too. If you didn't do any side quests and all your companions fail their tasks in the last mission, it's possible that only Rook remains and they will sacrifice themselves to trap Solus. So all of the Veilguard is dead, but the ending result is the same, which I thought cheapens everything else. No matter what you do, no matter your choices, literally everyone could die and you'll still win. I like the idea of complete fail states. For example, a game like Heavy Rain, you can just put down the controller and watch it as a movie, in which case you will fail every single QTE and at the end the killer will win and all the heroes suffer horrible fates. I think that gives weight to your actions. There are stakes and negative outcomes you're trying to avoid. There were fail states in this game too, at least in the concepting stage. Solus succeeds in destroying the veil and the Elves of Ord return. Solus kills you in your dream. These all would give weight to winning, because you'd know it's possible to lose. I believe failing successfully is not enough to give these stakes, so Veilguard ends up railroading the player into preserving the status quo of the Veil whatever you do. The second ending is tricking Solus, which again felt so overconfident to me. Solus is the god of trickery. In the main story, everything he said to Rook, every action he took was a part of a master plan 5 steps ahead of Rook. Everything was a form of lie to get to his ultimate goal, destroying the Veil. But now the team decided to make a fake dagger that looks like the lyrium dagger Solus used. Even though part of the main story was how the escaped gods need a long time and a complex ritual to forge their own, we forge a convincing fake in a very short time. Rook gives it to him, he starts the ritual, but it fails. Rook triumphantly walks over and announces that the dagger was fake and that since Solus is wounded, now through his blood, he is the one god tied to the Veil. Solus calls himself a fool who finally met his match and gets sucked into the prison here as well. My question again is how? How did he not notice this? How did he not think or plan for this? Or check the dagger? Solus, the guy who could sense elven relics nearby in Inquisition. How did he plan for everything before? But now Rook outsmarts him. Generations and generations of trickery and scheming, and one person shows up with a plan that's not that extraordinary, and it works. Again, the heroic music and the triumphant walk feels so unearned and insincere. It works because the story needed it to work, not because it was exceptionally smart or something I've achieved. The only way this is believable again is if he falls for the fake dagger intentionally. That would be so much closer to his Inquisition self and make this whole ending a lot more interesting. He is so torn and conflicted with his emotions that he is unsure what to do, and his pride is not allowing him to back down, so he organizes a way for himself to fail. He is sarcastically acting out this outsmarted persona, and Rook and the gang are too stupid and self-absorbed to realize that they are being led, so they just act as heroes who are the coolest guys around. This would be interesting, but I think the implication is that this is not the case. We outsmart him somehow, and Solas being sincerely self-deprecating is just an extra insult to injury. I think these two endings could maybe work if this is your first Dragon Age game. This way you would not really empathize with or know Solas at all. Maybe you miss the optional memories too, so he's really just a bad guy you need to defeat. He was constantly arrogant to you, he lied a lot, he killed your mentor and wants to destroy the world. It's easy to want to just punch him and see him humbled. Maybe you hated him since Inquisition and you wanted to just punch him, so now you can have that. Not much else is, but punching is there. If you have something against Solas for some reason, I guess that is something. There's another ending, the one we unlock with the Mythal fragment. You basically convince him without fighting to bind himself to the veil. At first he doesn't want to do it, but then the Inquisitor, again in their pajamas, shows up and confronts him about the events of Inquisition. And this scene is clearly written for Solas romancers, because it's really comical with an Inquisitor that ignored Solas throughout the whole game. He even vowed to stop him in Trespasser. Now my Inquisitor is talking about how they were friends and they need to save the world together, but we basically haven't talked last game. And every interaction we had was at best like a distant colleague I kinda hate. But now it's this emotional reunion with sentimental music reminiscing about their shared struggles. And even here they don't talk about how he killed Varric, by the way. And for my Inquisitor he was much more important than Solas, so this whole sequence was extra weird. Solas brings up Mythal, so Morrigan, carrying the soul fragment of Mythal, arrives and the fragment releases Solas from service, but it also frees him from the regret he carries and the need for revenge. Solas breaks down crying, and I'd like to think it's because of the liberating feeling of putting down all the weight of the negative emotions he carried in himself for so long. He can finally see beyond his regret, his guilty conscience and anger. His relationship with Mythal is finally resolved, and he decides to tie himself to the veil and go into the prison willingly. What we saw from the Blight in our world is supposedly just a small portion of it that seeped through, and there's much more in the Fade. His new plan is to heal the Blight, or at least calm it somewhat, so instead of being stuck in an endless loop of trying to fix his own mistakes, he moves forward to seek atonement and will try to do some good in the world. Instead of living for past generations, he vows to work for the people who are alive right now. And I really think this is a beautiful way to end his story. I don't really think the way we got here makes much sense. The individual lines the characters say are very awkward and cheesy, but the idea they want to convey is really good. But I guess that's kind of the case with all the endings. The last iteration of the endings is the one where the Inquisitor romans Solas in the last game. I think this is considered the best ending, and it's certainly the one that I think works the best and makes the most sense. While the Inquisitor's big entrance, the emotional music and the bashful glancing at the ground type cuts felt out of place in the non-romanced version, here they work to create this scene for the reunion of these people who were in love once. And the Inquisitor is still all in on fixing him. Solas still gets absorbed by Mythal and still decides to bind himself to the veil and is ready to go in. The Inquisitor steps in and offers to go with him. They kiss and disappear into the veil and spend their days doing whatever married couples do. I wouldn't know. Okay, so I never was a Solas romancer, but I respect the yearning and I'm happy Solavalans have an okay conclusion to their stories. But honestly, I also thought after so much build-up, this was kind of lacking. It works in some ways, but misses a lot of nuance about what makes him as a character and his romance interesting. Let's start with what's good. I really like how the relationship between Solas and Mythal is ambiguous. You never know for sure if they were lovers, close friends, enemies, what happened between them, were they equal, was he subservient, but you already knew they went through a lot together. I also really like that the Inquisitor's love seemed very one-sided here, like she's putting way more effort into this than him. I like this because I was always of the opinion of,
he is not the love of your life. He is literally just a guy. Hit him with your car.
They met more than 10 years ago. They had a thing for 1 year, and like Soldier, leaving you didn't even make it to his top 5 regrets. It's all about his ex. As respectfully as possible, maybe it's time to move on. But like on the other hand, I get it. You do you. I liked how his regret was portrayed. You could really feel how much it was crushing him. The Aventuris are creatures of emotion because of their origins as spirits, and Solas really was completely under the influence of his spiraling negative thoughts. He was dead set on restoring the last word of the elves and destroying ours in order to do so, no matter what that entails. And he would really need a strong emotional counterweight like Inquisitor Lavallan to balance this out. I also really like the Regret Prison as a concept. It looks good visually too, and earlier ideas were even better, but I mean as a psychological concept. For the other Aventuris, they cannot face it because they are blinded by or mad because of the blight, so they don't really see regrets at this point. Solas even explicitly says at one point that they don't care about the elves anymore. So as a lock on the prison, it's really good. For Solas, maybe because he's a spirit of pride, it works because he's unable to work through or acknowledge his regrets. He is so proud he cannot face them, but he's sensitive enough that it's eating him up inside. And it creates this really interesting internal conflict in him that is a constant tug of war of the two opposite ends. I think this is one of the base pillars of the I can fix him mentality of romancing him, and you get to see a deep aspect of it here. I also like the aspect of Solas that always talks about things in a way to make the situation and himself look better. I didn't give the orb to Corypheus, I arranged and allowed him to find it. He always talks like this in the Veilguard too, and it's great. It's exactly why a new player might just want to knock him out. I also really like the part where he joins us for a while in the endgame and has a comfy running animation and has some good banter with the companions. Like Tash asks him, if you made your body yourself, why didn't you make yourself look better? An important aspect of his character is that he's lonely and rejects help, but what I was missing from this game is the agents of Fen'Harel. Remember his soldiers and spies from the end of Inquisition, his agents that work for him and infiltrate courts and armies? There's a lot of mixed and confusing things happening in the Veilguard related to this. So the agents are non-existent and Solas basically works alone. No elves join him, no Dalish elves believe in him. Remember how in DA2 Mariel was so devoted to him? There's no elf rebellion when they realize that their gods are real. In the last section he's working with the Shadow Dragons, so Tevinter people help him before elves do. There's an Inquisition ending card about elves disappearing into the forest. They are never mentioned again here. Do you know who works for the elven gods though? Venatori. The Venatori is a Tevinter supremacist organization that wants to return to the glory of Tevinter. So it made sense for them to fight for Corypheus because he was an ancient Tevinter magister who basically ascended to godhood. In the Origins Codex, there were mentions that the Tevinter old gods might just be really big dragons, and here the Venatori learned that they're old gods. The dragons they build temples for are just pets of the elves. And instead of being insulted or outraged, they fight for the elves now. The Venatori still revere these old gods, no? So what do they think of the elves? And what do they think of elf slavery now? This genuinely makes so little sense to me. I might have just missed something obvious where they explain this. Another thing that is missing from Solas for me is him being close to people of the current world. This might be something he is actively trying to suppress in himself, but in Inquisition he grew closer to people who live here. He was asleep for a long time, so he didn't know, and he learned that these are people who deserve attention and dignity, maybe even love and respect. But here he is completely back to his before Inquisition self, where he did horrible things for a higher cause, damning entire populations of people. He has very real ties and connections to the current physical world, and I feel like it's not really explored in the Veilguard. His original plans might have gotten a bit more attention too. I mean the ritual itself and what his ideal outcome would have been, because he says he would have minimized the damage and Rook just dismisses him, but what if it wasn't that bad? Just in this game we see a lot of devastation, so maybe his version was better. Sandor had a prophecy about this in DA2, but we never get to know for sure. I guess we had to dismiss his plan on principle because it's based on an elven supremacist belief that ancient elves deserve to live more than all the other people currently living. I still would have liked to know what Solas's plan was. Overall, I like his character and story a lot, even if it overshadows all the other companions from Inquisition. Dorian shows up in person, but other than him, every other Inquisitor romance only gets one singular letter to acknowledge their relationship. And even that feels off sometimes. Like for me, the Iron Bull would not talk like that. It felt very hollow, like someone was trying to impersonate him using all his catchphrases. But we also learned that the whole of southern Thedas, the area we played in before, was completely destroyed by the Blight from a letter, which you would think would be a bigger deal, worthy of at least some screen time, but we are back at the hectic development again. I think they had to choose what to use the budget for, and the Solas romance was on top of that list. I think with the setup from Trespasser, this was an understandable choice, or maybe this was just added very late because they forgot to talk about it anywhere else. The game director is a Solavellan player too, and it makes a lot of sense by how the game is and how much attention Solas' character got. And again, I'm happy Solavellans are eating good, but we, other fans, should have gotten something too. For example, personally, I'll be needing a prequel DLC where I can date Varric in his old man era. Thanks. In general, I'm ready to move on from Solas as a character. We have our status quo, the world is saved.
But if we win, no more gods. The end of a 1,000-year-old story.
He was the focus of the last two games. Basically, the franchise needs to move on. And there's a secret ending that hints at some directions of the future of Dragon Age. You have to find a few hidden items across the game to unlock this ending. That's basically a short post-credits scene. It shows some hooded figures who talk about how all the big events from the previous games were a part of their plan. That is finally coming together, and that they will be coming to Thedas soon from across the ocean. So you thought things were happening in a way, you thought you were fighting the big bad guys, but there were actually bigger, worse guys behind them. Can I get some poggers in the chat for subverted expectations? Okay, but let's go through why I think this direction is really bad. Well, first, this infinite power scaling of bad guys already happened in my other favorite fantasy universe, World of Warcraft. It crashed and burned so hard to the point that now everyone basically considers one of the expansions non-canon. They introduced a character called the Jailer out of nowhere that was supposedly behind every single bad thing happening in the universe. Everything was part of his master plan in all the previous games that came before. But doing this just takes away the agency of the characters we already love. Secret manipulation changes stories, it undermines thought and consequence of events that we already knew and processed. Inserting an artificial layer into something that was already complete doesn't add any value. It takes away what was already compelling. There were no unresolved mysteries here, and we need to just let these scenarios be in the past. Blizzard learned this lesson the hard way.
Also, the main, antagonist, the Jailer, was not a character that we evolved very well in the course of that expansion. Wasn't understood to our players. We hadn't really introduced him before. He also had this kind of annoying habit of taking credit for all the things that had ever happened in WoW. And it felt a little bit too contrived.
I hope BioWare doesn't have to. In Dragon Age, at least it's not completely out of the blue. These hooded figures are the Executors, and they were mentioned a few times before. They were in a war table mission in Inquisition. There was an Executor character in one of the Tevinter Nights stories. They were mentioned in Hard in Hightown, and also in Veilguard as well, but that kind of doesn't count. Based on their descriptions, I always imagined them like Morgoth, so maybe they are one, but not much is known about them otherwise. Maybe Sandal is an Executor, and he was secretly behind everything. We don't know for sure yet. I don't think raising the stakes is the right direction, and I definitely don't think we need to add any extra layers to past events. At least not in this way. They were trying to explain the ending further on Blue Sky, but watching the scene itself, I still interpreted it in the opposite way, and the fact that there needs to be a post explaining it just shows to me that it already is not working as a storyline. I talked about how Veilguard already doesn't feel like the stakes are as high as the story tells me they are. Going to even higher power levels will not solve this. I think we fought almost literal gods now and won. The good direction would be to dial it back to more comprehensive levels. Something like DA2 in the sense that it should be a smaller scale focused environment where we learn a lot about the local culture and people. They'd have more room to get into morally grey characters too, because there's not so much of the world to cover. Maybe go to Nevarra and go into their society and Undeath a little bit more, or any other place we haven't seen before. The South is all but destroyed. A lot of the old religions are disproven, the Grey Wardens are in shambles, something focusing on factions fighting for power in the ruins, everybody trying to rebuild, everyone reconciling with the truly world-shattering events we just went through. Why isn't a smaller story like this enough? But again, we don't really know for sure what this scene means, and there's been hints in interviews that it might not be what it seems at first glance. So we'll just have to hope it's not as simple as a new big bad behind everything. I'm fully aware that I'm just more cautious about this stuff because of my bad experience in Warcraft, but I do think putting my OC was the villain behind the bad things in the universe because they are just so good at planning into the world is disrespectful to older material. It feels egotistical and a cheap way to hook people into the new lore which you are creating. Also, as we've seen with the Jailer, it doesn't even work. But there was a lot of cut content regarding the executors, so maybe this wasn't even the intended effect. They just didn't have time to craft this ending differently. Having to go to social media to explain what the scenes meant to convey is not a good sign in general, but it might mean that they want to do something different than what it seems like at first glance. Overall, it's just a bit at the end that ultimately doesn't have much effect on the actual endings. Solas will be tied to the Veil whatever you do, and the Veilguard wins. It's not really a game for replays in this sense, but we can at least conclusively say that Solas' story, at least this arc of his story, is done. Before moving on to the companions, I want to talk a bit about Morrigan. First, I really like her outfit in this game. She looks elegant and more mature in a way that really suits her, I thought.
Now, do you know what a MILF is?
Her story arc is a bit lacking overall though. Something is missing and I couldn't figure out what exactly. My best bet is what's missing is just David Gaider, but Morrigan doesn't feel like herself in this game in a lot of ways. Where we left her in Inquisition was such a good arc, her being a mother, coming to terms with what this means, wrestling with her feelings on Flameth, a lot of complex stuff that moved her forward as a character, and she grew so much over the games. Despite being a major source of character development in Veilguard, she never mentions being a mother. And I get that she doesn't really know these people and there's bigger things to focus on, etc. Still, it felt weird for her not to even mention it, and for Kieran to just be absent. She is also the host of Mythal's Fragment now, well, her memories at least, but in Origins she had so much internal conflict about the concept of being a host for an old god's soul. Making that choice for her child to absorb the soul was not easy for her. She was also really against Flameth's influence and being used as a source of immortality, and now she just shows up carrying Mythal. It's not really explained, and this is one of those things again where I feel like I missed something obvious because it just doesn't connect. She feels very hollow in this game, like a puppet imitating herself, only there to serve the overall main plot. I think it's really disappointing. This is the sort of vibe the party companions have as well. As I mentioned before, they really wanted this game to be focused on these characters. Mass Effect 2 was the most popular BioWare game, but they felt like earlier BioWare games just locked into being about the characters. Now they wanted to build the game on and for them. This was successful in the sense that in Veilguard everything revolves around the companions. The main story is getting them together, working through their problems, and like 3 fights. Every companion has a faction attached and a zone to each faction too, so it feels like the world revolves around the party. In earlier games, the characters were explicitly created to show an interesting angle on a known specific issue in the world. A ruthless assassin for hire, escaped slave, soldier ordered to commit war crimes. Here it's the other way around and feels like the factions are made to have a background for these characters. Another thing that makes them feel more shallow than previous games is that you will have to be friends with everyone. The approval meter, the disapproves, approves notifications don't really mean anything. All of them are basically like the Mabari companion in Origins, who just has maxed out approval instantly. Even if you lose some approval, you can just farm some side quests with them and it's gonna be fine. They will never leave the group if you anger them too much, like it was the case in previous games. You can't not recruit them, like killing Zevran or leaving Stan in the cage. It's part of the main quest to recruit them and have them in the group, so you have no choice. The nice option is obvious and it's always good, so any type of ambiguity like Morrigan being mad at you for doing something good is gone. They don't have in-group conflicts either. Emmerich and Tash have some mild aversion toward each other, but Rook brings them together in no time. Same with Devrin and Lucanis. Rook says, please guys don't, and they're like, oh okay. Any type of internal conflict they might have is always instantly and accurately verbalized, so Rook can perfectly solve it every time. No need for interpretation, they never misrepresent their own feelings. It's not really how real humans work, so it's harder to connect to them. Just imagine the Warden going to Alistair and Morrigan again and going like, let's sit down, guys, and discuss your animosity towards each other because you need to get over your differences to fight better. Or asking Meryl and Anders to talk the blood magic thing out. Those were real problems, so it's obviously not possible. Here the companion conflicts are things like how many books to bring to a picnic. And the party friction was very, very important for the vibe in the previous games.
We always want characters that are involved in the events of the story, that would have an opinion, and that would naturally have an opinion, and that don't all share the same opinion. We want some natural antagonism between the cast. And you don't want a bunch of yes men, right? Especially when you're dealing with, like, you know, apocalyptic world stakes or you know, whether Cullen should be playing chess, right? You want people to disagree about the things that are going to come up in the course of the game.
And it's just missing here. But it's hard for them to disagree because every single one of them is completely sanitized of deeper moral grayness. All of us are the unambiguous good guys in this story. In Origins, for example, there was a Qunari companion who murdered the whole family, an assassin without any moral consideration. There was a witch who was incredibly mean towards everyone. There was Ogren. Here, everyone is unequivocally good. There's no differences to put aside. I don't want DA2 where everyone hates each other, but like something would have been nice. Maybe some actual bad outcomes. Lucanus turns into an actual abomination. Nev leaves for good after Minrathous. Engert Harding completely transforms and you have to fight her. Something that makes the dialogue system have depth. The original goal of the approves disapproves notifications was to provide you with an extra tool to get to know these people and maybe choose your answers carefully, change your role-playing to have the outcome you want. Without a negative consequence, this added layer is gone. We're left with a system that's only there to break the immersion. The detailed hints that were added are a constant reminder that these are not real people. This is a video game and you're choosing one of 3 options on a dialogue wheel. I mentioned this game before, but I recently played Avowed and it was so refreshing that none of this was there. It shows me the full sentences of what I'm going to say. There's no categorization of the options, stoic, funny, etc. There's no pop-ups about the inner state of the companions, no hints about what the other person is thinking, no approval notifications. I was having a conversation with a person and I was allowed to make my own interpretations. I often thought to myself how much I feel like I'm talking to a real person and how big of a contrast this is to Veilguard. I felt like I was considered an adult who can make their own judgments, who is smart enough to comprehend the scene, while Veilguard force feeds me everything in case I'm too stupid to get what they mean. This happens in their stories themselves too. A lot of expository dialogue just spoils what's gonna come. The very summary cutscenes after every mission are a great example of this. Most of them are like, they thought they were winning, little did they know big evil man was lurking in the shadows. And we haven't even heard about them yet, just let us figure it out please. Or during the puzzles that are already really easy, the companions just instantly spoil it. I think saying these are the most complicated, complex companions we've ever crafted doesn't work because of these design decisions, not because of the characters themselves or their stories are bad. I actually liked all of them a lot. The problem with the characters is, as it is with many other aspects we've seen before, the ideas are good, the execution of the ideas is not the best. In its current form, the group dynamic is off because everything you do together is forced and you have to be friends whatever you do. It feels very restrained, stiff and uncomfortable. Like a required company dinner with your co-workers. The relationships don't feel real. In the Lighthouse, everyone has their own room that's based on their personality. Devrin is a monster hunter, Nev is an investigator, etc. Everyone is doing their own thing, sometimes they talk in the hallway, but the group cohesion is absent from the game. They have book clubs and cook together, but you don't see it. You know this from the notes they leave lying about, so it's even weirder because Rook is just not invited to any of these. Rook doesn't feel like a leader, but sometimes it's like they're not even part of the Veilguard at all. They are left out of everything. In DA2, everyone was in the friend group because they were all friends with Hawk individually, but they hated each other in some cases pretty harshly. Here, everyone is kind of friends, and then Rook is there also. The found family trope that's so important to previous games only works in Veilguard without Rook. Everyone is friends and Rook is just the group therapist, or a kindergarten teacher, or an HR manager butting in sometimes, making sure everyone is getting along nicely. They are a leader because Varric recruited them to the group and vouched for them, but there's really nothing extraordinary about them besides this. Solas is the protagonist of this game, his love interest is the Inquisitor, Inquisitor, and Rook is through and through just an observer. All the enemy pairings in previous games were sort of equal. The hero of Ferelden is a Grey Warden whose job is to defeat the Archdemon in case of a blight. Hawke is a city noble and a renowned warrior, defeating a crazed soldier who tampered with powers she didn't understand. The Inquisitor has the mark that gives them special powers over the Fate Tears, and it's something that can be used against the very powerful Corypheus as well. Rook is just tossed into leadership role by circumstantial events. It's not really established what their special competency is outside of willingness to do a job no one else wants. And again, in the trailer, it's actively being advertised that we are just some regular person now. So when they do stuff like outsmarting the millennia-old elven god of trickery, it doesn't really work, and the story feels like it's missing some important beats. In the previous lore, only dwarves and tranquil mages could handle raw lyrium. Now Rook just holds and uses it. They can even replicate companions' abilities with it when they are not present. What is that? So they are special somehow, but it's just never explored? Maybe the dagger itself is supposed to be the special power, but then why was the marketing so adamant on us being just a regular person this time? Rook can't even make up their mind about their own backgrounds as details, and the dialogue options often contradict themselves.
I left my old life behind to live in the Necropolis with the Mournwatch. Then I had to leave that to help stop Solus. We're not so different. Watchers discovered me down here as a foundling.
I'd heard a Watcher was found as an infant in the Necropolis.
Well, I ran around Navarra's streets before I went back to the Watchers. You settled in better.
If you're an elf, Rook sometimes comments like they are Dalish, sometimes like if not. There's a lot of minor details like this that are not explained about them, and it puts the whole structure of the story on shaky foundations. It's hard to get into character when even the character is confused about themselves. But despite that, Rook is very set in stone, meaning you cannot really meaningfully change who they are through the in-game role-playing. You can give them a backstory on character creation, choosing which faction they belong to, and that's a setup for interesting headcanon possibilities, sure, but their in-game personality will feel mostly the same to other Rooks you'll create. The three most common options, agreeable, funny and stoic, are just a different flavor of the same type of person. In the earlier versions, there were some concepts about Rook betraying people, working with the bad guys, and I really wish anything like that was in the game. The Veilguard's Rook is a character you really cannot take into any other direction. You will be good-natured, mildly awkward, and mildly annoying whichever option you choose, and you'll either find it charming or it's gonna be incredibly distracting. During dialogue, Rook speaks noticeably more without your input compared to previous games, and very often says stuff I really wouldn't have said, or stuff that actively contradicts my idea of what I want them to be. They will also just say things without any chance for an input from the player's part.
Look at this. I bet it came in handy. You have to hand it to the ancient elves. They love their statues. Such craftsmanship. Handmade from stone.
That's rather enough, Rook.
Okay.
But I really didn't like that my character said that, but I had no say in the matter. This combined with the dialogue wheel that doesn't say what exactly the option is, adds to this sense of not being in control that I really didn't like. To be honest, I kinda disliked my first Rook altogether, which I don't think ever happened to me in another RPG. When they got together with Bellara, I actually felt sorry for her, like girl, you could do so much better than that. I didn't like the things they said, the way they said it, I really couldn't make them have the serious and commanding presence I was going for. So my next Rook, I specifically created to always choose the funny options. In my head, her backstory was built for this, and when possible, I without thinking go for the funny one-liner dialogue option. And honestly, it worked a lot. She's insufferable and I love her so much. If you go into it with the mindset that Rook is going to be at least some level of corny and irritating, you can craft your character to fit that and it will work. My point with Rook is that you shouldn't need to do this on your own, not for their personality and not for their backstory. You should be able to tailor the in-game Rook to your own vision and shouldn't have to do it the other way around. This shaky, uncertain feeling about the details of the characters and story stories is there with the companions as well, but overall I thought they were very interesting characters. It was genuinely hard to choose just 2 to bring with myself on missions, down from 3 in previous games. I start with the ones I have the least connection to and move towards the stories of the ones that spoke to me more deeply in some way. Okay, so I'm sorry to say this, but the 2 people I have the weakest connection to is Nev and Lucanus. I think it's because I found the Minrathous versus Treviso decision and how they act after fundamentally incomprehensible. They turn into caricatures of themselves and I couldn't take them seriously after that. I really like Nev as a character. Her design is wonderful, I like her hats, and she has a prosthetic leg which is not central to her personality or story, which I appreciated a lot. In the art book they talk about having consultations with amputees for the design, and I thought the end result is a really elegant way of inclusion. I also really liked her story in Tevinter Nights. It's written in first person just like a classic detective story, and it's very charming. She is a stereotype of the investigator idea with her room and her overall mannerisms, but I think it works very well. It's kind of like that Liliana DLC in Origins with the intro. It's kind of cheesy, sure, but it's hard not to get into the mood they are conveying. In the Veilguard, as in the organization, her job is using her connections and skills to gather as much information on our enemies as possible. She is a mage too, so she can comment on magic, and since she is from Tevinter, she has expert knowledge on the Venatori as well. She takes Rook to show them around Dogtown at one point, even to her favorite food stall. I thought this part was very sweet. And then after I chose Treviso, she thinks I don't really care about Dogtown at all and doesn't really care about the details of what that decision entailed. Maybe it's because of her overwhelming love for her home, but it still felt out of the blue and uncharacteristic. You meet her in the very first quest in the game, so she's one of the original people in the party who knows Rook and the stakes involved the best, so I really don't understand this shift after Minrathous gets attacked. Lucanus is also one of the first to be recruited because the Veilguard will need a skilled assassin. The reason I don't really understand him as a character is because he's a merciless assassin possessed by a demon of spite, and then he's also a coffee and cooking obsessed sweetheart. He drinks so much coffee because sleeping with a demon in his head is difficult, but it just ends up being a bunch of one-liner catchphrases where they really want you to know that he likes coffee.
Though I would kill for a decent cup of coffee.
He's a contract killer, but him and the literal demon inside him are somehow devoid of any type of moral ambiguity. We are the good guys, so they need to be too. Veilguard achieved this by sanitizing the Crows as an organization. They take contracts on people who deserve it, who are oppressing others, so in other words, those who had it coming. They are the last line of defense of Treviso, who stand up for the defenseless and the weak. In Origins, they were slavers, training children to become murderers. In early concepts of this game, there were still crows that instilled fear in a room just by walking in. This is completely gone though. There's multiple stories in Tevinter Nights, one including Lucanus, that are about how the crows are these Robin Hood type operatives taking revenge in the name of the people who are not powerful enough to do so. They started introducing this idea way before the game came out to better fit the general worldview of the Veilguard. The fact that there's multiple stories in the book trying to convey this point says to me that this was a conscious decision at some point, and it was important for them that this change goes into people's head before the game comes out. I think this was a mistake. What was compelling and scary about the Antivan Crows is that they're highly competent assassins unbound by moral consideration. If a noble was paying them enough to kill a rival, that's that. If Loghain was paying them enough to kill a highly regarded hero, that's that. It's a contract and they get paid. They acquire children for training through, well, let's say questionable practices, and all that matters is mastering their skill and getting paid. Now we have a powerful crime family that behaves and argues like a children's cartoon, and assassins that operate like off-brand vigilantes standing up to help the powerless. They say they are trained killers, but the vibe of this organization is anything but. These are the people that sent assassins after Severin just for trying to defect after a failed contract. Can you imagine these people doing that? And Lucanus, their representative in the Veilguard, the demon of Virantium, an abomination possessed by spite, exemplifies this conflicting duality in him. And his wholesome side and his assassin side never really mixes together successfully. His personal questline is about a traitor in the Antivan Crows. It has one of the most visually stunning boss fights in the whole game that takes place in a huge pool of blood. At the end, the traitor is revealed to be Lucanus' closest friend. Rook can decide his fate, and Lucanus gets promoted to be the leader of the Crows as the new first Talon. It's not really explored what this entails. There's no real weight to this, he's just named leader now. We also fight off a person whose fault is that they don't want a government run by assassins. This conflict is not really detailed either, we just have to believe that since we are the good guys, we are right. Lucanus is such a good concept, a contract killer that cares for other people. He's the favorite grandchild of the first Talon of a powerful assassins guild. He was abused as a child by the system he was born in, he was experimented on in a prison and is forcibly possessed by a demon of spite. This character sounds so good on paper and then nothing is done with any of it. He likes coffee, he has some one-liners about how he takes care of his blades all the time because he's an assassin, get it? And every single aspect that could have been really interesting to examine is just left in the dust. If you want to be negative about it, the way demonic possession is now just a funny character trait to joke about could feel actually insulting to people who want to take these games seriously. Remember how serious this discussion was with Anders and Justice? It's nothing like that here. I don't know, he could be one of the highlights of the game, but in its current state, everything about him just feels like a mess to me. If you don't date either of them, Lucanus and Nev will end up dating each other. I found both of their stories very formulaic and predictable. I don't really have a connection to either, so let's just leave them to their married life. Next companion is Harding, Scout Harding from Inquisition, who is now a full companion you can take with you on missions, and who had a complete overhaul visually in the new art style. I think her new look fits her a lot. She changed in terms of her character too. She started with being just an NPC to make arriving in new Inquisition camps a little bit more interesting, and here she turned into a more detailed character. But she is very different from her Inquisition self. She's been turned from a serious, competent professional into a more childlike version of herself. This is her introductory scene in Inquisition. She is not like this in the Veilguard at all. Her story setup is great. She is the only dwarf in the party, so she is the one most connected to the revelations in Solas's regrets. She deeply fears for her people and the Titans, and realizing it was her old friend and colleague responsible for it makes all aspects of it incredibly close to her. She knew Solas, met him at Skyhold, and thought of him as an ally, and she feels deeply betrayed and angry by the killing of the Titans. During the main story, she touches the Lyrium dagger and transforms into something we can't immediately identify. She casts some sort of magic that turns people into stone. She is now able to manipulate the stone around her, and she also hears a voice, similar to the calling and the singing the dwarves hear from the stone. She is connected to the Titans somehow now, and her questline is about learning about this connection. We find dwarves encased in red lyrium deep in their minds, and learn that the voice Harding had been hearing is a Titan, and this lyrium is red not because of the blight, but because of anger. The dwarves used to be something so much more, and the war with the elves and Solas's ritual took a lot from them. This anger is fighting inside Harding herself, and the big final decision in her questline is whether to embrace the anger or let it go. If you choose letting go, Rook reminds her of who she is, and the group hug finally causes the anger to dissipate. It's kind of a childish ending, but overall I really like this arc. Also, you probably noticed that Rook gets to choose for most companions at the end of their quest lines, like they're asking permission from their mom. It's the same for Lucanus, for Harding, and it's gonna happen with a bunch of others as well. I really like Harding's character development and how she grows into the role she was dealt with by the circumstances. She talks about her Inquisition days from the point of view of someone small, as in someone who was looking at the world-changing actions of others from the sidelines. But here, she's integral to the main team. If you have her in your party at the end when Solas joins, they have some really interesting banter that builds on her Inquisition role too, and shows how she grew as a person. I also really like how this kind of explains what Sandal is. His magic and Harding's magic are very similar. They both turn enemies to stone. They both seem to be connected to what dwarves used to be before the Titan Wars. As Harding says here, dwarves used to be we, not necessarily individuals, and it's really interesting that some of them are finding their way back to this state. It was a big mystery in previous games, and I like how it was resolved, and I like Harding's role in it. But her story has that weird sanitization of moral issues as well sometimes. Like she was a scout under Liliana, and now she has moral problems problems with killing and anger. Also, I felt like her self-sacrifice at the end is really not a good conclusion to her story. I don't know why it was added. They give her a new one-liner.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
And she just does it, and all that character growth is down the drain. I think it was one of those you should feel the weight of it all decisions, like Varric, and she just got unlucky, and she's the one that's sacrificed by the narrative for this. Everything before the last mission, her story until then, worked for me a lot, and the dwarf zones are by far the prettiest in the game. An idea I had while writing this, why wasn't it Dagna? If they wanted this exact arc, this personality and outcome, I think giving the role to Dagna would have worked so much better. She was closer to this type of goofy personality in previous games. She's also a dwarf. She was also there in Skyhold, so she had a connection to Solas. And most importantly, she is a scholar, interested in magic, so giving her the magical powers would have given us the chance to see her try to figure it out from the point of view of an expert. Maybe even the sacrifice would have been a better fit for her. Why did it have to be Harding, who is very different from all of this? Maybe they needed an archer archetype companion? I don't know. Harding is a really good character in this game. She's just very disconnected from her previous self. Next up is Emmerich, and as soon as I've learned we are going to Nevarra and recruiting a necromancer, I got so excited. It was established in earlier games that necromancy here is not necessarily some reprehensible evil. Necromancy in this setting is super interesting to me because of how the fate and souls and emotions work here. There's so much to explore in terms of how the technical details work and the moral and ethical implications of doing necromancy, and how people live in Nevarra where all of this is normalized. I'm somewhat of a spooky, scary skeleton enjoyer myself, and I went into this with very high expectations. Emmerich is a necromancer who is afraid of dying. He is an esteemed scholar and teacher, and he was mentioned in the art book as being one of the few designs that just came off the conveyor belt perfect the first try. I think his look is very iconic and fits his personality very well. He has a skeletal assistant, Manfred, a spirit commandeering a skeleton with limited cognitive capabilities, so he mostly functions like an inquisitive pet dog. He's very cute and all his physical gags and scenes are really good. Later we learned that the spirit inside him was originally a spirit of curiosity, and he really behaves like that. He's excited to play rock, paper, scissors, to visit graves, and to learn about the world around him. He's wonderful. Nev also calls him Fred, which is very cute. So what do we learn about Nevarra? Well, not much to be honest. We're only going to the Grand Necropolis and interact mostly with the Mournwatch, who are its keepers. If you like the spooky, scary aesthetic, it's a treat. Everything is bones and skeletons and spirits. But even here, they do some cleaning up of moral questions, because we learn that they only use willing spirits to anchor to the mummified corpses. No unwilling spirits bound, nothing sinister is happening here. Veilguard is allergic to moral ambiguity. It is what it is. Emmerich's personal storyline doesn't really go into the higher politics of the nation. It's about getting over his fear of dying and confronting an old colleague who turned to more evil practices. She wanted to become a lich, but failed and now wants to drain souls to power and inhabit a huge skeleton. The last quest where we're confronting her is one of my favorites in the game. We have to go to a necromancer party she's holding. She wants to drain the souls of the attendants and stop her for good. We're investigating the mansion. Manfred blends in to do some espionage, and we learn that he can speak. Well, at least to a limited amount, but it means he can learn and improve. He might evolve into something more than just a wisp inhabiting a skeleton. To demonstrate this growth, at the end of the boss fight with Hazenkas and her cool big skeleton, Manfred sacrifices himself to weaken the construct so we can defeat her. His sacrifice, contrary to people dying in the last main quest, works because 1, it was set up that he can think for himself and learn, and 2, we know Manfred because we spent a lot of time with him and we know that he doesn't fully understand the consequences of his actions. He just does stuff because he wants to help and also to see what happens. So we've always known he would do a reckless action like this. It fits his whole arc. And it is a very well executed emotional moment. Emmerich's big decision after this is also the best out of all the companions, I thought. His personal story and Manfred's come together really well, and the stakes are clear. They don't come out of nowhere, and they are logically following from a setup that was laid down before. Emmerich's life goal was to achieve lichdom, to ascend to this immortal life dedicated to research and knowledge. He would escape his fear of death and live an eternal life doing what he loves, but for that he would need to let go of his attachment to other mortals, making peace with the passing of others is a prerequisite to lichdom. So he has to make a choice, ascend and let Manfred pass, or try to save Manfred here knowing he will be denied lichdom if he does. Well, technically Rook makes this choice for him as well, but I think it's a beautifully crafted story, and this choice is a very impactful combination of it. There's no obvious right or wrong, you get to decide what type of person you want Emmerich to be. I chose lichdom because, again, I'm fascinated by the lore of necromancy in Dragon Age and I couldn't wait to learn more. I mean, we got an actual immortal lich in our party now. Surely we will learn a lot. And after this really hard choice I had to make, I was so excited to see what's gonna come next. And the cutscene that ends Emmerich's lich storyline is by far, not even close, the most disappointing part of the game for me. I was so crushed, this scene burned into my mind. I cannot even describe my immense dislike for this. So I haven't done this before, but I let you watch it in full to experience it as I did, and I'll talk a bit more after. So let's see Emmerich telling the Veilguard that he ascended and is now a powerful, immortal lich.
Thank you for coming, everyone. Please, bear with me. This will be rather difficult to explain. I may appear the same as always, as I stand before you, but I've recently undergone a ritual that...
I thought you'd have a skull face, like a skeleton.
It must be his glamour. It's really something, Professor. I can't sense you're a lich at all.
Harding!
Oh, no. Was becoming a lich a secret?
So, the lich stuff is true, and you crossed that line.
That's strictly between Emmerich, myself, and the Mournwatch. And apparently Harding.
I'm really sorry, Emmerich.
I'm not angry. I'm only disappointed.
No. That's worse.
Just tell me you'll keep your skin on.
That's not how it...
I should take notes.
Look, why don't we just start from the beginning?
Are you satisfied? Yes, I have entered lichdom, and I am not an abomination, or a demon, or a disconsolate spirit. I have become something more. And yet I am still fully possessed of myself.
So you are a skeleton. Got it.
I wouldn't have helped Emmerich if I didn't trust him to...
Thank you, Rook. But please, allow me. I'd like to think some of us have become friends. I value that more than you might know. But I am changed, and I would never cause you distress by staying where I'm no longer welcomed.
You're no weirder than you were before.
You're still you, no matter what you look like.
You all... really?
I think you'll be fine.
Okay, now, question time.
Genuinely, what the fuck was that? Why can't we go 20 seconds without a snappy haha one-liner? Why is no one taking anything seriously? Why are we focused only on his appearance as a skeleton and not what he is and is capable of? And that's it. This is all we learn about lichdom, or Nevarra. Remember Cassandra had an accent?
I assume you've heard that Leliana and I are both candidates to be the next Divine.
Where is that? Was she just doing that as a bit? What was the corpse whispering thing Emmerich did? So something does remain from the person in the body after death, or no? Any more details on lore on the undead or necromancy? No, he's just a cool skeleton now we have in the party, that's it. I don't know, man. Emmerich's questline had some of the highest highs of the game, and then the definite low point for me as well. It had so much potential, and I feel it was wasted to have a guy wearing a skeleton Fortnite skin in our party and some funny zingers. We don't learn anything about Nevarra, about necromancy, or even about the fate and the nature of magic. It's not taken seriously, and I felt like his story didn't get the respect it should have deserved. In this sense, Tash is very similar. Tash is our Qunari dragon hunter, and they are non-binary. Dragon Age is and was always pushing the boundaries in terms of inclusion, and I love the idea of a prominent non-binary main character in the party who explores their identity and talks about it in the context of the world of Dragon Age. In the Inquisition section, I mentioned how BioWare took great care in the case of Krem to include a trans character in a respectful way that also makes sense in the world, and Krem ended up being a wonderful addition to that game. However, even around that time, David Gaider knew adding one of the main characters to be trans or non-binary would be a more challenging task, and he wrote the following on Tumblr. Even after all that though, I still cringe at the idea of introducing a major transgender character. Not for the idea or the potential, but for the character itself. What they will be subjected to in the court of fan opinion, and the ugliness that would inevitably get exposed. What transgender fans would have to read dare they ventured their public support. My heart aches at the weight such a character would bear, far more than any character should ever have to. Doesn't mean it shouldn't ever happen. So Tash was always going to be a very important step forward in the franchise, and the writing team needed to handle this character with great care for the trans and non-binary fans who this person represents and who will have to deal with the negativity surrounding this IRL, because for them it's not about the character but their very existence in real life. This is a lot of responsibility to take on, and I really applaud them for trying. There's a few other trans characters. Mevaris is a trans woman who was also created by David Gaider in a comic. She shows up around the Shadow Dragons, but her identity is not really explored. Same with Tarquin and the Governor of Antiva. These people as side characters were perfectly okay though. You don't need to discuss being trans with every trans person. The story of Tash is different. The central conflict in their story is coming to terms with their identity. Your rook can be non-binary too, and then you'll have specific dialogue options to talk about your shared experience and help Tash communicate their feelings towards their family and themselves too. The fact that this exists in a AAA game, that this is possible as a role-playing option is incredible and a monumental step forward in terms of representation. I played a non-binary rook for the first time and it was great. I love that this option is there, and this really keeps Dragon Age as the fantasy franchise that's actively pushing forward for inclusivity, just as Origins was at its time. I'm going to talk about the actual execution of this topic and idea in long detail in the writing section a bit later, because I have a lot of opinions about all this, but this section is about the characters themselves and I don't want to get too derailed, and there's a lot to love about Tash. They are very blunt and to the point all the time, reminding me of why I love Stan and Iron Ball. This no bullshit, always saying what's on my mind has been a Qunari trait for a long time, and it works for Tash as well. But they are also very introspective and sensitive. You mostly learn this from the notes they write, where they work through feelings they find complicated in writing. And it's always so endearing, like they have a detailed health plan, they write a script for coming out to their mom, they even consult Mevaris for ideal tactics. They always try to connect to people and figure out the best way to do so, even if it's often very difficult for them. Tash is part of the Lords of Fortune, an organization from Rivain, who are grave robbers basically. But don't worry, it's explained that they only take things from graves in an ethical way. They are treasure hunters, but not in a culturally insensitive way. They are more like conservationists and preservationists. I really can't get over how this game keeps doing this. The leader of the Lords of Fortune is Isabella from DA2, and her personality also changed a lot since then. Maybe it's her age, maybe she just got caught up in the morality cleanup, but she's there and even mentions Mariel one time. But anyway, so we recruit Tash because we need a dragon hunter against the blighted dragons. But later we learn that Tash can also breathe fire. Turns out the Qunari used to be closer to dragons themselves, and in every generation there's a few Qunari who can breathe fire, just like the dragons. When the Untom learn that Tash can do this, they are obviously very interested in claiming this power for themselves. The Untom leader, calling himself the Dragon King, is another fire breather who wants to use Tash's blood to create an army of soldiers like them. We infiltrate his base to rescue Tash's mother, who he had kidnapped. The base is inside a volcano, and getting there and inside the base too are great areas in terms of visuals. We defeat him and his dragon, but he ends up killing Tash's mother. The big decision at the end of their questline is whether to encourage them to embrace their Qunari Qunari or Riveni heritage. We get to see some aspects of Tash moving forward too, and coming to terms with all the different identities inside of them, not just in terms of gender, but culturally as well. And again, more on the details of gender and the cultural implications of this in the next section that looks at writing. Oh, and if you don't date either of them, Harding and Tash will end up together. It's very cute. Next companion is another one of the baby club, Devrin. Emmerich has Manfred, Lucanis has Spite, and Devrin has Asan. A big part of his character is being a dad to his baby griffin. He is a Grey Warden who ended up being the keeper of Asan, and he's super conscientious about it. He tries his best all the time, asks advice, writes notes, studies, or just to be a great dad. I don't know about you, but this combined with his two well, so anyway, this is working for me. His story is mostly focused on the Griffins. Previously, they were thought extinct, but Devrin and a few other Wardens are the keepers and trainers of the last 13 alive. There's an entity called the Gloomhowler who kidnapped all except Asan, and we need to save them. During the questline, we learn that the Gloomhowler is actually Isaiah, a Grey Warden from the 4th Blight. At her time, Griffins used to be widespread and fought against the Darkspawn with the Wardens. During that Blight, the casualties were heavy, and she had to blight the remaining Griffins to give themselves more power and a fighting chance. They ultimately won, but the decision weighed heavy on her. She lives on as this blighted monster who thinks she's defending the Griffins, but we need to stop her from blighting them again. Her story is detailed in the book Last Flight, which is also a really good book, so she's a familiar cameo if you've read it. We trace her into a place called Profane Weishaupt in the Deep Roads, a twisted version of the Warden's base. This quest is also a bit of an exploration of what the calling means. We meet a blighted Warden here who says Wardens need to embrace it, that the calling is not the end, just a different existence. We also find the first Warden who refuses to give in. He wants us to kill him to prevent himself completely turning blighted. And there's Isaiah herself, who is not even recognizable after all the time she's been alive. She's completely gone and is not an elf at all anymore. We defeat her, of course, and we have the chance to talk to her, to reach whatever humanity is left in her. You can find a feather from her own griffin, and if you show it to her, she remembers. She apologizes and kind of just dies. The actual scene is kind of comical this way, but I really like this story. It shows the horrible suffering the blight can cause. It is a toned-down version of something like the Broodmother area in Origins. It's not as much body horror because the Veilguard is not like that, but you can still feel it's there. We take the rescued Griffins to Arlathan, and the big decision at the end of Devrin's quest is, do you want the Griffins to continue the tradition and train them to fight with the Grey Wardens, or do you want them to be free in Arlathan Forest, where they would live as protectors of nature? I let them free, and it was a very wholesome ending to this quest. I liked it a lot. It felt like Rook is part of making Thedas a more peaceful place that's not always so focused on war. They started to build something more serene by providing a natural, harmonious life in the forest for these young Griffins. Their ancestors had to fight in constant wars, but they get to be part of nature, just like they were before they started fighting alongside the Wardens. Maybe my only criticism with Devrin's story is that he's written in a way where he's not much else besides a dad to a son. Remember how in that one interview about his sacrifice, they were talking about him like an addition to a son, not even a person on his own. I wish there was some more scenes where he talked about his life outside his duties more. His room is one of the more detailed ones, but even that is just filled with monster hunting stuff. We get some chance to talk with him on these outings in the forest where we learn some of his past, but the outings themselves are kinda meandering and boring. I wish there was more to these. My second character romanced him, and even the romance felt kind of empty. There wasn't much there in terms of banter or extra scenes, and that's really a shame. My first Rook romanced Bellara, who is the clumsy but very capable scientist of the Veilguard. And this might be a character flaw of me personally. It might be the long-term consequences of watching NCIS as a young kid, but she is absolutely my favorite character in the game. She is very stereotypical, she is very Disney princess, but I think it works. They found the right balance with her, the perfect line between the serious tone of her questline and all the nerdy aura she has all the time. In that sense, she reminds me a lot of Talis from DA2. We meet her pretty early on in Arlathan Forest. She's a researcher interested in the old Elven Empire and its artifacts. We find an archive spirit, one of the old artifacts of knowledge, and during the main quest, she's working on uncovering its secrets. While doing that and searching for missing veil jumpers, we find Bellara's brother. Syrian was thought to be dead, but it turns out he was working with Anaris, one of the Forgotten Ones, to restore strength to the Elven people. To Anaris, this mostly means turning them to demons, and Syrian is conflicted about this alliance. We learn that he might be controlled by the Evanuris bond mask he wears, and Bellara still believes our goal should be to turn him to our side. We meet him in the forest to try to convince him, but it doesn't work. He wants to do a ritual to turn the elves great again. We can't get through to him, so we need to stop them before they complete it. Anaris wants to create a physical body for himself, but we stop them in time. Where Syrian does, he has a last-minute change of heart and disrupts the ritual himself. Anaris kills him for it, and we need to fight him ourselves. The epilogue is Syrian's funeral, and this was one of the most memorable sequences of the game for me. We see elven customs for burial, we remember someone close to our friend together, we help her as a team, and we walk through this ceremony to process something tragic. It also successfully contrasts the bonds of found family with those of a real one. Something that they try to do in a few other companions, but this ceremony really shows how it could actually work. Family can be messy with soul-crushing conflicts, but the people you choose to let close to you can make it easier or at least bearable. Everyone showing up here for Bellara really demonstrates this, and the sequence is also allowed to be serious and melancholic. No one says stupid jokes that ruin the vibe. We muse about life and how life could be without all its hardships. It's very real and human. It's a wonderful ending to this storyline. The only real problem I have with her questline is how the Anaris inclusion just comes from and goes nowhere. It must be really confusing for new players because the Forgotten Ones are not set up at all in any meaningful way in this game, and he just looks like a discount version Evanuris. A refresher, when it was said Solus betrayed both sets of gods, one was the Evanuris and one was the Forgotten Ones, so I guess that's kind of true. It's interesting that they mention the Victors writing the history and that there might be more to their side, because yeah, we don't really know much about them. But then he dies and that's it. I think this was much more of a story at some point in development and just ended up being 80% cut. Maybe it was going to be used to set up the executors because while dying, Anaris seems to be afraid of something. But honestly, I don't know, and the quest in its current form doesn't really explain it either. I mentioned I romanced Bellara and Devrin on my two characters, so let's go over how romance works in this game. Well, you press the red heart button a lot and then you get into a relationship, that's it. There's a varying amount of extra dialogue in conversations or during missions if you are in a relationship for each person. So for example, I think Emmerich is the one with a lot of stuff and Devrin is one where it's barely anything. They ask you once if you're interested romantically and then later a second time to commit to a relationship. And if you keep pressing that red heart button, you will be together. At the end, there will be the most awkward, clothed, intimate scenes you've ever seen. For Bellara, for example, she talks like she's head over heels in love and we are deeply committed soulmates. But we basically barely know each other, or at least it doesn't really show up anywhere else outside the responses to the red heart dialogue option. And then she's back to polite coworker. And then we're in Rook's room and we're talking about how much we understand each other. And this is what was marketed as the spiciest romances ever. A fade to black, mildly flirtatious scene that happens once, otherwise you don't even talk or kiss or anything really. It really is very empty. But my main problem was that her romance scenes are not unique to her or her story. You could literally have any other character read her lines and it would still work. It's a problem with a lot of romance scenes in the game. In Inquisition, everyone's romance was incredibly specific to who they are as a person. Here, a lot of them don't really have a unique voice at all, and it's all interchangeable. There's gifting too, but it's just an extra item you can give to companions, and there's a cutscene where they accept it. The whole romance feels awkward, like a forced pairing at school where you have to work with a stranger and be polite about it. Even the NPC pairings, Harding and Tosh, Lucanis and Nev, feel more natural, more passionate and sincere than what our own character has. The flirt options you have are always the worst flirting you've ever seen, or just something wildly out of pocket and inappropriate for the current situation. Remember how the companions have their picnics and book clubs? They have those even if it's organized by someone who is in a relationship with Rook. It's just not mentioned by them. So you can end up in a situation where you find notes of your significant other having picnics with other people and not even mentioning it. And it's supposed to be cute. The whole things bizarre. There's no kiss your love interest option anytime you want like in Inquisition. You can't talk to them anytime you want either. There's one image in the art book that's titled Happy Ending with your love interest, but in the game we get nothing like this. The biggest problem is that it mostly just feels like nothing. It's really a shame you have to rely on your headcanon again for your Rook and their chosen love interest. But moving on from the main companions, there's a lot of secondary NPCs too that are wonderful. I like Strife and Irulan a lot. Vorgoth and Myrna are really good representatives of the Mornwatch. Thea and Viago have a wonderful slow burn flirting story in the Winter Nights. Evka and Antoine are really wholesome wife guy and his wife representation. The Pope is here. I really like how Mevaris shows up too. Seeing her in game was great. There are characters from older games like Isabella, who I mentioned before. She stole an artifact of the Qun and had a full city on lockdown, but now she's a culturally conscious reservationist. It is what it is. And Dorian makes an entrance in the main story as well, but it's nothing really substantial. Also, I liked his draft design better, to be honest. The in-game one feels too different. I couldn't even recognize him at first. But in the end it's fine, he's aged from Inquisition and that's okay. The Inquisitor also shows up of course, and crafting him to be similar to his Inquisition version was one of the most painful experiences I had in the Dragon Age games. So after a while I just gave up and he ended up looking, well, let's say not good. At least they got the original voice actors back, so it kind of works. He just had a rough time the last few years. The Inquisitor really felt weird in this game though. They stick out because they are so much more mature and professional compared to Rook. And I think most companions from the previous games would as well. Imagine Marrow dropping the blood magic topic at one of the therapy table sessions, or telling Oghren he needs to talk about his feelings to perform better in combat, or a cozy coffee drinking scene with Velana, or just this conversation. Although I'd be interested in what Shea thinks of Hassan. Compared to these previous people, the companions in this game are world-shatteringly unique. Dwarf that dreams, special Kunari that breathes fire, Grey Warden with the last alive griffins, guy who ascended to lichdom, guy who is a non-mage abomination and leader of a world-renowned assassin organization, etc. And despite this, they seem to just gloss over a lot of what's happening around them in the world. A lot of deeper issues are never considered in an appropriate manner, and they don't take a lot of situations as seriously as they should. Sometimes they forget their own role in the organization. We need a Fade expert, Emmerich, it never comes up. We need a scholar, Bellara, with access to an archive spirit for potential information. Nothing comes of it. Even Tosh or Dragon Slayer doesn't do much dragon slaying. This is literally the main driving force of the story, getting a team of experts together, and they just don't do anything. They don't take their own life seriously either, and in their biggest moment just hand Rook the decision. I chose Tosh's cultural identity, I chose Emmerich's metaphysical future, I chose for Harding how to deal with the trauma of her people. There was a lot of other types of companions planned. They were supposed to do bad things to you in some cases, but the way they are in their current form in-game, they don't really read as real people. And this brings us to the last topic, the deepest layer of this analysis. Let's go into the largest magnification, to the individual lines themselves. Let's look at the writing. The best way I could describe my problem with the writing is it feels like this.
Get back here, you're gonna catch a cold. Yeah, I hope so. Come on. Quincy, I know you're scared. Yeah, there are a lot of things in this life that can hurt us.
There's this suffocating corporate positivity mixed with Marvel-like dialogue structure and an absurd tonal mismatch between the soft way the companions handle each other and the world and who they supposedly are. There were a lot of people in the Steam reviews or even in the initial YouTube reviews as well who described it using corporate language, and I think it's because for anyone who's ever worked at a larger company, this oppressing atmosphere is immediately obvious. The Veilguard recreated this feeling and put it in a high fantasy setting. I'm gonna play a compilation of what I mean. This is not even the selected worst offenders. This is just random stuff I remember from the footage I have.
Wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today. Then again, I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days. I'll get back to it. Soon. But I think I need a break. Maybe take a nap and I can finish later.
Personally, I always endorse napping.
Right. Never underestimate a good nap.
It took all my power to imprison them millennia ago, but I am certain you will be fine.
That's really helpful. What are you, the elven god of sarcasm?
Lies, treachery, and rebellion, depending upon the story.
And we have a strict no turning evil policy.
How do you enforce that?
I ask you not to turn evil, in a firm voice. I'll work on it. I'm kind of making this up as I go.
Our team motto, pretty much.
Let's paint that on the side of the lighthouse.
I'm sure Solus would love that.
Hey, what's shaping?
No one says, what's shaping anymore?
I thought it was a dwarf thing.
Yeah, if you lived in Orzammar 20 years ago.
Wow, just trying to be nice, and what do I get? Sass.
Aw, well, I appreciate it. And I'm doing okay.
What are you doing?
Pulling a barv.
Oh, okay.
A barv?
Tradition in the Lords of Fortune, from one of our old members, Barv. Good guy, but like most of us, his plans went sideways a lot. Bad blood among your crews, not good for morale, but there's not always time for big, drawn-out apologies. So, when one of us screws up and we know we've screwed up, we do a quick 10 to put it right. Pulling a barv.
Josephine, the Inquisition's ambassador, was a bastion of kindness and decency in a world that looked down on elves and apostates. Even Cassandra Pendergast of the Order of the Seekers. She was what a believer should be. Faithful, practical, committed to serving, not ruling. I suppose I did bond with the Inquisition after all, as you have with your team.
Thank you for sharing that. So what comes next?
So I hope it's obvious what I mean by oppressing corporate atmosphere, and the Marvel style is everywhere too. I mean, they literally have an in English please moment.
The Illuvian was easy. Once I replaced the resonance crystals, adjusted the lyrium lens, it worked fine. I mean, I had to realign the matrices, but it just worked. Not like this thing.
Balara, I don't understand half the words you just used.
Marvel writing is kind of an overused term, but I want to use it in this very specific way. When I use Marvel style writing, I mean that the writing has constant one-liner jokes to keep the audience engaged. He's right behind me, isn't he? In English please? Stuff like this. Heavy use of cliches and formulaic character traits to make the story more palatable for a general audience. Like, you ready for this? Whatever it takes. And it constantly explains already explained plot points for the same reason. I understand this did not start with Marvel and that it's an overused term. It's just easier to say than always explaining all this. These and the forced positivity combined with all the pop-ups that explain everything in real time, the constant jokes, cliches, and all the repetition and debriefing everyone does all the time creates a tone that's really hard to sit through. The experience of actually listening to them talk is very grating in a large majority of conversations. The dialogue treats me like a newborn baby, like I can't be trusted with complex information, and every time the writers feel my 2 seconds attention span is struggling, they throw in a joke in there to get me back. Every time I'm presented with something a bit more involved by accident, we instantly need a pop-up and at least one friend group debrief session to chew it to the bone. I like not knowing what's going on, forming my own theories on why someone said something. It's why I like theorizing about this stuff in these long videos. But Veilguard doesn't give me much of a chance for this. I'm not treated like an adult who can form their own opinion, and it drives me insane. Maybe to remove the need to understand layers of abstraction, but the game is full of telling and not showing. A lot of times characters just describe themselves, instead of letting us understand them through their actions. This makes the world and its characters a vehicle to move the plot forward and not a believable universe with people living in it. The scenes and conversations are not a window into Thedas, they are happening to make sure you, the player, know what's going on at the time. The writing is interested in delivering information to the player and making them feel good about themselves, rather than being focused on making the characters live in the world they live in. These characters could be in any game and story. The Dragon Age theme just seems like an afterthought, a hastily constructed set they move around in. One of the best examples of the difficult topics of the setting just being absent is how the game handles the winter. Nev constantly talks about the corruption in the city, she's a film noir detective working against the evil actors after all, but it's never shown. In the concept art, there's slavery, prostitution, economic inequality and classism, decadent hedonism. In the game, we are confined to Dogtown, which is a poorer district of the city, so we don't really see much of what we've been told in the previous games. Nor much of the things the Shadow Dragons fight against in this game. They are fighting slavery without interacting with slavery. It feels like they are just making it up. Ferelden was described as basically a dirty countryside with uncivilized barbarians, and Minrathous is the peak of what the world has to offer. A glamorous society built on blood magic and slavery, and we just don't see any of that. One of the central pillars of Tevinter is racism against the elves. In many stories, some of them just had slaves for sacrificing them to blood magic. If you're an elven rook in Veilguard, no one in the city cares or treats you differently. No one shouts hateful stuff at you. In Inquisition, when you visited Orlais, you knew racism was a problem not because people described it as a problem from the outside, but because as an elf, you experienced racism in Hallam Shiral. Here, in the racism capital of the world, nothing happens to you. The city of decadence, and you don't see a brothel. It's the city of magisters, and you don't see tranquils. Or at the Arlathan Crater main quest, where we rescue the captured elves, the Venatori, the Tevinter supremacists, call them Dalish. No knife ears or something. They are very polite about their racism. Compare this to something like the scene in DA2 where they are having a racist rally and killing Kunari, or the whole sequence with the guy that abducts women and sews their body parts together. I mentioned in the origin section that it goes overboard sometimes and shows distasteful and gratuitous violence that I thought wasn't necessary, but the solution to that is not to omit everything bad altogether. In the Veilguard, these types of events simply do not exist in the world. They are very afraid to show actual scenes of injustice like this, but I feel like accurately showing these people as reprehensible would make the player feel better about beating them. Another example in Origins, where the guy was proposing to make a business deal for the elves and the alienage, and talked about in detail how he doesn't value them as people at all. It felt better beating him up. If it's just a fight and the NPC is called Slaver, it has less of an impact. Dragon Age was always about letting you make your own choices in the face of something really messed up. If we sandpaper down the depictions of these issues to the point they're not even in the game, it's gonna feel empty. The same is true for the choices themselves. Rook will always be very nice, you can change the flavor a bit, but that's it. You could never really be evil in these games in the Baldur's Gate 3 sense, where you can conquer the whole world, and you couldn't really make a truly ontologically evil decision like dating Futaba in Persona 5, but you could do really messed up stuff. You could be really mean to people in the world, you could send them away from camp. I mean, you can give Fenris back to the slavers in DA2. Being a good person, in a game at least, is less rewarding if there's no choice where I'm actively choosing to not do some evil alternative. An even worse example, and I mentioned this before, is the Antivan Crows. It's worse because the problematic aspects are not only missing, they are being rewritten. So in Origins, it was said that the Kunari leave Antiva alone because the House of Crows is the most efficient and feared guild of assassins who live there. Their reputation alone defends the borders. In Tevinter Nights, this turned into they are literally the defensive force. Without an army, Antiva's only line of defense was the Crows. Should the Kunari decide to attack, the assassins must present a united front. They are shown to heroically defend their home against invaders and take down the bad guys who they also happen to have contract on. But we forgot the Guild of Merciless and Feared Assassins part. From a deterring force, they turn to frontline fighters and political leaders. The Crows are most interesting when they have a contract on someone they don't or should not want to kill. In the world of Veilguard, everyone who has a contract on them deserves it. They are used in bedtime stories to scare little kids, but otherwise they are a crime family of contract killers who are good people. Any sort of depth is gone in this weird opposing duality. Same with the conservationist ethical pirates and the necromancers asking the willing spirits nicely to have them. Origins and DA2 felt like an examination of cruelty to marginalized and vulnerable people and how evil this can be. How even in the face of an existential supernatural threat, cruel and heartless people will find a way to use others, and you'll need to stand up to that. In Inquisition, they strayed from this a bit by you basically being the leader of a nation and just going around claiming land for ourselves in a weird colonialist way, but overall this message was still there. In the Veilguard we have the aesthetics of all this, the issues are mentioned in passing sometimes, and nothing much else is done with them. But I guess this is prevalent in a lot of other types of media too. Monopoly doesn't explore the socio-economic implications of the concept of renting. It's just a fun game. A Marvel movie will not examine the implications and effects of imperialism or the industrialized military complex. It's just empty cool visuals. We all feel really good about defeating the bad guy of the day, and we can go back to our lives without having to engage with anything meaningful. If the Veilguard was influenced by the success of Marvel in any way, I think it was trying to give an experience like this. Previous iterations accurately depicted issues like racism as very complex, subtle, and insidious. For example, the Masked Empire book has a character who is a half-elf, but since they work in Orlais, they have to keep it a secret and have to act racist towards elves to be accepted into human society. They are a good character, but they say some pretty hateful lines. And you don't know how much is it the socialization and how much did they actually internalize. Stuff like this is interesting. It's an internal conflict and it teaches you about real life as well. In the Veilguard, this could never happen because racism is bad and only bad people think like that in any way. Good people are good and would never do that. This is incredibly reductive and shallow. And it makes light of a real-world issue that is way more complex than this. They mentioned in interviews that working on a grimdark setting over time gets psychologically draining, and I understand that. This is the intro scene to Origins. You can't really work on stuff like this for decades and stay sane. I think their original intuition was correct, to solve this in Joplin by doing a bunch of smaller mini-stories, an exploration of a bunch of different themes in a variety of different places. It would have been psychologically easier for the artists to keep working on Dragon Age while still keeping the themes the older games had. It's another reason why the cancellation of that project is so disappointing. But even in Veilguard, they correctly identified that humor is important for dark fantasy to not be depressing. But I feel like we've swung to the other end where the dark stuff doesn't hit because everything is so full of jokes. This was the last Blight, possibly ever. The stakes are indescribably monumental, but the characters don't really process this in any deeply connected way. They were certainly telling me this is the most serious thing that's ever happened, but we were having our little book clubs and nature walks, working through our traumas in our pocket dimension, and the threat of the gods or archdemons were never really present. The stakes felt more tangible in Origins, where we only killed one archdemon because we saw the destruction it caused in countless different ways. It was set up and the setup paid off. In Inquisition, all the dragon fights were designed around the area they lived in. It was always a very unique and significant encounter, even if these were only high dragons. In Veilguard, there's a bunch of archdemon fights, but it felt like whatever, another dragon fight, let's teleport back to the next. This is also because the companions themselves are never shown to consider the implications of what we are doing or the things we learn. And this is a huge topic I want to explore more, the role of faith in Dragon Age. Dragon Age was always about who do you believe. The events were always told from an in-universe unreliable source, and not knowing the objective truth and trying to piece it together yourself was a fundamental part of the Dragon Age experience. An example from earlier games would be Sandal and his powers. It adds an extra layer to the story to theorize about. What is he, how does he exist, and what else could be out there? But now we basically just know what he is, and that's it. Veilguard provides a lot of answers to these previous questions, and these are definite for the most part. Sure, Solas only remembers his point of view, and the perception of events from the Titans' side might be a bit different, but the events themselves for the most part can be believed as true. And you don't get any equal mystery to think about in return. These huge mysteries are replaced by the Executors, a group of shady hooded figures manipulating from the shadows for ages. They are not even close to the mystique of what we had in previous games. It's actually worse because in its current form, their inclusion feels tasteless and disrespectful to already established characters. Compare this to the original Inquisition after credits scene, where we got some answers and a lot of different new questions related to them. It wasn't just a random new injection of a plotline. It's a fundamental part of being human to not understand the world around you, to not fully understand others and their motivations, and to make theories about how cosmic things might work. Veilguard takes this out of Dragon Age both in terms of the ambiguity of the companions and the world itself, and what it replaces it with is at best boring and at worst unimaginative and shallow. So this is missing from the characters themselves too. Not only do they always perfectly verbalize their inner state, the doubt of faith in religion is missing as well. Externally, from the language used, like no one says maker's breath and religious idioms like that, but what's worse, it's missing from inside of them as well. No one has a deep religious conflict, even though realizing that the Elven Pantheon are just a bunch of mortal mages claiming godhood might be a prime chance to re-evaluate some beliefs one might have. Bellara and Devrin are elves, but outside of a few lines from time to time, they never face this in any meaningful way. Devrin has a Gillenane Velaslin, and it doesn't come up during the story. No other elf faces this either. The elves gathering at the end of Inquisition, that's just gone. We learn that everything in the world goes back to the elves, and we just never reconcile with that. Instead, the Venatori is working with the Evanyoris. It's all a mess. Same with the Chantry. No character is deeply religious, so they don't have a crisis of faith like Liliana did, for example. The Chantry explains the creation of the Veil in a completely different way, and we learn that this is just objectively wrong. Harding mentions this once, Rook says, "Don't worry about it, babe," and it's never mentioned again. No Dalish to confront their age-old beliefs in the Evanyoris being disproven, no Chantry people to talk about the origins of the Golden City being Arlathan, or the corruption of it into the Black City, and what these new revelations might mean for the Maker and his followers. Nothing is there, and without deep exploration of these topics, just glossing over them sometimes in dialogue, the concepts feel incredibly empty. We used to have to grapple with perspectives that seemed equally true to the current situation, so here it could be things like, what if Solas's plan was not as destructive as we thought? What if it could have helped people? What if the Chantry already knew some part of the truth and decided the best way to keep people in line or keep them safe was to just keep the Maker alive? What if Solas was wrong and Elganon and Gillenane can still be saved from the Blight? Any of them could have a side character representing that viewpoint and fighting for it, making you question what you believe in, what you are fighting for, and the true morality of your actions. But no, the gods are objectively evil, everyone is on board to fight them all the time, and they need to be defeated. The Veil is literally about obfuscation and sealing a part of reality away. This game is unveiling the lore in every sense, and it takes a lot of the magic out. Without this uncertainty, the lore speculation, the aspects of faith, it feels like a lot of the interesting parts of the franchise, a large part of what Dragon Age is, goes out the window. So why the hell do it this way? I think one explanation could be their insistence that new players should be able to pick up this game. This could be because it's easier to sell as a product to the publisher, or it could be that it gets completely unreasonable after a while to always carry the baggage of the decisions you made 3 games ago. Writing that must be a nightmare. But they really didn't have to dumb it down this much. Inquisition is the best-selling game of the franchise, and it's one of the most complicated web of previous choice and consequence. I keep mentioning the Winter Nights because I think it's vital in trying to understand how the writing changed in this game. In the book, there's a lot of body horror happening. There's slaves, class struggle, a lot of things that are completely missing from the game. There's this Marvel style writing sometimes too, but it's mostly fine because it doesn't shy away from these topics. So either between the book and the game, there was some executive decisions to tone this down, or the game was always going to be this more shallow version for an imagined mass marketability. But making the most inoffensive version of something for the masses or made for everyone never works. You create a thing that's so empty of any meaningful connection point, no one will care. Just imagine the hero of Ferelden, blighted beyond recognition, meeting their old love interest, or meeting Kieran and Morrigan, or meeting the one that we left behind in the Fade, or expanding on any deeper ideas they already had. There's so much potential in this franchise if you let yourself be connected to the previous material, either with something like the Tapestry in Inquisition, or something like in other games that mention previous characters and concepts, have big consequences to the world, but ultimately are a separate story on their own. One game can't be a sequel to all the games before, the closure to the series-long storyline, and also a new entry point for the mass market, a loosely connected game that takes place in the same universe. And Veilguard tries to be all of this. People like deep systems and care about problematic characters, and will not be intimidated by complexity if you treat them as adults capable of handling it. I played Baldur's Gate 3 with my brother who never played an RPG and only plays FIFA. He was interested and he had no problems getting into it. It's one of the best-selling games ever, and before its release, big EA executives would not have called a single-player turn-based CRPG part of a profitable market trend either. And it didn't get there by making it more appealing to the average consumer, following writing style trends from popular movies. It got there by unapologetically having a strong, complex, and interesting identity. And this really is working for people who confidently create their own vision. If the game trusts the player, they will put in the extra effort required. Complex societal issues don't have to be all cut for them to have a good time. Sometimes including the shallow version is actually detrimental. For example, all of Southern Thedas, the place where we spent so much time in, is wiped out basically, and we learned this from a letter. Maybe this is a budget thing too, but why even include it this way? It feels disrespectful to our own memories there, and nothing would be lost if we don't definitely learn what happened in the South. It should either be explored in the complex manner an event like this deserves, or it just shouldn't be there. Maybe the intention was for us to not have to face the destruction we caused. It would complicate the team's hero good guy image, because the devastation definitely happened because we stopped Solus and let the gods out. We don't know what would have happened otherwise, and we don't have to think about what we did if we don't see the effects firsthand. This way, we just won against the bad guys. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. Okay, I was procrastinating getting to this, but we are nearly at the end, so I can't put it away any further. I consider myself part of the LGTV community, and I was really hyped about the non-binary character option and Tash's inclusion. I mentioned that these inclusions should always be mostly for the people that share these characters' experiences in real life. I consider myself one of these people, and while I loved that they tried, ultimately I felt let down and even hurt by the game. I think there's one fundamental problem with how the game handles trans identities, and then there's a bunch of smaller minor things. But let's start with the big one, because just fixing that in the next game or in a next game that tries this would help immensely. Previous games had a rule not to use any speech styles, colloquialisms, or any words that came into use after the 1900s. I think this is true for most fantasy settings. It helps sell the medieval-based word a bit better. So this is a genre trope, a franchise trope, and as mentioned here by Gator, breaking it has to be intentional. It has to give something. In the case of Origins, it gives us Alistair's unique personality and character. Veilguard breaks this but doesn't give anything in return. It is just another avenue of removing levels of abstractions, as if they are afraid the players wouldn't get it if they use some in-universe wording. It also doesn't help that everyone has an incredibly strong American accent, so hearing them talk about being trans feels like watching a CW teen drama, not a high fantasy game. I'll actually use just the sound here, and I let you imagine what type of setting this is from.
Never a bad thing to hear that someone likes me. The me who's trans. Just so you know.
It's you. The most you that you could be. That's who I like. A lot. As mentioned.
Doesn't feel like this one. And because it sticks out from the setting so much, instead of feeling included, I feel like I'm being made fun of. Reading the notes of Tash with all this queer terminology just listed out felt to me like caricature. The way this language clashes with the setting feels like it was specifically highlighted to make fun of how ridiculous all these identities are. I'm sure this wasn't the intention, but there must be a more elegant way to do this, using setting appropriate language and concepts. This feels like if Shadowheart pulls me over in the camp and tells me word for word, by the way, I'm a polyamorous pansexual, hope you're okay with that. No one says that in the Forgotten Realms. They show her to be that, and she tells the player in her own words and through her actions. A scene like this would feel out of place and kind of suspicious, like why would they put it here if not as a joke? Another part I found off-putting, Veilguard's concept of being non-binary is deeply rooted in an English-speaking American experience, down to the very specific word usage. Couldn't there be more nuance to this in fantasy? For example, my native language doesn't have gender pronouns, and it's always an extra effort for me to assign a gender to everyone I'm talking about in English. This makes my thinking and gender non-conforming experience pretty different. A German speaker where everything has a gender thinks about this differently again. The Iron Ball and Krem talk about the Kunari concepts like Aku not luck. Why is Tash just an American? I'm not trying to get into linguistics, the Chomsky-Foucault debate, or like linguistic determinism. I'm trying to point out that Rivain is supposed to be this multicultural hub of trade and travel, and there's no concepts about different genders, different experiences, or ways of expression. Tash feels trapped in the United States, while Krem's story was deeply rooted in it taking place in the winter. It was cool seeing someone in a fantasy world going through the same thing as I do in their own way. To me, it meant that this is a deeply human experience experience and happens to a lot of people from different backgrounds. Tash is from the multicultural Rivain and could be influenced by any number of cultures or ideas, but their story is just deeply rooted in an American viewpoint. I felt like this is saying to me that every trans and non-binary person in the world, and even in every possible fictional world, should have the same experience, the American experience. And then I even have to decide which culture Tash embraces, the one that's traditionalist or the one that's more open, which again just suggests that you can't be any sort of queer person in a different sort of culture. You can't be multicultural and queer, or what are we even saying here? The whole subtext of this just really felt off to me. Another thing that makes it feel kind of hostile is that going through this with Tash is compulsory. During Inquisition, they knew people having a choice in engaging with this topic on their own terms is vital.
And it results in an inclusivity that I hope is natural, and at the same time is also part of often optional content, so not everybody needs to see it, and some people do get very uncomfortable, you know, back out of the romance or what have you, right? And I think that's great because you want all players to kind of enjoy it and know it's there.
It's a completely different vibe to choose to spend time with people you enjoy being around and then slowly get to know them, and as they open up, you learn about their past and their problems. This was the case with Krem. I was romancing Iron Bull and I got to know him, and then we talked and he opened up about his past. It felt organic and a genuinely welcome and wholesome surprise to get to know him. That process is one of my favorite parts of Inquisition, but if you don't care about him and the Iron Bull, you can also just treat them as two soldiers fighting for you, and that's it. You're just passing acquaintances. In the Veilguard, you will have a positive relationship with everyone and you will go deeply into everyone's problems, even if you don't really care about them. And if this choice is taken away from you and you don't really care about Tash as a character, going to this person's mom to talk about being non-binary, again, feels like a caricature. Even me, who is deeply interested in this topic, was like, is this supposed to be funny? Or when Isabella did 10 push-ups after misgendering Tash, I've never seen a more awkward way of handling this in my life. Was that inclusion? Am I supposed to feel validated? Am I being made fun of? I'm sure it worked for some people at least, but every time this topic came up in the game, I felt like the punchline of a joke, which is probably not a desirable outcome here. Again, I'm incredibly happy they tried, and I genuinely think seeing this in a huge budget AAA game is a great step forward. The way the character creator doesn't have any gendered language or gender-locked options is also wonderful. So are the trans dialogue options you can choose in certain situations. Just the fact that it's possible to react to situations from a trans perspective is incredible. Every journey starts with the first steps or whatever, and I think if BioWare themselves tries again, or a different RPG studio who learns from this, the next implementation will be better. Overall, the Veilguard I think handled this subject less than ideally, but it shouldn't dissuade people from trying again. If anything, this is a great learning opportunity. We tried a bunch of things, some of it worked, some did not. The gender nonconformity absolutely 100% needs to be rooted in the setting it is taking place in, and the dialogue and exploration of it needs to be optional, so you get to play a role in a role-playing game and engage with it on your own terms. The serious gender exploration discussions also don't work if the game has a general writing direction of making a joke every 2 seconds, because people will feel like they are a target of those jokes. For representation to be respectful and considerate, it needs to be serious. And I think that's where I felt mostly let down and hurt by this game. It couldn't convince me it takes trans identities seriously, and I felt like we regressed to the previous point in the franchise where trans identities were used as curiosities. And I want to go back to the CW comment I made, because a lot of the time I read that the writing in Veilguard sucks because it's YA or it's like a young adult novel targeted to teenagers. But I think that's insulting to teenagers. The problem with the Veilguard is that what you see is what you get, and there's many young adult stories that are full of complex themes. They can absolutely understand complexity, and just because something is YA doesn't mean it's inherently bad and stupid. I think a good example of this is the Chronicles of Shannara. The books are pretty serious Lord of the Rings style epic fantasy adventures, but there was a TV adaptation that focused more on things that matter to young people, romance, interpersonal drama, etc. It is a different version of the same thing. Maybe it deserves a Peter Jackson type epic too one day, but the TV show stands on its own as something that takes the original and accentuates the aspects it wants to tell a story with. The word is the same, the intention is different. With the Veilguard, I don't feel this vision, this intentionality. Instead of the genre adaptations, it's more like modern Star Trek, where they are turning concepts and characters inside out. The world lore is just a set piece, and no one seems to be resonating with the creator's vision. The whole of old Star Trek was based on an intelligent, accepting, and fiercely peace-loving society, and now they come out with a story that reveals that it actually has a secret service doing the dirty work to keep society running. It has recognizable touchstones of the IP, sure, but it fundamentally misunderstands what the IP is, and at this point it's a completely different thing altogether. In the Veilguard, previously deep ideas are just thrown around like nothing, and it does cheapen the established concepts the player might have had. We see and fight archdemons, huge blight monsters, elven gods. We travel through the Veil in our physical form. They try to create taglines for each characters, but all this repetition just makes me not care about most things. We don't really linger on the larger issues. The circles rebel after the events in DA2, and it is instrumental in the flow of history in the books and games that follow. They tell you this was a big event, but you also know this firsthand by the way the world and its people react to it. This doesn't happen in the Veilguard. Setting an intelligence to control the Blight is an interesting concept, but we just learn about it and the same scene, free her, and it's over. The Blight is an environmental puzzle dirtying the path. We don't have to think about broodmothers or anything about what kind of horrors this could inflict on people. We just rush on. And the fact that the characters don't take the stakes seriously and spend their time focusing on their mental health doesn't help either. Devrin and the Wardens just talk about Grave Warden secrets openly, where in Origins Duncan killed a guy just because he might talk about the secrets one day. The awkward and clumsy implementation of modern issues, the forced positivity in every relationship, the lack of differing role-playing options, the corny one-liners, all of this creates such a unique, industrial-grade demoralizing experience I really haven't encountered in any other RPG before. I can overlook the story inconsistencies, I will headcanon some explanations, it's fine. I will come up with explanations for the sometimes irrational choices of the characters too, but I cannot for the life of me get over this style of dialogue. Thinking about the characters, the story beats, the art and the environment, I always hype myself up, like oh my god, I really wanna play Veilguard and it's gonna be so good, and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and then I actually play for like 2 hours max and listen to the constant joking and corporate meeting atmosphere, and it just grinds down my motivation slowly and painfully. I genuinely cannot handle it. I couldn't get through Vows and Vengeance, and I can't handle the Veilguard. I truly wanted to like it, and I tried a lot, but I can't. And what really baffles me is that this style of writing had to have been a choice. There were a lot of writers on the Veilguard team that worked on some of my favorite Dragon Age media. I consider myself some sort of writer, and I look up to these people a lot. They were my heroes in my teens when Origins came out. This has not changed, and I don't think they changed either. Something or some combination of things happened during development that made the writing direction in the Veilguard like this. Absolution was very similar. It was corny, the lore foundations were shaky, the story didn't really make a lot of sense if you thought about it too much, but the characters were somewhat interesting. This vibe is very similar to the Veilguard, and someone inside BioWare or EA must prefer this style of storytelling over the first 3 games. Maybe it's some corporate board who thinks this is what's marketable. Behind the scenes, I think this is a result of many different circumstances over the years. I don't know what or why, we're probably never going to know. Even the people who worked there might not know, or they might be under NDAs. I think the most likely explanation is that they are just afraid of people making real-world connections, or they're afraid of making it political, and the perceived boost these middle-of-the-road depictions give to a broader marketability. But for me, this just made the whole experience deeply disappointing. My goal going through this in so much detail was to understand my complex feelings about it, and also to understand how a possible next game might avoid ending up like the Veilguard did. There's this quote from one of the interviews. It's not trying to be all things to all people, it's trying to be itself. It's trying to be the game that it wants to be. I understand this sounds good as a PR thing to say in an interview, but I feel like the game ended up being quite the opposite. The game has good ideas, but it's not good at communicating those good ideas. It anxiously tries to be a satisfying sequel for old fans, while also being a game for people who don't like Dragon Age, and also a game for people who don't play RPGs. And in its attempt to simplify the lore, it actually confuses the player in concepts they thought of as pretty clear before. There's a strong sense of directionlessness and a complete lack of clear identity. And I don't think the problem is as easily solved as we need to bring back people like David Gaider or Mike Laidlaw. Although I think they are incredibly important to that very distinct old Dragon Age feeling, I'm not sure they even want to be back. I have the sense that a lot of these old veterans are completely burned out on Dragon Age, or just hate EA and BioWare as a place of employment. And I don't fault them. The way the Veilguard people were treated does not sound like a good workplace environment. Most of the people working on this game left, transferred to other projects, or were straight up fired. Very long-term legendary employees too, who were pillars of the franchise. The reward for trying their best to salvage the hot mess they were left with after all those bad management decisions was to be let go. So we are at a point where none of the original writers work there anymore either. In case of the World of Warcraft, after that one failed expansion, they let go of high-level writers and the story got better, but in the case of Dragon Age, I don't think it's that simple. But this is a thing that from the outside, it's impossible to piece together. For example, this game specifically for sure was really important for BioWare and EA to succeed. They brought in a second team that was already working on the new Mass Effect to help out during the final stretch of development. They helped a lot in finishing and polishing the game, and other companies across EA also supported the game. They really wanted it to work, saying stuff like, "Now the company will look to see how players react to the next Dragon Age, and McKay hopes bring BioWare back into the conversation as a top game studio." Well, we know now how that turned out. But there's also the fact that EA doesn't seem to like Dragon Age as an IP very much. EA might have been the ones pushing for the no DLC model too, even though both DA2 and Inquisition are much better games with the DLCs included. Another rumor is that a relative of some executive forced rewrites on the game constantly. It's coming from the company that cancelled the sequel to its most successful game to go all in on Anthem, so even the rumors that sound the stupidest are easy to believe, to be honest. BioWare could have had the success of Baldur's Gate 3. They were this studio known for high-quality, deep, single-player RPGs, but for whatever reason, they gave that up to chase trends. Just imagine going all in on Joplin instead of Anthem. But the Anthem people didn't even want an RPG. Even at that point, this was a completely different company from what it was decades ago. In the end, the Veilguard was left to die in a ditch, and we don't know what type of personal battles were going on behind the scenes, but it sure must have been a stressful place to work at. Remember how I said a big part of Dragon Age is not knowing? Well, we didn't get new mysteries in the lore, but we do get mysteries in trying to figure out what the hell happened during development. You can live out your theory crafting tendencies in this aspect, and it's also gonna be much more interesting than whatever is happening in the game. It ended up being an incredibly drawn out sunk cost fallacy, and I think at the end everyone was just happy to put out something that works from start to finish and is serviceable. There were news articles recently about a God of War live service game that was cancelled, and my first thought was maybe it would have been better if Dragon Age 4 was also cancelled at some earlier stage after they couldn't even settle on a clear idea of what this game should be. Maybe it would have been better for fans and the developers themselves too. But it did come out, and with this game, BioWare finished its latest trilogy, Andromeda, Anthem, and the Veilguard. They all show clear signs of lack of direction, very poor management, and a constant undervaluing of the writing staff. You simply cannot be a narrative-focused studio without treasuring and trusting your writing talent. You cannot overwrite a clear vision, as Joplin had, to chase market trends. You will end up exactly here. The sales were not the best either, but even that might be a problem of expectations from the publisher. Metaphor ReFantazio took 8 years to complete and sold similar numbers to Veilguard, and it was deemed a success. In the case of the Veilguard, the game was very quickly sold at a discount and given away in subscription packages for free. They were clearly not happy at all with the reception. Just to give you a taste of what level of corporate speak is going on at an organization like EA, this is how they presented this to the shareholders. There was a studio update post that was in the same language, a politely worded way to announce the layoffs, so EA cannot be happy with the performance of the game. game. They don't really seem to be doing well in general, but don't worry, executives are gonna be okay though. The vibe of the interviews with the lead devs quickly turned increasingly antagonistic as well. It became clear that their way of talking about the game does not match with what the fans want from Dragon Age. For example, there was an AMA on Reddit, and John Appler, creative director, said some pretty nonsensical things about how the lore works. Then people were upset, and then he said he was obviously joking, and then he took a social media break because people were harassing him over it. Every interview that came out post-launch had this feeling. A layer of disappointment was added to a lot of people anytime we heard anything from the developers. He later reactivated but doesn't want to talk about the game. Same thing with the lead writer. And they have to know how much people dislike the game. They have to know the gripes people have. A lot of it is just noise, sure, but there are valid criticisms. But as spokespeople for a large corporation, they are probably not allowed to address it directly and openly. They're never gonna talk about the failures in an honest way because that's not how employment at a large company works. So it's kinda poetic in a morbid way that the post-launch communication is trapped in the exact same corporate positivity I felt the game's writing is. They can't address the corporate atmosphere in the game because of the corporate atmosphere in real life. What a time to be alive. This whole situation is not easy for anyone involved. But without open communication, the relationship between the developers and fans soured, and I think at this current point there's very little trust in BioWare on any level. People really did not connect with the vision BioWare had for this game. The Veilguard seems to be afraid of being seen as dated, but an old school RPG is exactly what people were looking for. Baldur's Gate 3, Avowed, even the Pathfinder games, these titles do feel dated, but that's their strength. South of Midnight is another recent example that goes for this kind of shallow, corny style of writing, but it works because it has intentionality. It is a story that they clearly wanted to tell, a cohesive whole they want to convey. But what does the Veilguard want to tell me? What's the message? Recently, for a medical test, I had to do a zero-fat diet for a day, so I ate only unseasoned, steamed broccoli with rice. It was technically food that filled me, sure, but it wasn't tasty, and the whole time I was only thinking of all my favorite meals I had before and the better stuff I could be eating. For me, that's how Veilguard felt. It's something that's very pretty, a fun action game even, but you have to completely turn your brain off while playing. It feels like it wasn't born out of a clear idea of what to do, but a frantic scrambling over long years. A business goal of finally putting out a Dragon Age product and recouping all the investment they've already put into it. BioWare seems to be in complete creative exhaustion, and we are left with franchises that do not feel like a vision that's being carefully developed, but something more like ruins of an old castle. It was beautiful once, and we are looking at an echo of that, but the future should be more of a continuation of what came before, not a collapsed reflection of what once was great, which is really depressing to think about. So to close this video, let's talk about the future and how we could go forward from here. Okay, so if you consult my handy chart, we are currently here. But how do we get back here? What I think would be a nice way to handle this is I will present a few endings for this video and you can choose what you like the best. First is the Hopium ending. Dragon Age is not dead. The financial failure of the Veilguard doesn't mean anything in the long run. They will make a remake pack like they did with Mass Effect that revitalizes the interest in the franchise, and later down the line there will be a proper sequel. People seem to love remakes of older games now, and this will be a great strategy to revitalize interest in the franchise and pull back disappointed fans. You probably guessed it by the title of this video, but this is my personal choice. I actually see a lot of potential positive paths forward, and I don't believe one misstep should be the end of the world, and I don't think thinking this is naive or ignoring the business realities of the world. Even if EA seems to dislike Dragon Age for some reason, there's genuinely a lot of ways to handle this situation. Firstly, they could just license the IP to someone who is still passionate about it. No one even works there anymore who worked on the originals. It doesn't matter that the new people making it are called BioWare or not. Larian didn't make the first two Baldur's Gate games, but they made a pretty good sequel. It was faithful to the original lore, integrated a lot of older characters, and the overwhelming majority of fans were happy with the results. It's a sequel 20 years later from a completely different studio that was widely successful. I hope the next Dragon Age is not so far away, but other otherwise, this path is completely viable. Another way would be changing the formula again. I actually don't mind that the combat in the Veilguard is widely different from anything before. It's actually one of the better parts, and I'd be fine with changing it again if they think it means more market viability. They could do smaller games like Riot Forge did. They could do games with very deliberately limited scope like Obsidian did with Avowed. There's still so many interesting stories that could work as smaller games. Qunari in Parvolan, Nevarra and the Liches, Forgotten Ones, the Deep-Root Dwarves and the Titans, the remains of the Blight trapped in the fate that Solas is fighting, the Chantry after they learn about the Maker, or even the Executors. The lore could really be extended in a great way by smaller, exploratory games. And if a bigger budget demands live service, even shared world online games don't have to be bad. Monster Hunter, Guild Wars 1, Path of Exile, Elder Scrolls Online, these are all examples of optional multiplayer that works well. You can play completely solo, but you can also easily team up with others. If this is what the modern market demands and the implementation of it is good, I'd be fine even with this. Changing genre doesn't necessarily mean changing what the franchise is. The lore needs to be taken seriously, the characters need to be complex and interesting. If I have to see people run around in Denerim for this, so be it. There's so many options to continue in ways that make money people and the fans happy. Second ending is the Doomer ending. It's dead. Everything EA touches turns to ashes and corporate incompetence suffocated your favorite franchise. The most you'll ever see of this world is puppeted shells of characters you know in some abomination of a mobile game. BioWare is completely incapable of producing anything of value anymore, and the next Mass Effect will be the final nail in its coffin. Veilguard was the conclusion for the series you loved for so long. It is canon and it poisoned everything that came before. You will never be able to enjoy Dragon Age the same way ever again. A lot of people are here, maybe not feeling all of this 100% all the time, but a lot of it. And I honestly get it. After completing it, Veilguard made me very conflicted, sad and angry too. I personally didn't choose this line of thinking because I felt like I'm taking away something that means a lot to me from myself. I don't want to let the present hopeless situation creep into my feelings about the past experiences, but if you want to let the anger take over you, this ending is for you. Third ending is another version of this, the acceptance. It is done, it's done in a non-ideal way, and it is what it is. You are probably never gonna see another Dragon Age game, and you need to let it rest. You need to search for another franchise that's in better hands, because this is what Dragon Age is now. This one's kind of depressing to me, to be completely honest, but if you can find it in yourself to let go, the option is there. Fourth ending is what I call It's Yours. The idea comes from Cheryl Chi, very important writer on Dragon Age games, who also doesn't work there anymore, by the way. This basically means the world of Thedas is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. You can completely ignore Veilguard and consider it as non-canon. You can write your own ending where no suits from EA can tell you what the market wants. You can write a scientific paper on the Blight. Even better, you can write Varric X Hulk Yaoi, please link if you do, and remedy the worst part of Dragon Age, namely that this is not possible in-game. You can play the tabletop RPG with your friends and just create a world state that suits you best. If you enjoyed any parts of Dragon Age before, it's still there and nothing can take it away from you. I really like this sentiment. Humans and real life are luckily more complex than an RPG, so even for this video, you don't have to just choose one. You can cheat, choose multiple, choose ideas from all of them. It's fine, I won't tell. Dragon Age has always been about your choices, so whether you noticed it or not, you have been an important part of these games as well. You have learned a lot about yourself through these choices. You have built memories with these characters, and as you change the world of Thedas, it changed you as well, and nothing can take that away from you. So even if Dragon Age itself is constantly changing, I think that's okay. So that is the video. It took a million years because it turned out to be by far my most complex project. I couldn't even imagine the scope this would evolve into when I posted about the December release being viable. I still thought this was just gonna be an hour long maybe, and that's it. But then the Veilguard came out, and talking about it turned out to be a bigger project than expected. The last 9 months for me were also plagued by a comically large amount of real life problems that randomly all happened at the same time. Medical issues, moving, whatever you can name. So I needed to solve these, and that took away a lot of time from focusing on on what really matters in life, analyzing Dragon Age lore. Things started to seemingly normalize, so by the time I'm actually editing saying this, I hope most of it is behind me. Still, I feel like I learned a lot during this process, and I try to upload more than once a year going forward. Maybe, I don't know, like, comment and subscribe for regular gaming content. But I'm not even engagement farming when I say, please, if you have your own theories I did not mention, or you have another interpretation for some lore aspects, write it in the comments. I love reading Dragon Age theories, or about people's OCs, or wild stuff that happened for you in one of the games. For the next video, I don't even know yet, probably something shorter for the next one for sure. I have a lot of ideas and I hope I'll have more time to actually work on them. I try to keep you updated on the community page here, maybe on Twitter or Blue Sky too, we'll see. But anyway, thank you so much for watching and see you in the next one.